Saddle up and ride out in crack shot a wild Western action adventure. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button so you don't miss a single roundup. Chapter 1. The sun, a molten eye burning low in the vast indifferent canvas of the western sky, bled streaks of angry gold and dying rose across the desolate sprawl of Tonka City. It was a light that offered no warmth, only a harsh illumination of decay, warped clapboards peeling like sunburnt skin, sagging awnings casting long, distorted shadows that stretched like grasping fingers down the rutted apology for Main Street. Dust, fine as powdered bone and churned by generations of restless hooves and weary boots, stirred in lazy, almost insolent whorls. It danced to the tune of a dry, whining wind that swept down from the high gulches, a mournful sigh carrying the sharp, clean tang of distant sagebrush and the fainter electric promise of thunder that might never break. This wind whispered secrets through the broken panes of abandoned shacks and moaned a lonely ballad around the corners of the few buildings still clinging stubbornly to life. Among these, the Mineral Saloon stood sentinel, a monument to faded hopes. Its sign, battered by countless seasons, creaked a rhythmic protest on hinges thick with rust, the faded letters barely whispering the name that once rang with the boisterous laughter of prospectors flush with gold. Those were the days when the clang of glasses and the raucous shouts of celebration drowned out the mournful yelping of coyotes on the plains. Now silence pressed heavy, broken only by the wind's lament and the sign's complaint. Tonka City itself seemed to crouch, a wary, sun-baked beast drawn in on itself, its lifeblood sluggish, its pulse a slow thud of resignation. Then the stillness shattered. Hoofbeats, frantic and desperate, hammered the packed earth, growing from a distant rumble to a thunderous tattoo that jolted the town from its torpor. A horse, a big, powerful claybank, burst into view at the end of Main Street, running with the panicked abandon of a creature fleeing demons. Its flanks, usually the color of sun-baked earth, were streaked and lathered white with sweat and foam, its great chest heaved like bellows, nostrils flared wide, drinking the dusty air in ragged gasps. Its eyes, rolling wild and white-rimmed, spoke of terror and exhaustion. The animal didn't slow until it reached the very front of the mineral, skidding to a jarring halt in a cloud of choking dust that hung thick and heavy in the dying light, painting the air ochre. Its hooves churned the ground, digging frantic divots as it fought for balance, trembling like a leaf in a gale. The saddle, a heavy stock model rubbed dark with use, was starkly, ominously empty. Inside the Mineral Saloon, the sudden commotion barely registered on the surface of Sheriff Rip Campbell's concentration. He sat hunched over a scarred poker table, the air thick with the smell of stale beer, cheap whiskey, and the ever-present dust. A haze of tobacco smoke hung listlessly beneath the low, smoke-darkened rafters. Rip didn't look up. His eyes, the color of gunmetal gray, sharp and piercing as flint shards, remained fixed on the 5 pasteboards fanned out in his hand. Worthless. Queen-high, mismatched suits, a hand reflecting the town's own luck. The only outward sign that he'd even heard the frantic arrival outside was the almost imperceptible, lazy turn of his wrist as he flicked a worn blue chip onto the meager pile in the center of the table. It landed with a soft click, a punctuation mark in the sudden hush that had fallen over the other players. Beneath the table, hidden from view, Rip's fingers tightened unconsciously on the edges of the cards, the cheap pasteboard biting into calluses earned through years of handling reins, ropes, and the worn walnut grip of his Colt. An empty saddle. The phrase echoed in the hollow spaces of his memory, a grim drumbeat against the steady rhythm of his heart. It always meant trouble. Trouble, sharp and sudden as a knife thrust in the dark. It brought back, unwelcome and vivid, the memory of a bitter winter night years ago, the crunch of frozen snow underfoot, the wail of the wind sounding like a human cry, and his own brother's horse returning riderless to the home ranch, its dark mane crusted thick with frozen blood, its eyes holding the same wild terror he just glimpsed in the claybanks. He shoved the memory down, burying it deep in the place where old pains and unresolved griefs resided, the place he rarely visited lest they cloud his judgment. But the weight of it remained, a cold knot in his gut, heavy and present as the holstered peacemaker riding low and familiar on his hip. "Hellfire, Rip. Ain't that Sturgill's clay bank?" The words rasped out, rough as boots scraping over hardpan. Keen Ralston, perched opposite Rip, paused his own hand, his gnarled, tobacco-stained fingers hovering uncertainly over his cards. Age had etched deep lines around Keen's eyes and mouth, maps of hard years spent under a relentless sun, breathing dust and alkali. His voice, like his hands, carried the texture of the land itself. Rip offered no reply, not even a grunt. His attention seemed wholly consumed by the game, by the faint scratches and gouges marring the tabletop surface, silent testimonies to countless spilled drinks, slammed fists, and maybe even a drawn gun or two. He traced one long scar with his thumb, his expression unreadable. Outside, punctuating the heavy silence within the saloon, the claybank let out a high, nervous whinny, a sound raw with distress. It tossed its head violently, shying away as a curious townsboy, likely drawn by the commotion, made a tentative, half-hearted grab for its trailing reins. The horse wasn't having it, sidestepping sharply, its iron-shod hooves striking sparks from a stray stone. Cliff Bristow, a burly rancher whose frame strained the protesting wood of his chair, shifted his considerable weight, the sound loud in the sudden quiet. "Sure ain't like Elias Sturgill to let that horse run loose," Cliff rumbled, his brow furrowed beneath a sweat-stained hat brim. "Man dotes on that animal. Treats it better'n most folks treat their kin. Like a firstborn son, near enough." Rip's eyes, hooded and watchful, finally flicked toward the swinging batwing doors, catching the way the dying sunlight outside fought with the dim lantern glow within, painting shifting patterns on the door's chipped and faded paint. "No," he agreed softly, his voice a low murmur, barely louder than the wind sighing outside the walls. "It ain't like Sturgill at all." The mineral had gone deathly quiet now. Even Jed, the town drunk who usually hammered tunelessly on the battered upright piano in the corner, had ceased his banging. His hands hovered frozen above the yellowed keys, his bleary eyes wide, sensing the tension that had seized the room. The only sound was the slow, deliberate tick-tock of the big clock behind the bar, measuring out the seconds like water dripping on stone. It showed 5 minutes shy of midnight, a stark, almost mocking contrast to the blaze of the setting sun visible through the dusty windows, a cruel defiance of time itself in this land where days bled together under an unforgiving sky. The air grew thick, expectant, charged with the unspoken question hanging heavy between the men. Then the batwing doors burst inward with a crash, slamming against the inside walls. Young Danny Pierce, the livery boy, stood framed in the doorway gasping for breath, his thin chest heaving. His face was flushed bright red from running, his straw hat knocked askew, revealing a shock of unruly fair hair plastered to his forehead with sweat. He clutched the doorframe, eyes wide with alarm and the importance of his news. "Sheriff," he choked out, his voice cracking with exertion and fear. "Sheriff Campbell. That's Sturgill's claybank out there all right, and he ain't on it. Horse came in all lathered, run near to death, Sheriff, and there's blood. Fresh blood smeared all down the saddle." The words hung in the air, heavy as lead. Rip Campbell was already moving, rising from his chair in one fluid, economical motion that belied the sudden tension coiling in his gut. The chair scraped back harshly across the scarred floorboards, the sound ripping through the silence. The worthless cards fluttered unheeded from his hand, scattering face down on the table, forgotten. Across from him, Keen Ralston's hand lay exposed where he dropped it in his haste, aces and eights. The dead man's hand. A chilling omen in the sudden, sharp reality of the moment. Nobody mentioned it. Nobody needed to. Trouble had arrived in Tonka City, riding a lathered claybank horse, heralded by an empty saddle and the stark, undeniable stain of blood. And Sheriff Rip Campbell, despite the cold dread clutching his heart, was walking out to meet it. Chapter 2. The street outside the mineral was a study in harsh light and sharp shadow. The sun, now perilously close to the jagged teeth of the western mountains, threw long, distorted shapes across the dusty ground. Heat still radiated upwards in shimmering, visible waves from the packed earth, waves that warped the distant shapes of buildings and made the horizon quiver like a living thing. The air itself felt thick, heavy, tasting of dust and the faint metallic tang of the blood Danny Pierce had announced. The street was nearly deserted, most sensible folk having retreated indoors to escape the day's brutal climax, leaving only a few curious faces peering from behind dusty window panes or shadowed doorways. The claybank stood where it had stopped, trembling violently now, not just from exhaustion but from a deep animal terror. Its breath rasped in ragged audible gasps, its sides heaving, its magnificent coat darkened and streaked with sweat, dust, and something else, the dark, ominous smear Danny had seen. Rip Campbell moved toward the distressed animal with a slow, deliberate stride that spoke of long practice and an innate understanding of frightened beasts. He kept his voice low, a soothing rumble meant to calm, not alarm. "Easy now, boy. Easy there. Just want to take a look." His approach was measured, his hands kept low and non-threatening. The horse flinched as he drew near, rolling its eyes, but didn't bolt. It seemed anchored to the spot by a dread deeper than its fear of the man. Up close, the blood was starkly apparent. Not a splash, but a thick, dark smear running along the right side of the saddle skirt and onto the fender, still horribly tacky in the dry heat. It caught the sun's last, slanted rays, gleaming wetly, a grim testament to violence. Rip reached out slowly, his calloused fingers brushing the worn leather of the saddle seat, worn smooth and comfortable by Elias Sturgill's weight over countless miles. The leather creaked faintly under his touch, a sound somehow intimate and mournful. This was Sturgill's saddle, Sturgill's horse. The man was inseparable from this animal. Where was he? Keen Ralston shuffled out onto the boardwalk behind Rip, his boots scuffing softly. He spat a long stream of tobacco juice into the dust nearby, the dark splatter marking the parched earth like a grim signature. His eyes, narrowed against the glare, scanned the horse, the saddle, the surrounding emptiness. "Where's Sturgill been ridin' lately, Danny?" Keen's voice was rough, demanding facts. Young Danny wiped a bead of sweat from his brow with a shaky hand, his eyes still wide. "Out towards Pomeroy, Mr. Ralston. Least, that's what he told Jed at the livery. Said he was headin' out round dusk yesterday." The boy swallowed hard. "Said something about needin' to file papers on that creek claim he's got. The one up near the Rake River bend." Rip's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly, the muscle nodding briefly beneath his sun-bronzed skin. The Rake River. Water. In this country, water was life, and the fight for it was often deadly. He knew that particular creek, a trickle that fed into the meager flow of the Rake itself. And he knew who else coveted that water, Ben Polar. Polar, a rancher whose ambition spread like tumbleweed, whose greed was as palpable and choking as the dust in the air. Polar had been making noises about Sturgill's claim for months, his gaze lingering on that strip of land with a possessiveness that bordered on obsession. Cliff Bristow, who had followed them out, let out a slow breath, his broad face grim. "Polar's boys been thick as flies out that way these past few weeks. Seen 'em myself. Actin' like they own the damn territory." Rip didn't respond to Cliff's observation. His attention was focused solely on the claybank. He ran a hand slowly down the horse's powerful neck, feeling the fine tremor that ran through the animal's muscles, the involuntary shivers of remembered terror. The horse, seeming to find some small comfort in the steady, knowing touch, turned its head, nuzzling insistently at Rip's shoulder. Its breath came hot and damp against his shirt, carrying a faint, pleading scent, as if the beast desperately wished it could speak, could tell of the horror it had witnessed, the violence it had fled. Its soft muzzle nudged him again, a silent appeal for help, for understanding. It was then, cutting through the heavy tension, that a woman's voice sounded from down the street. Clear, cool as creek water, finding its way through sun-baked rock, yet carrying an unexpected authority that sliced through the heat and apprehension. "That animal's been ridden hard," the voice stated, not unkindly, but with a certainty born of observation. "And very recently." Rip turned, his movement economical, his gaze sweeping towards the source of the voice. She stood on the boardwalk outside the town's only boarding house, a sturdy carpet bag resting at her feet, as if she'd just arrived or was about to depart. The setting sun ignited her hair, turning the rich brown strands the color of burnished oak, shot through with fiery streaks of copper where the light caught it. Her dress, a practical dark serge, was travel-worn, its hemline undeniably coated with the ubiquitous red dust of the trail, yet she wore it with a quiet dignity, an air of reserve that felt like a finely honed blade sheathed in plain, unassuming leather. Her posture was remarkably straight, almost military in its bearing, straight as a rifle barrel. But her hands, clasped loosely before her, betrayed a faint, almost imperceptible tremble, perhaps the lingering fatigue of a long journey, or maybe the residue of stresses deeper than miles could measure. He recognized her, though he hadn't spoken to her directly before. Claire Duval, the new schoolteacher, arrived just days ago to replace the one who had departed so abruptly. Her eyes, a striking clear green, sharp and somehow foreign in this sun-bleached land of squinting gazes, assessed the scene with unnerving quickness. They flicked from Rip to the trembling horse, then narrowed fractionally as they fixed on the dark smear of blood marring the saddle. "That's fresh," she added, her voice losing none of its cool certainty. "Still wet. If you intend looking for its rider, Sheriff, you'd best not waste time." Keen Ralston let out a dry, rasping chuckle, the sound like stones rattling in a dry gourd. His weathered face creased into a network of leathery wrinkles. "Well now, Miss Duval, ain't often we get ourselves a schoolmarm knows fresh blood when she sees it." The comment held a rough sort of curiosity, perhaps a touch of challenge. Claire Duval met Keen's gaze directly, without flinching, without apology. The weight behind her green eyes seemed momentarily heavier, shadowed by some past experience, but her voice remained steady. "I grew up on a cattle ranch back in Kansas, Mr. Ralston. I've seen my share of animals cut up. And men too, sometimes." The simple statement carried a world of implication, hinting at a past perhaps less sheltered than her profession suggested. Rip ignored the brief exchange, his attention drawn downward. He knelt beside the claybank's foreleg, his gaze fixed on the mud caked thick around the hoof. Embedded within the drying mud, catching the last rays of sun, were tiny flecks of something that sparkled dully. Mica. Quartz. He scraped at the caked mud with his thumbnail, loosening a small clump. The grit crumbled under his touch, rough and distinctive. "River gravel," he said softly, almost to himself, the words barely audible above the wind's sigh. He rubbed the grit between his thumb and forefinger. "Coarse stuff. From the Rake's dry bed west of the bend." Cliff swore under his breath, a low guttural sound. "Damn it, Rip. That's ambush country. Narrow banks, plenty of rock cover." Rip was already rising, already moving toward the livery stable at the end of the street, his worn boots kicking up small clouds of the ever-present dust. The pieces were falling into place, forming a grim, ugly picture. Sturgill, the creek claim, Polar's Greed, the ambush spot. "Saddle up, Keen Cliff," he commanded, his voice tight with purpose. "We'll follow the riverbed upstream. Danny, you take care of this horse." Behind him, as he strode away with grim determination, Claire Duval called out, her voice carrying clearly down the dusty street. "Sheriff." He stopped, turned, his shadow stretching long behind him. He met her gaze across the intervening distance. Her face, framed by that striking hair, was largely unreadable, a mask of composure. But those green eyes held a distinct shadow now, something deeper than mere observation. Was it grief he saw there, or perhaps a warning? "The last schoolteacher here?" she asked, her tone strangely level, yet freighted with unspoken meaning. "Miss Adams. Did she leave suddenly?" Something in the quiet intensity of her question, the way she held his gaze, made the fine hairs on the back of Rip's neck prickle. A sudden cold unease washed over him, unrelated to Sturgill. "She did," he confirmed curtly. "Left a note. Said she got homesick, was heading back east to family." Claire Duval's lips pressed together, forming a thin, resolute line. Her fingers tightened visibly on the handle of her carpetbag, her knuckles showing white for an instant. "Funny," she said, her voice dropping slightly yet losing none of its clarity. "She wrote my aunt just last month. Said she'd found a home here. Said she'd never leave Tonka City." The silence stretched between them, heavy and thick as the oppressive heat, thick as the dust settling back onto the street. Somewhere nearby, a loose shutter banged rhythmically against a wall, the sound like a slow, measured heartbeat counting down to something inevitable. Rip felt a new layer of cold settle over the grim task ahead. Finally, he touched the brim of his hat, a curt, almost dismissive gesture, yet not entirely unkind. Acknowledgement, if not agreement. "Welcome to Tonka City, Miss Duvall." He turned back toward the livery without another word. Keen fell into step beside him, his spurs jingling faintly, a familiar metallic counterpoint to the wind's moan. "You thinkin' what I'm thinkin', Rip?" Keen asked quietly, his gaze sharp. Rip's hand brushed the smooth walnut grip of the Colt holstered at his hip, its weight a familiar, grounding presence, a promise of finality. "I'm thinking," he replied, his voice low and hard as granite, "that Ben Polar's about to sorely regret the day he decided to cross this town." Behind them, forgotten for the moment, the lathered claybank let out another long, mournful whinny into the dying light. It was a sound that echoed the emptiness of the saddle, a lonely cry that seemed to know, with chilling certainty, that its rider wasn't ever coming home. Okay, here is the expanded first part of Chapter 2, focusing on the scene at the Rake River bed, written in a style reminiscent of Zane Grey, and aiming for over 1,000 words. Chapter 3. The moon, a curved blade of bone-white brilliance hung high in the vast, star-pricked expanse of the night sky, did little to soften the harsh desolation of the Rake River's dry bed. It was a cold, indifferent light, casting jagged, menacing shadows that writhed like snakes across the tumbled rocks and pale gravel. The air, thin and sharp at this elevation, carried the clean scent of sage crushed underfoot, and the faint, damp smell of earth where the river had once flowed with purpose. Now, only a memory of water remained, leaving behind a scar upon the land, a winding channel of stone and sand that snaked through the oppressive silence of the Badlands. The wind, having died down from its earlier moaning, whispered now through the sparse skeletal brush clinging to the banks, a sound like the ghosts of forgotten prospectors sighing over lost claims. Sheriff Rip Campbell knelt beside the still form, sprawled awkwardly amongst the river stones. The moonlight, unforgiving in its clarity, illuminated the scene with stark precision. Elias Sturgill lay face up, his eyes wide and staring sightlessly at the uncaring stars, his familiar weathered face frozen in a final rictus of surprise or agony. The cause of death was brutally obvious. A single, neat bullet hole punctuated the center of his forehead, unnervingly precise, the edges dark and still disturbingly sticky in the cool night air. Rip's fingers, steady despite the grim task, hovered inches above the wound, his gaze sharp and analytical. He didn't need to probe. The work was clean, efficient, devoid of passion. Execution. 30-30, Rip stated flatly, his voice low, barely disturbing the profound quiet. The statement hung in the air, heavy with implication. He'd seen that kind of shot before. Not the work of a common bushwhacker or a panicked robber. This was the mark of a shooter who knew his weapon, knew his business. Keen Ralston, standing just behind Rip, shifted his weight, the gravel crunching loudly under his worn boots. He spat a dark stream of tobacco juice into the dirt nearby, the sound sharp, contemptuous. His weathered face, etched deeper by shadow and moonlight, was a mask of grim certainty. "Deck Kugler," Keen rasped, the name dropping like a stone into the silence. "Ain't another man in this whole damn territory can place a Winchester shot that neat, at 200 yards, maybe more. Especially not in light like this." He squinted up towards the dark ridge flanking the riverbed to the north. Polar's hired gun. Damn him. Cliff Bristow, his bulky frame silhouetted against the moonlit sky, shifted uncomfortably, his boots scuffing restlessly against the smooth river stones. He peered intently at the ridge Keen indicated, a rugged spine of rock studded with boulders and stunted juniper. "Reckon Polar's got him posted up in that rock outcropping yonder," Cliff rumbled, his voice thick with anger. He jerked his chin toward a particularly dense cluster of shadows high on the ridge, where tumbled boulders formed a perfect natural blind, commanding a clear field of fire down into the riverbed. "Gives him a perfect line of sight, straight down this channel. Sturgill wouldn't have seen it comin'. Wouldn't have stood a chance." Jim Bristow, Cliff's younger brother, who had been quietly examining the ground around the body, let out a low sound, part grunt, part sigh. He was slighter than Cliff, quieter, his movements more deliberate as he scanned the area for tracks, his eyes missing little. "They planned it good, Sheriff." "Cold." Rip didn't answer immediately. His attention had shifted from the fatal head wound. He was staring intently at Sturgill's left hand, which lay near his side, fingers curled tightly inward, clenched in a death grip around something. Rip reached down carefully, his touch gentle despite the hardness setting in his own features. Sturgill's fingers were stiffening rapidly in the cool night air, resisting his pressure. With slow, steady force, Rip pried the rigid fingers open one by one. Nestled in the palm, stark against the pale, cooling flesh, lay a small scrap of fabric. Coarse wool, dyed a distinctive ugly shade of green, torn raggedly from what looked like a jacket sleeve. Jim Bristow leaned closer, letting out a low, sharp whistle that cut through the night. "Well, I'll be damned. If that ain't Polar's crew's colors." His voice trailed off, but the implication was clear. "Every man jack of 'em wears them damned green wool jackets. Like some kinda uniform." The wind chose that moment to pick up again, swirling down from the high ridges, carrying the clean scent of sage mixed now with something heavier, something metallic and cloying. The undeniable smell of fresh blood, Sturgill's lifeblood, soaking into the thirsty gravel beneath him. The claybank horse, tethered a short distance away to a sturdy greasewood bush, stamped its feet nervously and snorted, pulling back against the reins, its nostrils flaring wide as it caught the scent of death on the night air. The animal knew. It had carried the scent away from this place, a frantic messenger bearing tidings of murder. Rip Campbell stood abruptly, straightening to his full height, his shadow stretching long and stark across the moonlit stones. The grim puzzle pieces were locking into place. Kugler, the sharpshooter on the ridge. At least one other man wearing Polar's green, down here with Sturgill, close enough for the victim to grab hold in a final desperate struggle. An ambush, plain and simple. Cold-blooded and calculated. He turned to the others, his voice regaining its sharp edge of command, pushing aside the grimness of the discovery, focusing on the task ahead. "Ralston, you're the best tracker. Get up on that ridge. See if you can find Kugler's brass. Check those rocks for shells, spent cartridges, any sign he left behind." He pointed towards the river banks. "Jim, Cliff, scout the banks both sides. Look for tracks. Hoofprints, bootprints, anything. Polar wouldn't have sent just Kugler. The man who tore this jacket wasn't up on that ridge. He was down here. Find where he came from, where he went." As the Bristow brothers moved off into the shadows, their figures becoming indistinct against the dark brush lining the riverbed, Keen lingered for a moment. He stepped closer to Rip, his weathered face tight, his eyes troubled in the moonlight. "You know what this means, don't you, Rip?" he asked quietly, his gravelly voice barely above a whisper. "Polar ain't just pushin' for water rights no more. He ain't just bullyin' folks off their claims." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. "This here, killin' Sturgill like this, it's a declaration." Rip's thumb rubbed slowly, methodically, along the rough texture of the green fabric scrap clutched in his hand. He stared down at the lifeless form of Elias Sturgill, a good man, stubborn maybe but honest, struck down for defending what was rightfully his. A cold, hard knot formed in Rip's chest, a mixture of anger and grim resolve. He met Keen's worried gaze, his own eyes like chips of ice. "Yeah," he agreed, his voice flat, devoid of emotion, yet carrying the unmistakable ring of certainty. War. Chapter 4. The ride back to Tonka City was a grim procession under the cold, watchful eye of the moon. The silence between the men was heavy, punctuated only by the rhythmic plodding of hooves on the packed earth, the occasional jingle of spurs, and the soft creak of saddle leather. Each man was locked in his own thoughts. The image of Elias Sturgill, lying pale and still in the moonlight, seared into their minds. The discovery of the green fabric scrap, clutched tight in the dead man's hand, had shifted the grim reality from mere suspicion to near certainty. Ben Polar hadn't just hired a killer. His own men were directly involved, close enough to touch, close enough to tear a piece from. The wind, which had whispered secrets at the riverbed, now seemed to follow them, swirling dust devils in their wake, moaning a low dirge through the skeletal fingers of chala cactus lining the trail. It felt like the land itself held its breath, waiting for the inevitable storm of violence Sturgill's murder had unleashed. As Tonka City's few scattered lights pierced the oppressive darkness ahead, it was clear the town was far from asleep. Word, carried perhaps by the wind itself, or maybe just by the palpable sense of dread that had followed the Claybank's arrival, had spread faster than a prairie fire consuming dry grass. The Mineral Saloon, usually settling into a late-night stupor by this hour, blazed with light from every dusty window. Its muted roar was different tonight, not the boisterous sound of miners and cowboys letting off steam, but a low, angry hum of tension, the collective growl of a disturbed hive. Rip Campbell pushed through the batwing doors first. Keene and the Bristow brothers closed behind him. The wave of heat, stale air, and suppressed anger hit them like a physical blow. The saloon was packed, shoulder to shoulder, but the usual raucous energy was absent. Gone were the bleary-eyed drunks and hopeful gamblers. Tonight, the faces turned towards the door were hard, set, belonging to tight-lipped ranchers whose livelihoods depended on the same precious water Sturgill had died for, and townsfolk whose fear was a tangible thing, thickening the already smoky air. Eyes, narrowed and questioning, fixed on the sheriff, demanding answers he carried like lead weights in his gut. The piano in the corner stood starkly silent, its yellowed keys gleaming faintly under the lantern light, a forgotten vessel of merriment in a sea of grim anticipation. At a corner table, seemingly detached yet undeniably present, sat Claire Duvall. A half-empty cup of coffee, long gone cold, rested on the scarred wood before her, her hands clasped around it as if drawing some meager warmth or steadiness. Her posture was still ramrod straight, but the weariness was more evident now in the faint shadows beneath her sharp green eyes. She watched, missing nothing, as Rip and his posse shouldered their way towards the bar, their faces etched with the grim news they bore, their clothes dusted with the trail and the faint chilling scent of the Rake River bed. Haggerty, the saloon's proprietor, a thick-necked man with forearms like oak branches and a perpetually wary expression, leaned over the polished bar, a damp rag paused in its endless circling motion on the wood. He didn't waste time on pleasantries. His voice was low, rough. "Well, Sheriff." The single word hung in the suddenly absolute silence, demanding the truth everyone feared. Rip didn't mince words. He never did. He faced the room, his gaze sweeping over the anxious, angry faces, meeting the eyes of ranchers he'd known for years, men whose fortunes rose and fell with the rain and the river. "Sturgill's dead," he announced, his voice cutting through the tense quiet, clear and final. "Ambushed out at the rake. Shot clean through." A low murmur rippled through the crowded room, a collective intake of breath, a rustle of movement as men shifted their weight, hands instinctively moving closer to worn holsters. Claire Duvall's fingers tightened visibly around her coffee cup, her knuckles showing white. She had known Sturgill only briefly, perhaps just a nod on the street, but she felt the shockwave of his violent end resonate through the room, through the very foundations of this fragile town. Haggerty's rag resumed its circling, faster now, harder than necessary, betraying the tension coiling beneath his burly exterior. Polar. The name was barely a whisper, yet it echoed the certainty in every man's heart. "His boys sure as hell," Rip confirmed. He reached into his coat pocket and tossed the scrap of green wool onto the bar. It landed softly, an innocuous piece of fabric imbued with deadly significance. Found this clutched in Sturgill's hand. He then produced the spent brass cartridge Keene had found on the ridge, dropping it beside the cloth scrap. The brass gleamed dully under the lantern light, a small, potent symbol of Deck Kugler's deadly skill. .30 to 30 shell. Kugler's work, no doubt. From the back of the room, a reedy voice piped up. Old man Pritchett, who ran the mercantile across the street, peered through thick spectacles, his face etched with worry. "So what are you fixing to do about it, Sheriff? We can't just let Polar ride roughshod over us. First the Nestors, now Sturgill, who's next?" Rip's gaze swept the room again, pausing for half a heartbeat on Claire Duval before moving on. He saw the fear, the anger, the hunger for immediate retribution simmering just below the surface. He understood it. He felt it himself, a cold fire licking at his own gut. But he was the law. "First light," he declared, his voice firm, leaving no room for argument, "we ride for Polar's line shack up on the North Range. He's likely holed up there with Kugler, and whatever scum he's hired. We'll bring him in." Keene Ralston, leaning against the bar near Rip, shifted his weight, his voice deceptively mild, reasonable. "Might be smart to wait for the circuit judge, Rip. Judge Whitcomb's due in Pomeroy, day after tomorrow. Make it all legal-like. Avoid a range war." Cliff Bristow slammed his massive fist down hard on the bar, making glasses jump and rattle. His face flushed dark with fury. "To hell with legal," he roared, his voice booming through the saloon. "They shot Elias Sturgill down like a damned dog in the road. Left him for the buzzards. Ain't no call to wait for some fancy judge. We ride now." A chorus of angry agreement rose from the crowd, a dangerous tide of emotion threatening to crest. Men surged forward, voices rising, demanding action, demanding vengeance. But Rip Campbell cut through the rising clamor, his voice sharp, cracking like a whip. "We do this right," he commanded, his authority silencing the room once more. "We bring Polar in. Alive, if possible. We let the territory see what kind of man he is. Let the law handle it." He held their gaze, forcing them to meet his, challenging their raw anger with cold reason. "We don't become the same animals we're hunting." In the ensuing quiet, Claire Duval carefully set her coffee cup down on the table. The soft click of ceramic on wood seemed unnaturally loud, drawing several pairs of eyes. She rose slowly, her gaze fixed on the sheriff. "And if he doesn't come quietly, Sheriff?" she asked, her voice clear and steady, cutting through the lingering tension. "If bringing him in means more killing?" The room went utterly still. Every eye was now on Rip, waiting for his answer. He met her direct gaze, seeing not just a question but a challenge, a weighing of the cost. "Then," he replied softly, grimly, "it won't be just Sturgill's blood staining the ground come morning light." Later, much later, after the crowd had dispersed into the uneasy night, some returning to their homes with fear as a bedfellow, others lingering in tense knots on the street, Rip stepped out onto the boardwalk for a breath of cooler air. The wind had picked up again, sighing through the eaves, carrying the scent of dust and distant rain. As he passed the darkened windows of the boarding house, Claire Duval stepped out from the shadows, catching his arm gently but firmly. The lantern light spilling from the saloon doorway caught the gold fire in her hair and threw the sharp, intelligent angles of her face into relief. "You're making a mistake, Sheriff," she said, her voice low, urgent, meant for his ears alone. Rip stopped, turning to face her. He regarded her steadily, his face unreadable in the gloom. "How's that, Miss Duval?" "Polar," she stated simply, her conviction absolute. "He won't be at that line shack." She moved a step closer, lowering her voice further. "He's too smart for that, too careful. You'll ride into a trap. You might find his men, Kugler maybe, men he can afford to lose. But Polar himself, he'll be elsewhere, watching, waiting to see how you play your hand." Rip studied her intently, a flicker of skepticism crossing his features. You sound awful certain for a schoolteacher just arrived in town. A shadow, brief but profound, crossed her face, extinguishing some of the fire in her eyes, replacing it with a haunted look. I told you, I grew up on a ranch. I've seen how men like Polar operate. They use others to do their dirty work, stay clean themselves. She hesitated, then her gaze sharpened again, locking onto his. And I knew Miss Adams. We taught together back in Kansas before she came west. She wrote me letters. Detailed letters. She wouldn't have just packed up and left without a word to me. Not after what she was starting to uncover. The unspoken accusation hung heavy and cold between them, more chilling than the night wind. Rip's jaw tightened. You got something specific to say, Miss Duvall. I suggest you say it plain. Claire's green eyes seemed to burn into his, fueled by a conviction that went beyond mere intuition. I think Polar killed her, she stated baldly, the words stark and brutal in the quiet night. Just like he killed Sturgill tonight. Because she knew too much, or was about to find out. And if you ride into that shack tomorrow morning, guns blazing without a proper plan, thinking you've got him cornered, you'll end up just as dead as they are. Somewhere down the darkened street, the loose shutter banged again in the rising wind. The sound was like a single, final gunshot, punctuating her warning. Rip held her gaze for a long moment, weighing her words, sensing the truth in her fear, yet bound by his duty by the evidence he held. He touched the brim of his hat again, a gesture acknowledging her concern, even if he couldn't heed her warning. Appreciate the concern, ma'am, he said gruffly. But this ain't my first dance with trouble. He turned and walked away down the boardwalk, his boots echoing hollowly on the worn planks, heading towards the grim preparations for the dawn ride. Claire Duvall's voice followed him, soft but carrying with chilling clarity on the wind. No, Sheriff. But it might be your last. She watched him go, a solitary figure merging with the shadows. Then she turned and looked back through the saloon window. Inside, the lamps still burned, casting a lonely glow on the empty tables. At the poker table where the game had been so abruptly interrupted, Keen Ralston sat alone, staring blankly at the scattered cards. The dead man's hand, aces and eights, still lay where he'd left it hours before, staring up at the smoke-stained ceiling like the sightless eyes in a corpse's face. Okay, here's the expanded first part of Chapter 3, focusing on the dawn investigation at the Rake River, written in a style reminiscent of Zane Grey, and aiming for over 1,000 words. Chapter 5. Dawn broke over the vast, sleeping expanse of the Rake River basin, not with gentle pastels, but with a savage, bloody beauty. Streaks of raw crimson and angry ochre clawed at the receding indigo of night, painting the towering sandstone cliffs in hues of rust and flame. The air, sharp and cold from the night's passage, held a crystalline stillness, broken only by the distant lonely cry of a hawk circling high above on unseen currents. The moon, now a pale ghost relinquishing its reign, faded in the growing light that spilled across the rugged land, revealing every harsh line, every deep shadow, every stone and stunted bush in stark relief. This was a land of unforgiving edges, where beauty and brutality walked hand in hand, and the sunrise itself felt like a warning. Sheriff Rip Campbell crouched low amongst the brittle gray-green leaves of the scrub oak that clung stubbornly to the base of the ridge, the same ridge where Deck Kugler had likely rested his rifle just hours before. The chill of the morning seeped through his worn denims, but he seemed oblivious. His focus was absolute, centered on the small brass cylinder resting in his palm. He ran his thumb slowly, thoughtfully, along the shell casing's grooved base, feeling the faint indentations left by the rifle's firing pin. The rising sun, clearing the eastern peaks, caught the stamped lettering, making it gleam momentarily, .30 to 30 Winchester. Deck Kugler's calling card, as definitive as a signed confession in this desolate place. The brass felt cool against Rip's skin, yet it carried the phantom heat of its recent violent discharge, a tangible link to the act of murder. He turned it over, examining the ejected mouth, still faintly smudged with black powder residue, smelling faintly of sulfur and death. A low whisper, barely disturbing the profound morning quiet, carried through the dry air from further up the rocky slope. "Found 2 more up here, Rip." Tucked in a crevice, like he swept 'em neat. Keen Ralston emerged from behind a cluster of jagged boulders, his movements economical, blending with the landscape. He held up 2 identical brass casings between his gnarled fingers, letting the early sun glint off them. Fresh ejections, all right. Mouth still black. He knelt beside Rip, placing the shells carefully beside the first one on a flat rock. "Fired from a stationary position, just like we figured." He weren't rushed. Took his time. Picked his spot, waited, and did his business. Keen spat thoughtfully into the dust. Cold work. Below them, moving with the quiet intensity of a predator tracking prey, Jim Bristow worked his way along the disturbed gravel of the riverbed where Sturgill had fallen. He moved slowly, crouched low, his eyes scanning every pebble, every indentation, every broken twig. He missed nothing, his focus absolute. The others waited, respecting the silence, letting him read the story the ground held. Suddenly, Jim straightened, holding up a length of dark broken leather. It was thick, sturdy, a snapped rein end, frayed where it had parted under sudden violent strain. "Rider came at him hard from the north bank," Jim called up, his voice carrying clearly in the still air. "Came out of them cottonwoods over there." He pointed to a dense thicket, clinging to the opposite bank. "Looks like Sturgill tried to wheel the clay bank, maybe make a run for it back towards town, but this fella cut him off, turned him right into the line of fire from the ridge." Jim walked back towards the body's original position, pointing out scuffed earth and deeper hoof prints. "Drove him into the kill zone like a steer into a chute. Sturgill never had a prayer." Rip's knuckles whitened momentarily around the shell casing in his hand. The grim picture sharpened, etching itself onto his mind with chilling clarity. Kugler, the patient sharpshooter, nestled comfortably among the rocks above, rifle steady, eye keen. Down below, at least one other rider, the man whose jacket Sturgill had grabbed, deliberately herding the victim into the prearranged field of fire. This wasn't just murder. It was a coordinated attack, executed with almost military precision. It spoke of planning, of ruthlessness, of men who knew the grim mechanics of ambush. Too precise, too coordinated for common outlaws fighting over a poker game or a stolen horse. This reeked of something colder, something orchestrated. Cliff Bristow, standing near the tethered claybank, which had calmed somewhat with the familiar presence of the men, voiced the thought aloud, his voice thick with dawning horror and outrage. That ain't just murder, Rip. That's a damn execution. An ambush, laid by somebody who's done this kind of thing before. More than once, I'd wager." His gaze swept the silent, watching cliffs, a new understanding hardening his features. This wasn't just about water rights anymore. It felt bigger, darker. The wind shifted then, a cool draft swirling down from the northeast, carrying with it a scent that didn't belong in this clean, wild place, the acrid, greasy smell of wood smoke, tinged with the aroma of frying bacon. It was faint, distant, but unmistakable. Rip's head snapped up, his senses instantly alert, his gaze locking onto the undulating line of hills miles away in the direction the scent originated. His eyes narrowed, scanning the horizon. "Chimney smoke," he stated flatly. He pointed. "Coming from over yonder. Northeast." Keen followed his gaze. "Polar's line shack. Tucked back in them hills." Rip nodded slowly, the pieces clicking into place with grim finality. Kugler and the rider below hadn't just melted back into the landscape. They had a destination. A refuge. A place to report their success. The line shack. He pocketed the shell casings, the weight of the brass a cold promise in his coat. Sturgill's murder wasn't just an isolated act of violence. It was the opening salvo in a war Polar had clearly declared, and the enemy's stronghold was just over the horizon, marked by a plume of smoke rising defiantly into the clear morning sky. The time for grieving, for puzzling over clues, was over. The hunt was on. Okay, here's the expanded second part of Chapter 3, continuing from the decision to head back to town, written in a style reminiscent of Zane Grey and aiming for over 1,000 words. Chapter 6. The ride back from the Rake River bed felt different. The grim discovery had solidified their purpose, replacing the gnawing uncertainty with cold, hard resolve. The sun climbed higher, burning off the dawn chill, promising another day of relentless heat, but the men barely noticed. They rode with grim determination, the image of the distant smoke plume from Polar's lion shack etched in their minds. That smoke was a beacon, an arrogant signal from the men who had left Elias Sturgill staring sightlessly at the sky. Back in Tonka City, the news of their findings at the river, the confirmation of Sturgill's murder, the signs of a calculated ambush, spread through the tense town like wind through dry grass. The mineral saloon, having briefly emptied as men snatched hurried breakfasts or checked their stock, began to fill again, but the mood remained somber, watchful. Haggerty had cleared the back room, usually reserved for high-stakes poker games or private meetings, setting out a bottle of rye and a few glasses that remained untouched. The air in the small, windowless room was thick with the lingering smells of old cigar smoke, gun oil, and spilled whiskey, the familiar perfume of frontier business. A single lantern cast a pool of yellow light onto the scarred oak table, leaving the corners shrouded in shadow. Rip Campbell carefully arranged the evidence they'd gathered in the center of that pool of light. Each item lay stark against the dark wood, a silent, damning indictment. The 3 spent .30 to 30 shell casings, their brass dulled but potent. The ragged scrap of green wool fabric, coarse and stained, torn from a killer's jacket. And the snapped leather rein end, testament to Sturgill's final, futile attempt to flee. They formed a small, grim collection, the sum total of a good man's life extinguished by greed. Across the table, Marshal Benton from Pomeroy leaned forward, his considerable bulk testing the limits of the sturdy chair. Benton was a man shaped by the territory, broad-shouldered, florid-faced, with a thick silver mustache that twitched perpetually, as if constantly sensing trouble on the wind. He represented the official arm of the law, dispatched from the county seat whenever trouble flared too high for local sheriffs to handle alone. He poked uncertainly at one of the shell casings with a thick finger, his bushy eyebrows climbing towards his receding hairline. "Circumstantial, Rip," Benton pronounced, his voice carrying the weight of bureaucratic caution. He tapped the .30 to 30 casing again. "This ties Kugler to the scene, sure enough. Man's reputation with that rifle precedes him clear across the territory." He sighed, a gusty sound in the small room. "But proving Polar ordered it. Proving conspiracy based on a scrap of cloth and Kugler's known associations?" He shook his head slowly, his expression dubious. "A good lawyer, and Polar can afford the best, will tear that apart in court. He'll claim Kugler was hunting, or that Sturgill attacked his man first." From near the room's only door, which leaned slightly ajar, letting in a sliver of the main saloon's noise, Claire Duval spoke. She stood with her arms folded, leaning against the doorframe, a figure of quiet intensity amidst the rough-hewn men. The morning light, filtering indirectly from the saloon, caught the sharp planes of her face, highlighting the intelligence in her steady green eyes. She hadn't sought entry to this council of war, but neither had she been excluded. Her presence felt necessary. "What about the schoolteacher, Marshal?" she asked, her voice calm but cutting through Benton's cautious pronouncements. Benton straightened, turning his bulk towards her, surprise flickering across his face. Claire met his gaze levelly. "Miss Adams. She disappeared without a trace just over a month ago. Coincidentally, the very same week Polar's men began aggressively harassing the Homestead families near her schoolhouse out by the Rake." Benton's bushy eyebrows climbed even higher, disappearing into the wrinkles on his forehead. "Miss Duval, are you suggesting—" "I'm stating facts, Marshal," Claire interrupted firmly, pushing away from the doorframe and stepping further into the room. The light caught the determined set of her jaw. 3 homesteads along the Rake were abandoned last month. Families just packed up and left, scared off by threats and midnight visits. All 3 families had school-aged children who attended Miss Adams's classes. She gestured towards the grim collection on the table. Now Elias Sturgill, whose land holds the key water rights Polar needs, is found murdered, executed. That's not coincidence, Marshal. It's a pattern. A deliberate, ruthless pattern. Keen Ralston, sitting quietly in a shadowed corner, had been shuffling a worn deck of cards with practiced hands, the soft riffling sound a strangely soothing counterpoint to the tense discussion. The cards whispered against each other like dry leaves, or perhaps like rattlesnakes coiling to strike. Polar's clearing the land, Keen murmured, his voice a low drawl, his eyes fixed on the cards. Always been his way. Pushy. Greedy. First, he runs off the nesters, the smallholders he deems inconvenient. Makes it look like they just gave up. He dealt a card, face up, onto the table beside the evidence. The ace of spades. Death. Now, Keen continued, his gaze lifting briefly to meet Rip's, he's moving on the water. Sturgill stood in his way. Rip picked up the scrap of green fabric, rubbing it between his fingers again, feeling its coarse texture. He looked from the fabric to the shell casings, then met Benton's gaze across the table. Claire's words, Keen's insight, they solidified the cold certainty that had been growing since dawn. Polar wouldn't stop. He couldn't be allowed to. We hit the line shack, Rip stated, his voice devoid of doubt. Noon. Kugler and the others, they'll be resting up after their night's work. They won't be expecting visitors in broad daylight. Marshal Benton straightened his coat, adjusting his string tie, the picture of procedural correctness. Now hold on, Rip. Protocol dictates we wait for the circuit judge. I can have Judge Whitcomb here by... No. Rip's voice cracked like a whip, sharp and final, cutting off the marshal's adherence to the book. Years of dealing with frontier justice, or the lack thereof, had taught him the cost of delay. By the time your judge gets his boots dusty riding over from Pomeroy, Polar will have every potential witness bought, buried, or run clear out of the territory. We know where Kugler is now. We have the evidence now. He shifted his gaze to meet Claire's intense stare across the room. You still think Polar won't be there, Miss Duvall? Claire folded her arms again, her expression thoughtful, unwavering. No, Sheriff, I don't think he'll be there, she reiterated calmly. But I think his men will be. And I think they'll be expecting you. She paused, letting her words sink in. I think if you ride in shooting, aiming to drag Kugler out dead or alive, based on this evidence, you'll only play into Polar's hands. You'll give him exactly what he needs, to paint you and the citizens of Tonka City as nothing more than vigilantes, taking the law into your own hands. The small room went utterly still. The weight of her logic, her cool assessment of Polar's likely strategy, hung heavy in the air. Outside the slightly open door, the low hum of the saloon seemed distant, muted. A wagon wheel creaked mournfully as it rolled past on the street, the sound emphasizing the isolation of their counsel. Benton looked uncomfortable, his procedural world challenged by this woman's sharp insight. Keen stopped shuffling his cards. Rip considered her words, turning them over in his mind. She was right about the risk, about how Polar could twist the narrative. But inaction was a greater risk. Letting Kugler slip away, letting the trail go cold while waiting for a judge who might already be in Polar's pocket, that wasn't an option. He slid his Colt Peacemaker from its holster, checked the cylinder with practiced efficiency, then slid it back home, the soft click echoing in the silence. Then we do it quiet, he conceded, adapting his plan. We go in smart. Surround the shack. Call them out. Give them the chance to surrender. He looked directly at Claire. But make no mistake, Miss Duvall. We are going. The finality in his tone left no further room for debate. The decision was made. The die was cast. Chapter 7. The air held a sharp, pre-winter bite as Rip Campbell and Jim Bristow moved through the broken country towards the line shack. The sky overhead was a vast, indifferent canvas of steel gray, threatening snow, the sun a weak disk offering little warmth. They kept low, using the contours of a winding gully choked with brittle sage and thorny mesquite for cover. The ground underfoot was a mix of loose scree and snow-rotten earth, demanding careful footing to avoid sending stones skittering or snapping dry twigs. The greasy smoke Rip had spotted earlier still curled from the shack's haphazard stone chimney, a dark plume against the gray sky, carrying the unwelcome scent of burnt beans and unwashed men on the cold wind. It was a signal fire of sorts, broadcasting occupancy, perhaps even arrogance. They moved with the practiced silence of men accustomed to hostile territory, communicating with brief hand signals, their breathing controlled despite the thin air and the tension coiling tight in their chests. Rip led the way, his Winchester held ready across his body, his senses straining, reading the terrain, listening for any unnatural sound, the snort of a horse, the clink of metal, a voice carried on the wind. Jim followed close behind, his own rifle held at the ready, his eyes constantly scanning their back trail and the surrounding ridges. The silence was profound, broken only by the sighing of the wind through the sparse pines and the distant caw of a crow circling high above, a black speck against the vast cold sky. Finally, the gully deepened and curved, bringing them within sight of their objective. The line shack squatted low against the hillside, a crude structure of rough-hewn logs chinked poorly with mud, looking more like a den than a dwelling. Its single window was a dark, grimy eye staring blankly out at the desolate landscape. The smoke from the chimney puffed intermittently now, thicker, greasier. Someone inside was feeding the fire. Staying deep within the gully's cover, Rip signaled Jim to hold position. He crept forward alone, moving from the shadow of one boulder to the next, until he reached a point almost directly below the shack, shielded by a thick clump of juniper. From here, he could just peer over the lip of the gully towards the grimy window pane. He raised his head slowly, cautiously. Inside, figures moved against the flickering orange glow of the hearth fire. One silhouette was unmistakable, tall, almost lanky, with slightly sloping shoulders. The man turned partially towards the window as Rip watched, revealing the profile of Deck Kugler. He wore the same green wool jacket they'd found a scrap of clutched in Sturgill's hand. Kugler seemed relaxed, lounging near the fire, gesturing with one hand as if telling a story. Another man sat hunched on a stool nearby, his back to the window, and Rip caught the brief movement of a third figure deeper within the shack's shadows. Jim Bristow crawled up beside Rip, his breath fogging slightly in the cold air. "See him?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. Rip nodded grimly. "Kugler's there. Looks like 3 inside by the sound and sight." Jim's fingers tightened, almost imperceptibly, near the trigger guard of his rifle. His eyes held a dangerous gleam, the memory of his murdered cousin Sturgill fueling a cold fire within him. "Just 3, he breathed. "We could take 'em now, Rip. Rush the door, before they even know." A sharp, metallic click sounded directly behind them, loud as a gunshot in the tense silence. A rifle hammer, being drawn back. Cold steel pressed hard between Rip's shoulder blades. "Before they what, Bristow?" a voice drawled, low and menacing, laced with chilling amusement. "Spill their coffee?" Rip froze. Every muscle went rigid. He recognized that voice, that particular brand of cold-blooded swagger. Lyle Mercer. Ben Polar's chief enforcer, a man known for his quick temper and quicker gun, rumored to enjoy his work far too much. Slowly, deliberately, Mercer stepped out from the dense scrub oak lining the gully rim just behind them, his boots making no sound on the soft earth. He held a big Remington repeating rifle, leveled rock-steady, its dark muzzle aimed squarely at Jim Bristow's spine. Mercer wasn't smiling, but his eyes held a glint of cruel satisfaction. He hadn't stumbled upon them. He'd been waiting. Watching. Claire Duval's warning echoed starkly in Rip's mind. He'll be elsewhere, watching. As if summoned by Mercer's appearance, two more figures materialized from the rocks further up the gully, emerging like phantoms from the landscape. Both wore the same ugly green jackets. Both carried rifles, held loosely but ready. They flanked Mercer, cutting off any chance of retreat. They were trapped. Caught clean, like amateurs walking into a baited snare. Loud, booming laughter erupted from within the line shack, shattering the outdoor quiet. Deck Kugler's voice followed, carrying easily through the thin walls. Hell, Lyle, don't keep him out there enjoying the scenery. Bring our company inside. I want to see Sheriff Parnell's face when he realizes just how bad he's played this hand. Mercer's rifle barrel jabbed sharply, painfully, between Rip's shoulder blades, forcing him forward. You heard the man. Move. Nice and slow. His voice was flat, devoid of the earlier amusement, replaced now by cold command. The interior of the shack assaulted the senses. It reeked of unwashed bodies, stale sweat, burnt beans, and cheap whiskey. The air was stiflingly hot from the roaring fire in the stone hearth, contrasting sharply with the biting cold outside. Kugler lounged insolently in a crudely made chair near the flames, his long legs stretched out comfortably towards the heat. A half-cleaned Winchester rifle, the .30-30, leaned casually against the chair arm within easy reach. He grinned as Rip and Jim were prodded inside, his yellowed teeth prominent in the flickering firelight. Well now, Sheriff, Kugler drawled, his eyes sweeping over Rip with mocking appraisal. Ain't this just cozy? Droppin' in for a neighborly visit? Rip's gaze swept the room quickly, assessing the situation. Kugler by the fire. Mercer and the two green jackets behind them, blocking the door. And a third man Rip hadn't clearly seen from outside, sitting on a stool in the far corner, methodically whittling a stick with a bowie knife, seemingly indifferent to their arrival. Rip's eyes narrowed. It wasn't Ben Polar. Claire Duvall had been right. Polar wasn't here. This wasn't the command post. It was the reception committee. A deadly one. Kugler, perceptive despite his casual posture, followed Rip's searching gaze and let out another bark of laughter, louder this time, harsher. Oh, lookin' for the boss, he taunted, leaning forward conspiratorially, the firelight carving deep, sinister hollows beneath his cheekbones and eyes. Nah, he ain't here, Sheriff. Ben had more important business to attend to, back in town. He paused, letting the implication hang in the stifling air, watching Rip's reaction with keen, malicious interest. Real important business, like maybe paying a little call on that pretty new schoolmarm of yours. Miss Duvall, ain't it? Claire. The name hit Rip like a physical blow. A cold dread, far sharper than the fear for his own life, washed over him. His hand twitched instinctively towards the Colt still holstered at his hip, a useless, ingrained reflex. Mercer's rifle immediately dug harder into his ribs, a brutal reminder of his helplessness. Kugler saw the reaction, saw the flicker of fear in Rip's eyes, and his grin widened, savoring the moment. He stood up slowly, unfolding his lanky frame until he towered over them, radiating menace. Yeah, Ben figured you'd come blundering out here first, Kugler continued, his voice dripping with contempt. Sent us out to welcome you properly. Man's a damn chess player, Ben is. Always 3 moves ahead of fools like you. He picked up his Winchester, running a greasy cloth slowly down the long barrel, polishing the steel until it gleamed wickedly in the firelight. He held Rip's gaze, his eyes cold and flat. Now, he said softly, the earlier mockery gone, replaced by something colder, deadlier. Let's you and me have us a little chat. About Sturgill. About land. And maybe, his voice dropped to a near whisper, about what really happened to poor Miss Adams. Outside the flimsy walls of the shack, the wind rose again, howling down from the high country like a hungry wolf. It carried the first icy promise of a real winter storm. And somewhere in its lonely, desolate cry, Rip Campbell heard the distinct echo of Claire Duvall's warning, bouncing off the canyon walls of his mind. This ain't my first dance. But it might be your last. He was trapped, disarmed, and the enemy knew exactly where to strike next. Chapter 8. The line shack squatted low and mean in the deepening shadow cast by the jagged cliffs that towered over it, a brooding presence against the steel-gray sky. Its rough pine logs, bleached and scoured by relentless seasons of sun and scouring wind, had weathered to a ghostly gray, making the structure seem less built and more like an ancient sun-bleached bone protruding from the harsh landscape. Inside, the air was a suffocating blanket woven from the reek of stale sweat, old fear, and the cloying burnt smell of beans scorched black to the bottom of an iron pot sitting near the hearth. A single, soot-stained oil lamp hanging from a low rafter sputtered and hissed, casting monstrous, elongated shadows that writhed and danced like frantic specters across the rough-hewn log walls, playing tricks on the eye, amplifying the sense of entrapment. Beyond the single, grimy windowpane, coated with layers of dust and neglect, the vast, empty expanse of the Rake River basin stretched desolate and forbidding under a sky heavy with the promise of sleet or snow. Its iron-red sands and tumbled rock formations seemed to whisper grim secrets of forgotten prospectors, claim jumpers, and the broken dreams of men who had challenged this unforgiving land and lost. Deck Kugler paced restlessly before the hearth, a caged predator in his element. Each step was deliberate, punctuated by the sharp, menacing chink of his roweled spurs on the packed earth floor, a sound unnervingly like the dry rattle of a snake coiled to strike. He moved with a lanky sort of grace, his shadow looming large and distorted on the wall behind him. He paused his pacing, only to turn and spit a thick stream of dark tobacco juice directly into the fire. It hit the glowing embers with a sharp hiss, the sound cutting through the thick silence like a whip crack in the cramped, overheated space. "You ain't figured it out yet, have you, Sheriff?" Kugler's lips peeled back from his teeth in something that wasn't quite a grin, revealing the dark gap where an eye tooth was missing. The flickering firelight carved his face into harsh planes and deep shadows, emphasizing the cruelty etched around his eyes and mouth. He stopped pacing, directly in front of Rip, looming over him where Rip sat bound on a low stool. Still thinking this is all about some dried-up creek Sturgill was too stubborn to let go of. He leaned in close, invading Rip's space, his breath a foul, hot gust carrying the stench of cheap whiskey and half-digested rotten meat. The smell was almost as offensive as the man himself. Hell, Polar don't truly care about Sturgill's piddling creek claim, not really. And he sure as hell don't care about that prissy new schoolmarm back in town. Not beyond maybe teaching her a lesson about pocking her nose where it ain't wanted. Kugler's eyes gleamed with malicious satisfaction, enjoying the slow reveal, the twisting of the knife. "This here," he tapped Rip's chest hard with a dirty finger, "this is bigger. This is about the future. This here's about that railroad survey." Rip kept his face a stony mask, betraying nothing, though Kugler's words struck a chord deep inside. Railroad survey. Fragments of conversations overheard, official-looking papers glimpsed on Marshal Benton's desk last month, surveyors sniffing around the rake, their maps marked with bold lines promising steel rails and steam engines cutting through this very basin. He dismissed it then as distant possibility, territorial pipe dreams. Now, the pieces clicked into place with sickening clarity. Polar's land grab wasn't just about water. It was about controlling the path, owning the land before the iron horse arrived to transform it. Rip's pulse, which he fought to keep steady, began to thud against his ribs like a slow, heavy war drum. He kept his hands deliberately loose where they were tied behind his back, ready for any chance, however slim. Hope was a fool's game here, but readiness was instinct. Behind him, Lyle Mercer's rifle barrel pressed harder, grinding between Rip's shoulder blades, the cold steel biting sharply through the fabric of his shirt, a constant brutal reminder of their captive state. "Ben's got contracts waitin'," Mercer added, his voice a low growl confirming Kugler's revelation. "Ironclad. Once them tracks come snacking through this basin, every blessed acre touching the Rake River, every parcel Polar's acquired, will be worth 20 times, maybe more, what them ignorant sodbusters and dry gulch prospectors ever paid for it." Mercer shifted his stance, the rifle unwavering. Progress, Sheriff. That's all it is. You just gotta clear the way for it. Jim Bristow, tied securely to a support post nearby, strained against the rawhide thongs binding his wrists until they cut deep into his flesh. His face, usually mild-mannered, was flushed dark red with helpless fury, his eyes blazing. "So that's your progress," he choked out, his voice cracking, raw not just with anger but with a deeper, more personal pain. "You kill women like Miss Adams. You murder honest ranchers like Sturgill. You drive families off their land. All for Polar's dirty railroad money." He lunged forward against the ropes, his voice rising. "My own cousin was one of them nesters you ran off, Kugler. Frank Miller. Had a wife, a little girl not even 6 years old. They lost everything because of you bastards." The agony in his voice was palpable. "You think I'll stand by and let you butcher more innocents?" Before Jim could say more, Kugler moved with startling speed. He spun and lashed out, backhanding Jim viciously across the mouth. The blow landed with a sickening crack, snapping Jim's head back against the rough log post. Bright red blood welled instantly from a split lip, dripping down his chin and spattering onto the dusty dirt floor in dark, glistening drops. Jim sagged against his bonds, momentarily stunned, tasting his own blood. "We kill," Kugler corrected calmly, wiping the back of his knuckles dismissively on the sleeve of his stained green jacket. A jacket perhaps stained with more than just sweat and grime. His eyes were cold, utterly devoid of remorse. "Whoever Mr. Polar pays us to kill. Whoever he says needs killing. Simple as that. Ain't personal. Just business." He turned back to face Rip, the faint, cruel smile returning to his lips. "And right now, Sheriff, you and your friend here, you're bad for business." Okay, here is the expanded final part of Chapter 4, continuing from the ride back to Tonka City after the line shack fight, written in a style reminiscent of Zane Grey, and adding over 750 words. Chapter 9. The ride back towards the faint, distant promise of Tonka City was a grim passage through a landscape rapidly surrendering to twilight and menace. It became a blur of shared pain, exhaustion, and the cold dread of what they might find. Overhead, the sky had transformed into a bruised, swollen mass of purple-black clouds, rolling in low and heavy from the north, pregnant with the threat of ice and wind. The air grew colder, carrying the sharp electric scent of an approaching storm. For Sheriff Rip Campbell, each jarring hoofbeat sent a fresh throb of agony through the crude bandage Keen had tied around his head. Kugler's bullet had only grazed his scalp, a hair's breadth from ending everything, but the wound pulsed hotly, stubbornly dripping warm blood down his collar, a sticky, unpleasant trickle soaking into his worn shirt, a constant rhythmic reminder of mortality. He ignored it, his focus narrowed, his jaw set against the pain and the rising tide of grim foreboding. Beside him, Cliff Bristow swayed visibly in the saddle, his broad shoulders slumped with exhaustion. His severely burned hands, wrapped in strips of torn cloth scavenged after the fight, were clumsy claws gripping the reins. He held on with the desperate tenacity of a drowning man clinging to driftwood, his face bleached pale as alkali dust under the grim twilight, lines of agony etched deep around his mouth. Yet he uttered no complaint, his stoicism a match for Rip's own, a testament to the harsh necessities of survival in this land. Keen rode watchfully, his eyes scanning the darkening landscape, while Jim, his split lip swollen and crusted with dried blood, kept glancing back, his earlier fury now tempered by a weary vigilance. The victory at the line shack felt hollow, overshadowed by Kugler's chilling words about Polar's business back in town, directed at the new schoolteacher. As they finally crested the last rise overlooking Tonka City, an unnatural stillness gripped the town below, silencing the usual sounds of evening, the distant bark of a dog, the clatter of pans from a kitchen, the murmur of voices. Main Street lay unnaturally quiet, swallowed by lengthening shadows, the silence thick, oppressive, almost suffocating. No welcoming lights glowed in the windows of Pritchett's Mercantile. Its sturdy door was shut tight, barred against the coming night or perhaps something worse. No familiar figures staggered loud and unsteady from the Mineral Saloon, Its bat-wing doors hung closed and lifeless. The entire town seemed deserted, holding its breath, cowering under the weight of the bruised and menacing sky. Only one structure showed any sign of life: the small clapboard schoolhouse at the south end of town. A single lantern burned weakly in its front window, its small flame flickering erratically behind the dusty glass, a tiny, vulnerable pulse in the surrounding gloom, like the fearful heartbeat of the town itself. Keen Ralston reined up his horse so abruptly that the animal tossed its head and snorted clouds of steam into the rapidly cooling air. His weathered face, barely visible under the brim of his hat, tightened. "That ain't right," he muttered, his voice low and gravelly with unease. "Whole town's buttoned up tight, but the schoolhouse, lights on but feels wrong." Rip didn't need Keen to voice the disquiet. A cold fist twisted hard in his gut. Claire. Kugler's taunt echoed in his mind. Important business, like talking to that pretty new schoolmarm. He spurred his horse forward, the others close behind, their weary mounts sensing the sudden urgency. They hit the schoolhouse steps at a near run, dismounting hastily, worn boots pounding a frantic rhythm on the warped wooden planks. The front door stood slightly ajar, not welcomingly, but as if pushed open in haste or violence, a thin sliver of deeper darkness spilling out from within, hinting at chaos. Rip shoved the door open wider and stepped inside, his hand already on the grip of his Colt. The scene that met their eyes stopped them cold. Utter devastation. Small wooden desks lay overturned, their contents spilled across the floor. Children's slates, symbols of nascent learning and hope, lay shattered into jagged black fragments, like broken promises scattered amongst spilled inkwells and torn pages from primers. A map of the territory hung ripped and askew on the wall. Near the pot-bellied stove, which stood cold and dark, a deep, ugly stain marred the pine floorboards. Blood, unmistakably, its edges still dark and wet enough to gleam faintly in the dim lantern light filtering from the window. It wasn't a large pool, but enough to speak of injury, of violence invading this place meant for innocence. "No body," Jim Bristow noted grimly, his voice tight with a dreadful certainty, his eyes scanning the shadowed corners of the room. Cliff, despite his injured hands, bent down stiffly and picked up a small object from near the bloodstain. He held it up in the lantern light, a single brass shell casing glinting dully. He turned it over. .44, he stated flatly, his voice rough. Polar's caliber. He favors that Remington. The implications hung heavy in the violated silence of the room. A fight. Bloodshed. Polar himself had been here. But where was Claire? Then a sound. Faint, almost lost beneath the rising moan of the wind outside. A choked whimper coming from the direction of the small supply closet at the back of the room. Hope, sharp and painful, lanced through Rip. He crossed the room in 3 long strides and wrenched the closet door open, the hinges screaming a protest that echoed the fear clutching his own heart. Curled up tightly behind a large sack of dusty white chalk, hiding in the deepest shadows, was the orphan boy. The half-Comanche child Claire had taken under her wing, the quiet boy with the watchful eyes she'd been patiently teaching to read. His small face was streaked with tears and soot, his dark eyes enormous in his thin face, wide and reflecting sheer animal terror. He flinched violently as the door flew open, pressing himself further back against the rough wall. "They took her," the boy whispered, his voice barely audible, thin and reedy with fear. He stared up at Rip, his body trembling uncontrollably. "The bad men. The ones in the green coats. They took Miss Claire." Rip knelt swiftly beside the child, ignoring the renewed throbbing in his head, ignoring the blood dripping from his brow, the sting sharp and biting in the cold air of the closet. His voice was low, gentle, trying to soothe the boy's terror. "Where, son? Where did they take her?" The boy's small, dirt-stained hand lifted, trembling visibly as he pointed a shaky finger towards the northwest, towards the rugged canyons beyond the town. "To the canyon," he stammered. "Where the old tracks are. The ones nobody uses." His eyes filled with fresh tears as he relived the horror. The lady. Miss Claire, she fought them. Fought hard. She bit one of them on the hand, And the big man, the one they called Polar, he hit her. Hit her hard. The boy's voice dropped even lower, to a terrified, choked whisper, his eyes fixed on Rip's face with dreadful intensity. And Mr. Polar, he told the others, he said, "Save the last bullet for the sheriff." Keen Ralston's jaw tightened, until the bones stood out starkly under his weathered skin. His face was a grim mask in the lantern light. "Damn him," Keen breathed, his voice filled with cold fury. "He knows we'd come after her. He's baiting a trap. Using her to draw you out, Rip." Rip stood slowly, the terrifying image of Claire being struck, being dragged away, fueling a cold, deadly rage within him unlike anything he'd felt before. Polar hadn't just murdered and stolen. He'd violated the sanctuary of the schoolhouse, harmed a woman, and now used her life as bait in his twisted game. The Colt Peacemaker felt like a natural extension of his arm, its polished steel cool against his palm, its weight a heavy, cold comfort. The time for caution, for deliberation, was over. "Then," Rip said, his voice dangerously quiet, flat, yet resonating with deadly intent, "let's not keep Mr. Polar waiting." He turned without another word and strode back towards the door. Keen, Cliff, and Jim followed immediately, their own exhaustion momentarily forgotten, replaced by grim purpose. As they mounted their weary horses outside the violated schoolhouse, the first cold drops of rain began to fall from the bruised and heavy sky. The drops mingled with the fresh blood trickling down Rip's face, washing the dusty schoolhouse steps clean in streaks of pinkish gray. The storm was breaking, mirroring the storm of violence about to engulf them. Somewhere out in the rapidly darkening, rain-swept Badlands, a lone coyote lifted its muzzle to the turbulent sky and howled, a high, lonely, desolate sound that seemed to tear through the very fabric of the night. It might have been the wind, or an animal's lament. Or it might have been a woman screaming. Chapter 10. Rain, which had begun as hesitant drops washing blood from the schoolhouse steps, now fell with relentless fury, sheeting across the desolate Badlands in near-solid silver curtains. Visibility dropped to yards, the drumming on Rip's hat brim a deafening tattoo. The wind howled like a banshee, driving the deluge sideways, turning the faint cattle trails they followed into treacherous slick ribbons of greasy red mud that threatened to suck the horses down with every step. Lightning, briefly, intermittently, tore open the bruised sky, illuminating a landscape of jagged, rain-lashed rock and tormented skeletal brush before plunging it back into deeper gloom. Thunder cracked and rolled overhead, the sound trapped between the canyon walls, echoing like the artillery of a vengeful god. Sheriff Rip Campbell, head bowed against the deluge, led the small, grim posse single file along the barely discernible path of an eroded railbed. His black gelding, sure-footed but wary, picked its way with deliberate care through the mud and around the skeletal, rotting remains of surveyor stakes that jutted up like broken teeth, ghosts of a railroad dream that had died here long ago, or perhaps had merely been waiting for a man like Polar to resurrect it with blood and violence. The orphan boy Tommy's directions, whispered in terror but recalled with chilling accuracy, had been precise. 3 miles northwest, where this forgotten Santa Fe spur line surrendered its rusting ambition to the gaping, shadowed mouth of a narrow canyon. Polar's chosen ground. Keen Ralston urged his mount up alongside Rip's, pulling his hat brim lower against the driving rain, water streaming from the soaked felt as if from a broken gutter spout. His weathered face was set in grim lines, his eyes narrowed as he surveyed the increasingly tight terrain ahead through the downpour. "This stinks worse than a week-old buffalo carcass festering in the sun, Rip," Keen growled, his voice barely audible over the storm's roar. He spat into the mud, the gesture futile against the sheeting rain. "That canyon ahead, Dead Man's Draw they call it, it's a box end. Walls straight up on 3 sides. No way out but the way we're going in." He shook his head, water flying from his hat. "It's a perfect bottleneck. A slaughter pen." Rip nodded curtly, rainwater dripping steadily from his chin, plastering stray locks of dark hair to his temples. He didn't need Keen to state the obvious tactical nightmare. The throbbing above his own temple intensified with each pulse of his heart, a dull counterpoint to the sharp sting of the rain against his skin. "Polar wants us cornered," he stated flatly, his voice tight. "Wants us pinned down where his men can pick us off from the rim, like fish in a barrel." He turned briefly in the saddle, his gaze sweeping over the two men riding behind Keen. Cliff Bristow, his large frame slumped slightly, gripped his reins awkwardly with hands wrapped in strips of now-soaked muddy flour sack, his face pale and drawn with the constant agony of his burns. Beside him, Jim kept casting nervous glances back the way they'd come, his hand hovering near his holstered Colt, as if expecting Polar's green-jacketed riders to materialize suddenly from the gray, swirling mist behind them. Fear was a cold companion on this ride. It was then, through a momentary thinning of the rain, that a flicker of movement high on the canyon rim to their right caught Rip's eye. Just a fleeting glimpse against the dark rock, a patch of sodden green fabric, the color unmistakable, disappearing almost instantly back into the concealing scrub oak and juniper. A lookout. Deliberately placed, perhaps deliberately seen. Too obvious. Polar wasn't just setting a trap, he was announcing it, confident in his position, perhaps aiming to spook them into a reckless charge. "Hold up," Rip commanded, raising a hand, his voice sharp above the wind. He reined his gelding to a halt near the skeletal remains of a lightning-split cottonwood that clawed at the gray sky like a desperate hand. He swung down stiffly from the saddle, his boots sinking deep into the sucking red mud. Ignoring the rain plastering his clothes to his skin, he knelt, examining the churned earth of the old railbed where it entered the canyon proper. Fresh hoofprints, dozens of them, marred the muddy surface, all heading deeper into the canyon's shadowed maw. Far too many riders for just Polar's remaining line shack crew, and the men who had attacked the schoolhouse. Jim squinted through the downpour, wiping rain from his eyes. "Hell, Rip, look at all them tracks. He's hired himself extra guns. Brought in reinforcements." Cliff spat again, a sound of disgust mingling with the rain. "Or," he offered grimly, his eyes dark with a terrible suspicion, "maybe he ain't hired them all. Maybe some of 'em ain't carrying guns." The inspoken thought hung heavy and cold between them, colder than the driving rain. Claire. The other orphans, taken from the school wagon. Forced to walk into that stone-walled trap ahead of Polar's men, used as human shields or perhaps worse. Rip's fingers tightened instinctively on his reins, the leather creaking under the pressure. The black gelding tossed its head, sensing the sharp spike of tension in its rider. Keen leaned forward in his saddle, his face close to Rip's ear, his voice barely audible over the drumming rain and the rising wind. "We go riding straight into that. We ain't all walking out again alive, Rip. Not against those odds, with them holding the high ground." He met Rip's gaze, his own eyes steady, pragmatic. "We gotta change the play. Do something they ain't expectin'." Rip slowly straightened, his gaze sweeping the terrain ahead. The high, sheer canyon walls pressed inwards, creating a narrow bottleneck entrance. The rims on both sides offered perfect enfilade positions, natural fortifications bristling with rock outcrops and dense brush, ideal cover for hidden riflemen. Polar, or whoever was advising him, had chosen his ground with deadly expertise. It was too perfect a trap to blunder into head-on. Claire's warning about Polar being a chess player echoed again. They couldn't afford to be predictable pawns. His gaze fell on the lightning-scarred cottonwood, then back at his men, their soaked clothes, their weary but determined faces. An idea sparked, desperate but necessary. "Jim," Rip said suddenly, his voice cutting through the storm's noise. "You still got that dynamite? Left over from the mine collapse last spring?" Jim blinked, startled by the abrupt question. Yeah, 2 sticks in my saddlebag. Blasting caps too. Kept 'em for clearing stumps." He looked puzzled. "But what in blazes?" Rip didn't wait for him to finish. He was already unbuckling his heavy, soaked duster, stripping it off despite the chilling rain. "Keen, give me your vest." Keen shrugged out of the garment without question. "Cliff, that red bandana around your neck." Cliff unwound the strip of cloth, handing it over, his bandaged hands fumbling slightly. Working quickly, ignoring the biting cold, Rip bundled the clothing together, stuffing it tightly with handfuls of dripping sagebrush pulled from nearby bushes, fashioning a crude, man-shaped dummy. Understanding dawned slowly in Keen's eyes, followed by a grim sort of approval. "The lookout," Keen said, nodding towards the ridge where the green jacket had vanished. "You aim to make Polar think we got more men than we do. Make 'em split their attention." Rip nodded, securing the dummy firmly to a low, sturdy branch of the cottonwood, positioning it so it would be partly visible from the canyon rim, a solitary, unmoving figure in the fading light and swirling rain. "While their lookouts are watching this," Rip explained, turning back to his men, his voice sharp with command, "you and Jim circle wide around to the east. There's a narrow wash back there, saw it on the way in. Cuts up behind the South Canyon rim. Get above 'em." He turned his attention to Cliff. "Cliff, you still shoot left-handed when you have to?" Cliff flexed the fingers of his left hand, grimacing slightly as the bandages pulled, but his gaze was steady. "Well enough to hit a barn," he said, his voice rough. Then added with grim humor, "from the inside leastways." "Good," Rip said, satisfied. "You're our distraction. Find cover near the canyon mouth. When you hear Jim's fireworks, open up. Draw their fire towards you." He pulled his Colt, checking the cylinder automatically. 6 rounds. The rain had soaked through his shirt now, the cold seeping deep into his bones, but the fire of his resolve burned hotter. When the real shooting starts down low, Polar's boys up top will scramble towards the canyon mouth to see what's happening, maybe try to cut off our retreat. That's when Jim plants his dynamite surprise right at their backs. Keen rubbed his grizzled jaw, his eyes narrowed in thought, considering the dangerous plan. He looked from the dummy to the canyon mouth, then back to Rip. "It might work," he conceded slowly. He paused, his gaze holding Rip's. "And Claire?" The question hung in the air, heavy with unspoken fear. Okay, here is the expanded final part of Chapter 5, focusing on the infiltration, rescue, and discovery in the canyon, written in a style reminiscent of Zane Grey, and adding over 850 words. Chapter 11. High on the slope, lashed to the scarred cottonwood branch, the crude dummy swayed in the gusting wind, its empty sleeve flapping rhythmically like a desperate signal flag in the fading rain-streaked light. From the canyon rim 50 yards above, through the swirling drizzle, it might just pass muster. A solitary, vigilant figure standing guard, drawing the eye, holding attention. Below, concealed behind a jagged sandstone outcrop near the canyon mouth, Cliff Bristow settled his bulk, ignoring the agony in his bandaged hands as he found a solid rest for his Winchester. His left hand, steady despite the throbbing pain radiating up his arm, cradled the rifle's stock, his finger resting lightly on the trigger, waiting for the signal. Patience was a virtue learned hard in this country, often the only thing standing between a man and a shallow grave. Meanwhile, Rip Campbell moved like smoke along the base of the sheer northern canyon wall, pressing himself flat against the cold, wet stone. The driving rain had eased somewhat, softening to a persistent, chilling drizzle, but water still trickled down the rock face in countless rivulets, soaking through his collar, running in cold streams down his back. He moved upward, his worn boots finding precarious purchase in the eroded cracks and narrow ledges sculpted by centuries of wind and water. The climb was treacherous, the rock slick with moisture, demanding every ounce of his concentration and strength. Below, the canyon floor lay shrouded in deepening shadow, the drumming sound of the earlier downpour replaced now by the gurgle of water finding new channels through the gravel, and the mournful sigh of the wind echoing between the high walls. 20 feet up, clinging to a narrow ledge barely wide enough for his boots, he froze, every sense straining. Voices carried faintly upward on the damp air, echoing slightly from the canyon floor below. Not the voices of his own men. "Don't care what Polar promised us," a man's voice whined, nasal and edged with raw nerves. "That woman's nothing but trouble. Plumb loco. Saw what she did to Lyle Mercer's ear back at the shack. nearly bit the damn thing off. A deeper, rougher growl answered, impatient and harsh. Shut your damn mouth, Potter, and watch the trail like you're paid to. Nobody's coming in this weather. Just keep your eyes peeled and your rifle ready. Rip risked inching forward along the ledge, peering down through a curtain of dripping water. The canyon floor came into view directly below him. Two men, both clad in the familiar ugly green wool jackets, stood near the base of the cliff. They flanked a narrow, dark fissure in the rock face, the entrance to an old mine shaft, or perhaps a natural cave extending back into the mountain. Between them, almost disappearing into the Stygian blackness of the opening, snaked a length of thick hemp rope. The end lay coiled near the entrance, but the rope itself led back into the dark. Tied to the other end, Rip knew with sickening certainty, would be their prisoner, Claire. Just as the thought solidified, the sharp, clean crack of a rifle shot echoed from the canyon mouth, rolling back and forth between the stone walls. Cliff's opening move. The signal. The two green-jacketed guards below spun instantly towards the sound, rifles snapping up to the ready. What the hell was that? The nervous one, Potter, yelped. Go check it out, the deeper-voiced man ordered curtly, his eyes scanning the canyon entrance warily. Might be just thunder, but go see. Quick now. As Potter jogged away towards the canyon mouth, disappearing into the rain-streaked gloom, Rip seized his chance. He let himself slide down the wet rock face, using outcrops and cracks to control his descent, landing in a low crouch behind a thick, dripping scrub oak just yards from the remaining guard. The man was pacing now, back and forth near the cave entrance, his Winchester held at port arms, his head cocked, listening intently to the sounds from the canyon mouth, momentarily distracted. Rip started to rise, planning his move, when his boot heel scuffed against a loose pebble, sending it skittering across the damp gravel. The sound was small, insignificant against the backdrop of wind and dripping water, but to the alert guard, it was alien wrong. The guard whirled instantly, rifle swinging around, his eyes wide with alarm. Who's TH? His question died unfinished. Rip's Colt Peacemaker seemed to leap into his hand of its own accord, speaking first with a single deafening roar that slammed the guard back against the rock face. The man crumpled like a discarded sack, his rifle clattering onto the stones, making no other sound. One down. Rip moved forward instantly, holstering his Colt, his eyes fixed on the rope leading into the dark crevice. It snaked back about 10 feet into the narrow opening, before disappearing around a sharp bend in the rock. He followed it, drawing his heavy Bowie knife as he moved into the oppressive darkness. The rock walls pressed close, scraping against his shoulders, the air thick with the cold, damp smell of subterranean stone and something else. Gunpowder. Raw, fresh gunpowder. He rounded the corner, knife held ready, and stopped dead. Claire Duval stood not 5 feet away, her back pressed against the cold stone wall. Her left eye was swollen completely shut, purple and bruised. Her shirt was torn at the shoulder, revealing scraped and bleeding skin beneath. But in her right hand, held steady and aimed directly at Rip's chest, was a stolen Colt revolver, likely taken from the guard he'd just dispatched. And clutched in her other hand was a crudely fashioned, but terrifyingly effective fuse, a thin trail of black powder snaking from her fingers back deeper into the cave. "Took you long enough, Sheriff," she croaked, her voice hoarse, strained, but laced with an unmistakable, defiant fire despite her obvious pain and terror. Rip's gaze followed the sinister black line of the fuse. Behind Claire, stacked haphazardly against the cave's back wall, were dozens of wooden crates. Crates stenciled with familiar warning labels. Dynamite. Enough explosive power, Rip realized with a jolt of cold fear, to bring the entire canyon wall down, burying everything and everyone within it. Claire saw the direction of his gaze, saw the understanding dawn on his face. "Polar's insurance policy," she explained, her voice rasping. His orders were clear. If your posse overruns his main position up top, or if capture seems imminent. She gestured meaningfully towards the fuse clutched in her hand. No witnesses. No evidence left behind. Just then, another volley of heavy gunfire echoed from outside, much closer this time, accompanied by muffled shouts. Cliff was keeping them busy, drawing their fire. But how long could he hold out? Rip lunged forward, not towards the gun Claire held, but towards her bound wrists. His bowie knife flashed, severing the coarse ropes with one clean slash. "Can you walk?" he asked urgently, his eyes scanning the dark cave entrance behind them. Claire staggered slightly as the ropes fell away, wincing as feeling returned to her numb hands. She leaned heavily against the wall for a moment, testing her footing, then pushed herself upright, her good eye blazing with fierce determination. "Better question, Sheriff," she countered, her voice stronger now. "Can you run?" Before Rip could answer, the ground beneath their feet bucked violently. The first of Jim Bristow's dynamite charges, planted expertly on the rim above, detonated with a deafening thunderclap that shook the very foundations of the mountain. Loose rocks and dirt rained down from the cave ceiling. Somewhere above, outside the cave, a man screamed, a high, thin sound of agony cut short. Claire grabbed Rip's arm, her grip surprisingly strong. "This way. There's a rear tunnel. Polar had his men dig it as an escape route." She pulled him deeper into the cave, away from the main entrance, towards an even narrower fissure half hidden behind the stacked dynamite crates. They stumbled through the absolute darkness, guided only by Claire's memory and the trembling of the rock beneath them. The air grew thick with dust, choked from the walls by the continuing explosions. The tunnel ceiling wept muddy water that plastered their hair and clothes. Each detonation felt closer, the walls vibrating violently around them, threatening to collapse. A final, massive blast somewhere near the main cave entrance knocked them clean off their feet. They sprawled in the choking dust and darkness. Then ahead, a ragged patch of gray light appeared. Daylight. The blast had collapsed the tunnel mouth further down, creating a new, albeit unstable, exit. Rip crawled towards the light first, dragging Claire after him by the arm. They scrambled out through the ragged hole, emerging onto a narrow ledge overlooking a different part of the canyon, away from the main battle. Below them, the canyon floor was a chaotic scene veiled in thick clouds of dust and smoke. Gunfire still popped sporadically, ragged and disorganized now, but the sustained roar of Polar's men seemed to have lessened. It sounded like the tide of the battle had turned. Claire coughed violently, spitting out dust, wiping a smear of blood from her lip where Polar had struck her. Her one good eye scanned the chaotic scene below, searching. "Polar?" she rasped, looking at Rip. Rip scanned the surrounding rocks, the ridges visible through the smoke, searching for any sign of the man himself or his signature green jacket. Nothing. Polar wasn't one to stay for a losing fight. But then, something glinted dully in the mud near the collapsed tunnel mouth where they'd emerged. Metallic. Rip reached down and picked it up. A heavy silver railroad pocket watch, its crystal face cracked, its casing sprung open from the blast. Inside the cover, an inscription was clearly visible. To BP. From the Santa Fe Syndicate. Water is thicker than gold. Claire snatched the watch from his hand, her good eye blazing with sudden, fierce understanding. "We were right," she breathed, her voice trembling with fury. This was never just about Sturgill's Creek claim. It was bigger. Much bigger. She turned the heavy watch over in her hand. Etched crudely but clearly into the silver back was a map, a detailed map of the entire Rake River basin, showing every major spring, creek, and water source. Each one marked with a small, possessive X. "My God," she whispered. "He means to control the entire watershed. All the water, before the main railroad line even gets here." Rip took the watch back from her, his fingers tightening around the cool, heavy silver, the damning evidence heavy in his hand. The Syndicate. Water thicker than gold. The map. It laid bare the staggering scope of Polar's ambition, a conspiracy stretching far beyond Tonka City, reaching into the corridors of power and finance. Somewhere down in the smoke-shrouded canyon below, a horse whinnied high and panicked, its fear echoing their own sudden comprehension of the stakes. Polar himself was gone, vanished like smoke in the wind. But the war, Rip now understood, had only just begun. Chapter 12. The Tonka City courthouse, hastily erected years ago during a short-lived silver boom and never properly finished, wasn't so much a hall of justice as a testament to faded ambition. Rough sawn pine planks formed the walls, scarred and warped by seasons of extreme heat and biting cold. Sunlight streamed through tall, dusty windows, illuminating swirling motes of dust in its beams, but failing to dispel the room's inherent gloom. The air hung heavy and close, thick with the cloying scent of cheap lemon oil used in a futile attempt to polish the worn benches and the judge's dais, mingled inextricably with the underlying inescapable smell of old sweat, stale tobacco, and something less tangible but more pervasive, the faint, sour aroma of lies. It was a room built for pronouncements, for the weight of law, but today it felt charged with a raw, volatile tension that crackled just beneath the surface of forced decorum. Sheriff Rip Campbell sat stiff-backed and uncomfortable in the witness chair, a crude wooden construction that felt both too small and too prominent. The chair placed him squarely in the center of the room's attention, exposed under the collective gaze of the packed courtroom. The dull, persistent throbbing above his temple, where Kugler's bullet had grazed him, pulsed in time with his own rising frustration beneath the tight pressure of the bandage. He kept his gaze fixed forward, ignoring the pain, ignoring the whispers and stares from the crowd behind him, focusing instead on the man looming above him on the elevated bench. Territorial Judge Horace Whitcomb peered down, his face a mask of judicial impassivity that didn't quite conceal the predatory gleam in his small, deep-set eyes. He reminded Rip of a vulture perched on a high cliff, patiently eyeing carrion below, waiting for the opportune moment. The judge's ill-fitting, powdered wig, a symbol of imported Eastern authority jarringly out of place in this rough frontier town, sat slightly askew on his head, revealing patches of liver-spotted scalp beneath. His jowls quivered slightly as he cleared his throat, the sound like dry leaves rustling. "Let me endeavor to understand this clearly, Sheriff Parnell." Whitcomb's voice was a reedy wheeze, strained and thin like air escaping slowly from a leaky bellows. It lacked resonance, lacked conviction, holding only the dry rasp of practiced pronouncements. "You allege," the judge continued, emphasizing the word with faint disbelief, "that one Benjamin Polar, a respected landowner in this territory, ordered the cold-blooded murder of one Elias Sturgill, merely over a dispute concerning water rights." He adjusted the spectacles perched on his nose, peering down at Rip as if examining some curious, unpleasant insect. Rip met the judge's gaze squarely, refusing to be intimidated by the bench or the title. He kept his voice level, devoid of emotion, reciting the facts as he knew them. "We found Sturgill's body by the Rake River bed, Your Honor. Executed. A single .30 to 30 slug between his eyes." He paused, letting the stark image hang in the air. "We found the spent shell casing on the ridge overlooking the site. Same caliber rifle favored and carried by Deck Kugler, a man known to be in Mr. Polar's employ." Before Rip could continue, a figure rose smoothly from the defense table situated directly opposite the witness stand. Mr. Coleridge, Polar's lawyer, unfolded himself from his chair with a theatrical slowness clearly designed to draw attention. He was a stark contrast to the rough-clad ranchers and townsfolk filling the benches, sleek, impeccably dressed in a dark Eastern suit, his starched collar gleaming white, a silk cravat knotted perfectly at his throat. He radiated an air of smooth, condescending superiority, his pale, manicured hands adjusting his cuffs as he prepared to speak. Beside him, his client, Benjamin Polar, lounged back in his chair, the very picture of relaxed, unconcerned innocence. Polar was freshly shaven, his hair neatly combed, his expensive tailored suit immaculate. Not a trace remained of the ruthless land baron, or the man whose signature green jackets marked his hired killers. He observed Rip with a faint, smug smile playing around his lips, his eyes cold and watchful. Coleridge cleared his throat, a delicate, affected sound. "And where, pray tell, Sheriff," he inquired, his voice smooth as oiled silk, yet carrying an edge of sarcasm, "is this Mr. Deck Kugler now?" So that he might answer to these serious allegations. "Dead," Rip replied flatly, the single word dropping like a stone into the expectant silence. His knuckles whitened where his hands gripped the arms of the witness chair. He felt a surge of cold anger at the lawyer's deliberate obtuseness. "Kugler is dead. Killed after he and Polar's other men ambushed my posse and myself at Polar's line shack, resisting lawful arrest." A low murmur swept through the packed courtroom like wind through dry leaves. Faces turned towards each other, whispering. The tension ratcheted higher. Claire Duvall, sitting rigidly upright in the front row directly behind the prosecution table, drew several curious and sympathetic stares. The dark bruise around her left eye, though fading, was still starkly visible against her pale skin, a silent testament to the violence she had endured. The orphan boy, Tommy, sat beside her, clinging tightly to her hand, his small face pale, his dark eyes wide and frightened as he scanned the imposing room and the stern faces. He looked terribly small and out of place, a child caught in the gears of a conflict far too large and brutal for him to comprehend. Polar himself suddenly leaned forward, placing his elbows on the table, his expensive gold cufflinks glinting under the dusty shafts of sunlight. His voice, when he spoke, was rich with feigned sincerity and wounded pride. "Your Honor," he addressed the judge directly, ignoring Rip completely. "I mourn Mr. Sturgill's untimely passing as much as any man in this territory. He was a neighbor, albeit a difficult one at times." He spread his well-manicured hands wide in a gesture of helplessness. "But this is nothing more than a blatant, desperate attempt by Sheriff Parnell to smear my reputation, perhaps to cover his own incompetence or illegal actions. All stemming from what?" He gave a short, disbelieving laugh. "A simple business dispute over boundary lines and water access? It's preposterous." Before Rip could retort, before the prosecutor could object, Judge Whitcomb's gavel cracked down hard on the wooden block, the sharp report echoing like a rifle shot through the tense room, demanding silence. "Order! Order in this court!" Whitcomb wheezed, his gaze sweeping the room with manufactured sternness. He peered towards the gallery section, near the back. "The court recognizes Congressman Dilworth." A collective intake of breath seemed to pass through the Tonka City contingent. A large, barrel-chested man heaved himself to his feet from amongst the spectators in the gallery. He was stuffed into a waistcoat far too tight for his considerable girth, his face florid, his eyes small and shrewd. Rip's gut tightened into a cold knot. Congressman Elias Dilworth. A man whose political influence stretched across the territory. A man known to have deep pockets and even deeper connections, particularly where railroad interests were concerned. Dilworth owned land, owned favors, owned half the territorial legislature, it was said. His presence here was no accident. "Your Honor," Dilworth boomed, his voice filling the courtroom, accustomed to commanding attention. "As chairman of the Territorial Railroad Oversight Committee," he declared importantly, puffing out his chest further, "I must vehemently protest this frivolous and frankly damaging prosecution. Mr. Benjamin Polar is a pillar of this community, a key partner in securing vital land grants and rights of way for the Santa Fe Railroad extension into this territory." Dilworth gestured dismissively towards Rip. "Harassing a man of Mr. Polar's stature and importance at this critical juncture jeopardizes progress. It jeopardizes investment. It jeopardizes the very future of this territory." Suddenly, Claire Duvall shot to her feet from the front row, her movement swift, unexpected, electric. Every eye in the courtroom swiveled. Her face was pale but resolute, her one good eye blazing with righteous fury. Her voice, though not loud, cut through Dilworth's booming pronouncements with startling clarity. "Congressman Dilworth," she called out, challenging him directly. "That orphanage grant you pushed through the legislature last session, the one that conveniently relocated those children whose families Polar drove off their land. Was that prime railroad land too, Congressman? The courtroom erupted. Shouts, gasps, angry murmurs filled the air. Townsfolk surged forward in their seats, their faces alight with dawning comprehension and renewed fury. Congressman Dilworth's face turned a dangerous shade of purple, his mouth opening and closing like a stranded fish. Judge Whitcomb hammered his gavel futilely, his calls for order completely lost in the sudden uproar. The carefully constructed facade of the trial was crumbling. In the midst of the chaos, Polar's lawyer, Coleridge, materialized silently at Rip's elbow, moving with serpentine quickness. He leaned in close, his voice a sibilant whisper, his breath unexpectedly, sickeningly sweet with the scent of peppermint candies. "Sheriff?" Coleridge murmured, his eyes flicking towards Polar, then back to Rip, conveying a clear, concise offer beneath the courtroom's din. "My client appreciates your diligence. He is prepared to drop all claims against the late Mr. Sturgill's Creek property. Effective immediately. Consider the matter closed. If," the lawyer's voice dropped even lower, becoming almost intimate, conspiratorial, "you agree to cease this unfortunate, embarrassing farce. Today. Right now." Rip turned his head slowly, deliberately, meeting the lawyer's cool, reptilian gaze. He felt a wave of revulsion, not just at the offer, but at the smooth, effortless corruption it represented. He thought of Sturgill's body, of the terror in the orphan boy's eyes, of the missing schoolteacher whose fate haunted Claire. "And Miss Adams?" Rip asked, his voice dangerously quiet, flat. "What about her?" Coleridge's lips curved into a smile, but it held no warmth, no humor. It didn't reach his cold, calculating eyes. He gave a tiny, dismissive shrug. "Miss Adams?" he repeated softly. "What about her?" Okay. Here is the expanded final part of Chapter 6, continuing from Rip's arrival at the jailhouse after the courtroom debacle, written in a style reminiscent of Zane Grey, and adding over 1,000 words. Chapter 13. Evening had bled into a cold, blustery night by the time Rip Campbell reached the relative sanctuary of the town jailhouse. The wind howled down Main Street, rattling windows and kicking up dust and grit that stung the eyes. The jailhouse door screeched a mournful protest on its rusted hinges as Rip pushed it open and stepped inside, bringing a swirl of cold air and dust with him. The familiar smell of the place, disinfectant, stale coffee, iron bars, and the underlying scent of human confinement, did little to soothe the bitter taste the day's proceedings had left in his mouth. The outer office was sparsely furnished. A scarred wooden duty desk, a gun rack holding a few spare rifles, a pot-bellied stove radiating a meager warmth against the night's chill, and walls plastered with faded wanted posters offering rewards for men long dead or vanished into the territory's vast emptiness. Lamplight cast long, wavering shadows, making the small space feel both claustrophobic and lonely. Keen Ralston sat tilted back in the chair behind the desk, meticulously cleaning his Winchester rifle, the barrel gleaming dully as he worked a patch down it with slow, deliberate strokes. He didn't look up as Rip entered, his focus entirely on the weapon in his hands, a familiar ritual in uncertain times. "They turned Kugler's body over to his sister this afternoon," Keen said quietly, his voice flat, devoid of inflection. He squinted down the rifle barrel, checking his work. "She rode in from Junction Creek. Heard she spat square on the pine coffin right there in front of the undertaker." He paused, working the cleaning rod again. "Called Deck a damn fool for dyin' rich workin' for a man like Polar. Then she took the money they found in his pockets and rode back out." A grim sort of frontier eulogy. Rip hung his hat wearily on the wooden rack by the door, the simple movement pulling painfully at the healing wound above his temple. He ran a hand over his face, feeling the grit and the exhaustion settling deep into his bones. "Justice," he muttered bitterly, the word tasting like ash. "Polar bought Judge Whitcomb before we ever set foot in that courtroom this morning. Bought him, Dilworth, probably half the damn territorial council." He walked over to the stove, holding his hands out towards its inadequate warmth. The farce in the courthouse, the smooth dismissal by Coleridge, Dilworth's blustering interference, it all pointed to a fix, bought and paid for with the railroad money Polar wielded like a weapon. From the shadowed cell block beyond the barred door leading from the office, a familiar, insolent drawl echoed, startlingly loud in the quiet jailhouse. "Ain't that just a cryin' shame, Sheriff?" Rip reacted purely on instinct, years of survival honing his reflexes. His Colt Peacemaker cleared leather in a single fluid motion, the barrel leveled towards the cell block door before his conscious mind had even fully registered the voice. He moved swiftly to the barred door, peering into the gloom of the narrow corridor lined with empty cells. All empty except one. Lyle Mercer leaned casually against the cold iron bars of the end cell, a wide, mocking grin splitting his face, showing yellow teeth in the dim light spilling from the office. His left shoulder, where Keene's bullet had torn through him at the line shack, was heavily bandaged beneath his torn shirt, but the injury seemed only to fuel his insolent defiance. He looked entirely too comfortable for a man locked in jail. "Evenin', Sheriff," Mercer drawled again, his eyes glinting with malicious amusement. "Heard tell you had yourself a rough day in court. Seems Mr. Polar ain't quite the villain you painted him out to be, eh?" Rip kept the Colt leveled, his eyes narrowed, studying Mercer. How had Polar's chief enforcer ended up here? Keene answered the unspoken question without looking up from his rifle cleaning. "Found him stumbling out of the mineral 'bout an hour ago, drunk as a skunk and making a nuisance of himself," Keene stated dryly. "Figured him for public drunkenness and disorderly conduct. Carries a mandatory 24-hour sentence in the town lockup." He finally glanced up, his eyes meeting Rip's briefly, a silent understanding passing between them. A convenient charge. A temporary holding measure. Mercer's grin widened further, confirming their suspicion. "Yeah, 24 hours, he chuckled, scratching his ribs with his good hand. "Just long enough, wouldn't you say?" He winked broadly, conspiratorially. "Just long enough for the midnight stage to Cheyenne to load up and pull out. Funny coincidence, that." He leaned closer to the bars, lowering his voice slightly, savoring the delivery of his next words. "And speaking of coincidences, Sheriff, did you know Judge Whitcomb's pretty little daughter lives up in Cheyenne? Lives real comfortable, I hear. Got herself a fancy house, nice dresses. Folks say her unexpected good fortune started right around the time the Santa Fe Railroad started getting real interested in this dusty stretch of nowhere." The implication was sickeningly clear. Whitcomb wasn't just biased, he was compromised, bought and paid for with blood money funneled through his own family. Rip's finger tightened, almost imperceptibly on the Colt's trigger. His vision seemed to narrow, focusing entirely on Mercer's mocking face framed between the iron bars. One shot. Through the bars, clean and simple. One less piece of Polar's filth walking the earth. One problem solved. An easy path to a certain kind of justice, the kind that the territory understood, even if the courts didn't. The temptation was a physical thing, a hot surge of adrenaline, a primal urge for retribution burning through his weariness and frustration. "Don't." The quiet command came from the jailhouse doorway. Rip flinched, startled, his gun hand wavering slightly as he turned. Claire Duvall stood there, silhouetted against the wind-swept darkness outside. She stepped inside, closing the door firmly against the howling wind, shutting out the night. The orphan boy, Tommy, peered out nervously from behind the shield of her skirts, his small hand clutching her dress tightly. Claire's good eye, clear and steady, locked onto Mercer in the cell, bypassing Rip completely for the moment. Her face was pale, drawn with fatigue and the lingering pain from her own wound, but her resolve was a tangible force in the small room. She ignored Mercer's startled expression and moved towards the cell block door, stopping just outside the bars, her shadow stretching long across the floor, partially obscuring the smirking gunman. "You seem to like talking, Mr. Mercer," she stated, her voice low, controlled, yet carrying an edge of steel that made the hairs on Rip's arms stand on end. "You like showing how much you know." Mercer's smirk faltered slightly under her direct, unwavering gaze. He shifted his weight, suddenly less comfortable. "What's it to you, schoolmarm?" he blustered, trying to regain his earlier swagger. "Ain't your business." "I can make it my business," Claire replied quietly. She moved a step closer, her presence commanding despite her slight frame. "Tell me something true, Mr. Mercer. Something important. And I'll personally make sure Sheriff Ralston here sees fit to bring you a bottle of good whiskey with your supper tonight." She paused, her gaze unwavering. "Better than spending your last night in Tonka City, cold sober, wouldn't you say?" The outlaw licked his dry lips, his eyes darting from Claire to the bottle-strewn shelves behind the duty desk, then back again. Whiskey. The offer, combined perhaps with Claire's unexpected intensity, seemed to sway him. "What kind of truth you lookin' for?" he asked warily, his bravado crumbling slightly around the edges. Claire's voice dropped to a near whisper, intense and charged with suppressed grief. "Where did you bury Miss Adams?" The direct question hit Mercer like a physical blow. His remaining swagger evaporated completely. His face paled visibly, and he glanced involuntarily towards Tommy, who was watching him with wide, knowing eyes, before quickly looking away, unable to meet the child's gaze. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Look, I wasn't there for that," he stammered, suddenly defensive. "That was before my time with Polar, mostly Kugler's work, him and—" He trailed off, then seemed to make a decision, glancing nervously towards the office. All right. Whiskey, you said." He leaned close to the bars again, his voice dropping so low Rip had to strain to hear. "Dry well. Behind the old abandoned mission ruins, northeast of town." Wrapped her in a blanket and dropped her down. "But you didn't hear it from me. Polar finds out I talked." Rip didn't let him finish. Acting on pure, visceral rage, he slammed his fist hard against the iron cell bars right beside Mercer's face. The metal rang with a loud, booming clang that echoed through the jailhouse like a funeral bell, silencing Mercer instantly. The outlaw flinched back, his eyes wide with sudden fear. Claire turned away from the cell without another word, her face pale but set. She gently took Tommy's hand and shepherded the boy towards the outer door. As she pulled it open, letting in another blast of cold, wailing wind, Rip heard the child's small voice ask plaintively, "Miss Claire, was that the bad man who hurt Miss Adams? Was that—" The rest of his question was lost as the door closed, swallowed by the rising wind and the secrets the night held. Silence descended again in the office, broken only by the ticking of the large clock on the wall and the hiss of the stove. Keene finally looked up from his rifle, his expression grim. "That old mission ruin," he said slowly, thoughtfully. "And the land around it, including that dry well, belongs to Ben Polar. Bought it cheap from the territory last year." The bitter irony wasn't lost on Rip. The proof they needed, the body of the murdered schoolteacher, lay buried on the killer's own land. Rip stared blankly at the wanted posters lining the wall, faces of desperate men accused of horse theft, train robbery, murder. Kugler's face would join them soon enough, a dead man with a price on his head. But Polar remained untouchable, shielded by money, lawyers, and corrupt officials. "We need proof," Rip said, his voice rough with frustration. "Hard proof. Something even Whitcomb can't ignore, something Dilworth can't bury." "Railroad contracts," Keene mused aloud, echoing Rip's thoughts, wiping down the stock of his Winchester now. "Land surveys showing the altered boundaries. Account books detailing the bribes." He shook his head. "Stuff Polar keeps locked up tighter than Fort Knox, likely." The jailhouse clock on the wall ticked relentlessly onward, each tick measuring the seconds slipping away towards midnight. Somewhere outside, the midnight stagecoach would be preparing for its run to Cheyenne, preparing to carry Lyle Mercer and his damning knowledge beyond their reach forever. The window of opportunity was closing fast. Rip turned abruptly from the wall, his decision made. He walked decisively to the rack and took down his hat, settling it firmly on his head. The movement tugged at his wound, but he ignored the pain. "First light," he declared, his voice hard with resolve. "We start digging." Outside, the wind howled, carrying the first few hesitant flakes of winter snow, swirling them against the dark window panes like accusing ghosts. By dawn, the snow might well bury all surface traces of Miss Adams's hidden grave. But Rip Campbell would remember. And he knew with absolute certainty, so would Claire Duvall. The trial in the courthouse might be over, a corrupted charade concluded. But the real reckoning, Rip knew, had only just begun. It would be fought not with lawyers and judges, but with shovels and guns under the cold eye of the unforgiving frontier sky. Chapter 14. The smell of burning coal oil hung thick in the jailhouse as Rip Campbell pored over the stack of land deeds. Moonlight bled through the barred window, casting prison-striped shadows across the paperwork. Every parcel along the Rake River bore the same notary stamp, Horace Whitcomb's looping signature. Keen Ralston's boot heels scraped the floor as he entered, tossing a dented tin star onto the desk. "Found this in the alley. Deputy Walsh ain't wearing it no more." Rip didn't need to ask why. The empty cells told the story. Mercer gone before his 24 hours were up, Walsh either bribed or dead in a ditch. He pushed aside the deeds, his fingers finding the fresh scar above his temple. Polar's cleaning house. A floorboard creaked near the door. Claire Duvall stood silhouetted in the doorway, her face half hidden by the sling cradling her left arm. The orphan boy, Tommy, clung to her skirt like a burr. "You were right about the well," she said quietly. Rip's gut twisted. He'd seen the shallow grave himself at dawn, the skeletal fingers still clutching a primer, the chalk dust in the remains of the dress. Miss Adams hadn't gone east. She'd been silenced for teaching railroad orphans to read. Claire stepped inside, Tommy mimicking her careful movements. The children saw things, heard things. Polar couldn't risk. Glass shattered upstairs. A whiskey bottle rolled across the floorboards, its broken neck gushing kerosene. Then another. And another. Rip was on his feet before the first match flared in the window. Out. Now. They hit the street as flames exploded through the jailhouse roof. Townsfolk spilled from nearby buildings, buckets in hand, but the fire had already taken hold, licking up the clapboard walls like a starving thing. Sheriff Benton from Pomeroy materialized beside Rip, his face smudged with soot. "Judge Whitcomb's dead. Throat cut in his boarding house." Across the street, the Mineral Saloon's batwing doors swung gently, as if someone had just exited in haste. Rip's hand went to his Colt. Claire grabbed his arm. "They're hurting you. First the jail, now the judge." A gunshot cracked from the alley beside the Mercantile. Benton grunted, clutching his ribs, as crimson bloomed across his vest. Ambush. Keene yanked the wounded sheriff behind a water trough, as more shots peppered the boardwalk. Rip dove for cover behind a rain barrel, scanning the shadows. No green jackets this time. These were hired guns in range clothes, firing from multiple angles. Professional. Tommy suddenly pointed to the livery stable's loft. Smoke. A thin gray curl drifted from the hay door. Too deliberate. Too timed. Claire's breath was hot against Rip's ear. "They're not just killing you. They're burning the whole damn town for the insurance payout." The pieces clicked. Polar's land grab, the railroad contracts, now the fires. Tonka City sat on the proposed rail junction. A tragic accident would clear the title. Rip spun toward Keene. Get Benton to the dock. Then round up every able-bodied man. A rifle's sharp report cut him off. The orphan boy screamed as a bullet splintered the barrel beside Rip's head. From the Mercantile roof, a sharpshooter in a buffalo coat worked his lever action, a .30 to 30 Winchester. Not Kugler, but just as deadly. Claire shoved Tommy behind a stone watering trough. Her right hand emerged from her sling, clutching a derringer. The little gun barked twice. The sniper staggered, clutching his thigh. His next shot went wide, shattering the church window across the street. Rip's Colt found its mark on the third try. The rifleman toppled from the roof, like a sack of grain. Silence fell, broken only by the crackling jailhouse flames. Then from the north end of town, a new sound, the rhythmic thud of galloping horses. Lots of them. Keene spat a stream of tobacco onto the bloody boards. Now what? The first rider rounded the corner at full tilt, Jim Bristow, his hat gone, his face a mask of urgency. Behind him came a dozen Bar-K cowhands, Winchesters across their saddles. "Polar's men hit our ranch an hour ago," Jim gasped, reining up. "We lost the south pasture bunkhouse, but," his eyes found the burning jail. "Hell. They're hitting everywhere at once." Claire was already moving toward the livery. "Then we stop reacting. We start hunting." Rip caught her arm. "You're in no shape." She shook him off, her one good hand stuffing shells into the derringer. That sniper was Bill Chisholm. Worked the Kansas rail wars. Her swollen eye burned with cold fury. Polar's not just clearing land anymore. He's importing killers. Tommy tugged at Rip's sleeve, his small face grim. "The bad men said something about a train coming." Rip exchanged a look with Keene. The Santa Fe line didn't reach Tonka City yet. But tracks did run through Polar's Canyon. The jailhouse roof collapsed in a shower of sparks, illuminating the grim faces around him. They were outgunned, outmaneuvered, and now homeless. Rip reloaded methodically. "Saddle the horses. We end this at the source." As the posse mounted up, the first flakes of snow began to fall, white ash against the burning town. Somewhere to the north, a train whistle blew. Not coming to save them. Coming to bury them. Chapter 15. Tonka City burned like a martyr's pyre, its timbers groaning under the fire's merciless embrace. The sky above was a bruised purple, streaked with ash that fell like bitter snow, settling on the warped boardwalks and the shattered dreams of 100 homesteaders. The blacksmith's forge, once a beacon of industry, lay gutted, its anvil half melted into the earth as if the land itself wept molten tears. In the distance, the mission's bell tower stood defiant, a lone sentinel watching the town's death throes, its cross tilted as if bowing to the inevitable. The air was thick with the acrid reek of charred wood and despair, each gust carrying the wail of a town that had dared to hope. From the mission's bell tower, Sheriff Rip Campbell watched another roof collapse, the blacksmith's this time, sending up a geyser of sparks to mingle with the falling snow. His field glasses trembled slightly in his hands, not from cold but from the weight of what he saw. Beside him, Keene Ralston's breath fogged the freezing air as he climbed the creaking ladder. "Benton's dead." Doc pulled a .30 to .30 slug from his lung. He handed Rip a twisted piece of lead, its rifling marks a grim signature. "Same as the shell, by Sturgill." Rip pocketed the bullet without comment, his jaw tight. Below, Claire Duvall moved among the huddled townsfolk in the mission courtyard, her sling gone but her left arm stiff. She pressed a canteen into Tommy's hands before approaching Widow Hennessy, now just another refugee, her telegraph office reduced to cinders. Jim Bristow appeared at the tower's base, his voice carrying through the rotten floorboards. Rail workers rode in from the canyon. Said Polar's got a private train parked on the spur line. Rip lowered the glasses. "How many cars?" "3. One armored." Keene's gray eyebrows climbed. "That ain't for show. He's hauling something worth killing for." A commotion below drew their eyes. Claire was helping 2 Bar-K hands drag a man through the mission gates, a figure in a buffalo coat, his leg wrapped in bloodied burlap. Bill Chisholm, the sniper Claire had winged. Rip descended the ladder with deliberate calm, his boots thudding on the warped rungs. Chisholm's face was familiar. Kansas Rail Wars, 78, a butcher who'd vanished after the bloodshed. Chisholm grinned through broken teeth, his eyes glinting with defiance. "Evening, Sheriff. Come to watch your town burn?" Claire drove her knee into his wounded leg, her face a mask of cold fury. Chisholm howled, his bravado cracking. Her fingers tightened on the rifle she held, and for a moment Rip saw not the schoolteacher but a girl in a Kansas schoolyard years ago. Miss Adams had been more than a colleague. She'd been the one who taught Claire to hold a book like a shield, to wield knowledge against the world's cruelty. Adams had pulled Claire from a brawl with a bully twice her size, her calm voice cutting through the chaos. "You fight with your mind, girl, not your fists." Now, with Adams dead in a dry well, Claire felt that lesson twist into a vow to fight with both mind and iron. "Who else did Polar hire?" she demanded, her voice low and sharp as a blade. Chisholm spat blood, his grin returning, crimson-streaked. "Enough to finish what we started." His eyes flicked to Tommy, who stood nearby, clutching Widow Hennessy's skirt. "Ain't no room in progress for strays." Rip drew his Colt and cocked it beside Chisholm's ear, the click loud in the tense silence. "Let's talk about progress." His finger hovered near the trigger, the weight of the gun a temptation to end this now, to let vengeance claim its due. But justice demanded more. Answers, not blood. "Who's running Polar's guns?" Chisholm's smirk faltered, sweat beading on his brow. "You think I'll talk for free, Sheriff? What's in it for me?" Rip leaned closer, his voice a low growl. "You talk, you keep both ears. You don't, I start carving." The words tasted bitter, a step too close to the line he'd sworn never to cross. He saw his brother's face, bloodied and still, and pushed the image away. "Garrett?" Chisholm gasped as Rip's Colt pressed harder. "Hank Garrett's calling the shots." Keene stiffened. Garrett, Wyoming Valley's butcher, 30 homesteaders dead by his hand. Rip's grip tightened, the urge to pull the trigger flaring hot. He forced his hand to ease, the gun lowering an inch. Justice, not vengeance. Claire grabbed Chisholm's collar, her green eyes burning. "Where are they taking the children?" The question hit Rip like a gut punch. He hadn't noticed. Half a dozen orphans missing from the yard, their absence a silent scream. Chisholm's grin widened, mocking. "Wherever the rails need 'em." Small hands, tight spaces. A gunshot cracked from the bell tower. Keene's Winchester spoke twice more before he shouted, "Riders coming hard from the north." Rip left Chisholm writhing in the mud, his Colt still in hand. From the tower, he counted 8 horsemen charging through the burning outskirts, not Polar's green jackets but hard-faced men in railroad blues. In their midst, a figure in a tailored coat, Hank Garrett, his presence a promise of slaughter. Claire appeared beside Rip, a stolen rifle in her hands. "They're not here to fight. They're hurting us." She was right. The gunmen circled, firing to drive them toward the mission's ancient well, the cellar where Miss Adams had been buried. A perfect trap. Tommy pointed to the well, his voice a whisper. "They want us in there." Keene's rifle barked, dropping a rider. "They're waiting for something." The answer came on a scream of steam from the north, a locomotive's roar, not the occasional whistle, but a full-throated beast at speed. Rip's glasses found it, a black behemoth rounding the bend, its cowcatcher plowing through snow, pulling an armored car with open gun ports. Polar's war machine, come to finish them. Claire's fingers dug into Rip's arm. "We can't let them pin us here." Rip scanned the mission, the crumbling walls, the terrified townsfolk, their few guns. Against Garrett's men in that train, they'd last minutes. His gaze fell on the broken bell at the tower's base, its iron tongue silent but heavy. "Keene," Rip said softly, "how much dynamite you got left?" The old man's grin was feral. "Enough to singe the devil's whiskers." Rip turned to Claire. "Get everyone underground. Bar the doors." Her eyes flashed. "And you." He scooped up Tommy, settling the boy on his hip. "We're going to make our own train stop." As the locomotive's whistle shrieked closer, Rip met Keene's eyes. Somewhere in that armored car, Polar was watching, waiting to see them crushed. Let him watch. The bell tower's rope was rotten, but it would hold long enough. Long enough to drop a very different kind of payload. Rip handed Tommy to Claire. "When you hear the thunder," he said, "start running." Chapter 16. The mission bell's iron tongue struck the frozen ground with a sound like Judgment Day. Rip Campbell watched from the ridge as the dynamite-packed bell rolled down the slope, its fuse spitting fire. Keen Ralston's timing was perfect. The armored train had just rounded the last bend when the explosion lit up the pre-dawn darkness. The concussion knocked snow from the pines and sent the lead locomotive's cowcatcher plowing into twisted rails. But Polar's armored car remained intact. "Move!" Rip dragged Keen behind a boulder as machine gun fire chewed the ridgeline. The gun ports on that cursed car spat continuous fire, stitching the snow with deadly precision. Claire's voice crackled through the chaos. She'd gotten the townsfolk into the mission cellar just before the shooting started. Now she crouched behind a collapsed stone wall with Jim Bristow covering their retreat. "Rip! The herd!" He followed her pointing finger north. Beyond the wrecked train, a dark tide flowed across the Barquet's winter pasture, cattle. Hundreds of them, stampeding straight toward the burning town. Keen spat out a mouthful of dirt. "Polar's cutting our supply lines. No beef, no winter stores." A new sound joined the gunfire, whooping riders in green jackets driving the panicked longhorns forward with crackling torches. The Barquet's prize breeding stock set loose to freeze or burn. Rip's Colt found one of the riders. The man tumbled into the snow, his torch guttering out. But there were too many. The herd would reach Tonka City within minutes. Jim Bristow appeared at Rip's side, his face streaked with soot. "Cliff's trying to turn them at the creek bend." Even as he spoke, a lone figure on horseback raced parallel to the stampede, Cliff Bristow, his burned hands gripping the reins as he fired his pistol to redirect the lead steers. For a heartbeat, it seemed to work. The front runners wavered. Then a rifle shot rang out from the armored car. Cliff's horse went down screaming. The cowboy rolled clear, but the herd shifted direction again, straight toward him. Rip was moving before conscious thought, leaping onto Keen's horse and spurring down the slope. Snow and dirt sprayed as he cut across the stampede's path, firing his last 3 rounds to create a diversion. Cliff scrambled onto the horse's rump behind him as longhorns swerved around them, close enough to smell their fierce sweat. "Armored cars got a spotter," Cliff gasped. "They're picking us off." Rip risked a glance back. The train's largest gunport now held a telescope. Someone was directing the massacre with military precision. The mission bell tower exploded suddenly, hit by concentrated fire. Burning timbers rained down on the chapel roof. Claire, Tommy, the others. Rip wheeled the horse around, but Cliff grabbed his arm. "Look." From the smoking ruins of the bell tower, a tiny figure emerged, Tommy, darting between debris with unnatural speed. Behind him came Claire, and the widow Hennessy dragging something between them. A wire. The telegraph wire. Understanding dawned. The mission had been Tonka City's relay station, its lines still connected to the railroad tracks. Keen's voice carried over the gunfire as he and Jim provided covering fire. "They're gonna electrify the rails." Rip kicked the horse into a gallop toward the armored car. They needed to buy time. Inside that steel-plated monster, Polar would be watching his plan unfold, town burning, cattle scattered, resistance crumbling. But he'd made one mistake. He'd forgotten the children could fight back. As Rip and Cliff raced parallel to the tracks, the first blue sparks danced along the rails. The armored car's machine guns fell silent as its crew realized the danger. Too late. The surge hit with a thunderclap of arcing electricity. Every metal surface on the train became a conductor. Smoke poured from the gun ports as screams echoed inside the sealed compartment. Rip reined up, watching the armored car become a tomb. Somewhere in that metal hell, Polar's masterstroke had turned against him. Claire appeared at the trackside, her face alight with grim triumph. The widow Hennessy clutched the telegraph key like a weapon. But the victory was short-lived. From the north came fresh gunfire, reinforcements. And the cattle were still running wild. Keen limped up, blood seeping through his torn pant leg. We bought a breather. No more. Rip studied the burning town, the scattered herd, the traumatized survivors. Polar had taken their homes, their livelihoods, their peace. Now came the hardest choice, retreat or die. He met Claire's eyes across the smoking tracks. She gave a tiny nod. Round up who you can, Rip ordered. We fall back to the canyon. As the survivors gathered what few supplies remained, Tommy tugged Rip his sleeve. The boy pointed east, where the rising sun painted the snow in bloody hues. The bad men went that way, he whispered. Towards the schoolbooks. Rip stiffened. The Territorial Land Office in Pomeroy kept all property records, including the railroad surveys. Polar wasn't just destroying Tonka City. He was erasing it from the map. Claire shouldered a stolen rifle. Then we go through the cattle lands. Cut him off at the pass. The cattle lands, Barkay territory, where every arroyo and dry wash hid memories of better days. Days before the Green Jackets came. Rip adjusted his hat against the rising sun. The war had entered its second phase. And the land itself would remember. Chapter 17. The arroyo cradled them like a mother's arms, its red rock walls glowing ember-warm under a sky streaked with indigo and fire. Sagebrush trembled in the night wind, its scent a fleeting prayer for rest, mingling with the faint tang of gunpowder that clung to their clothes. Cottonwoods whispered along the dry creek bed, their skeletal branches clawing at the stars, as if pleading for the rain that never came. The survivors of Tonka City huddled in this hidden fold of the earth, their fire a mere flicker, its light too weak to betray them to the green-jacketed riders who prowled the basin. The air was sharp with frost, each breath a ghostly plume, yet the weight of loss pressed heavier than the cold. Claire Duval knelt beside the fire, her travel-worn dress dusted red from the road, her green eyes catching the flame's glow as she tended to the orphans. Tommy, the half-Comanche boy, sat closest, his small hands clutching a tin cup of coffee, its steam curling like a promise of warmth. His face was smudged with soot, his dark eyes older than his 10 years, carrying shadows of the schoolhouse's ruin and Miss Adams's bloodied shawl. Around him, the other children, Lena with her missing finger, Sarah with her braided hair singed, little Jacob who hadn't spoken since the fire, pressed close, their silence louder than any cry. Sheriff Rip Campbell stood at the arroyo's edge, his silhouette sharp against the moonlit cliffs, his Colt a constant weight at his hip. He scanned the horizon, where the Rake River's dry bed glittered with flecks of quartz, a mocking echo of the wealth Polar chased. Keen Ralston crouched nearby, cleaning his Winchester with a rag that smelled of oil and vengeance, his weathered face unreadable. Jim Bristow and Cliff, their wounds bound but bleeding through, murmured plans for the Barkay line shack, their voices low as the wind's moan. The group was battered, but not broken, not yet. Claire dipped a cloth into a canteen, wiping soot from Tommy's cheek. "You're safe now," she said softly, though the lie tasted bitter. Safe was a word for other towns, other lives. Her fingers trembled, not from cold, but from the memory of Miss Adams's letters tucked into her carpetbag like relics. Adams had been her mentor in Kansas, a woman who'd seen Claire's fire and taught her to temper it with wisdom. "Books are your armor," Adams had said, her voice steady as she bandaged Claire's knuckles after a schoolyard fight. "They'll shield you when fists fail." That lesson had carried Claire west, to Tonka City, to Adams's side, only to find her mentor's grave in a dry well, her legacy scattered like the ashes of the schoolhouse. Tommy's gaze flicked to the other orphans, then back to Claire. "Miss Adams taught us something too," he whispered, his voice barely louder than the fire's crackle. He glanced at Rip, ensuring the sheriff's attention was elsewhere, then pulled a tattered primer from his coat. Its pages were dog-eared, the margins filled with childish scrawl, numbers and symbols, not words. "She showed us how to hide messages. Said Polar's men were watching, so we wrote what we saw in code. Claire's breath caught. She took the primer, her fingers tracing the cryptic marks. "What did you see, Tommy?" His voice dropped lower, a secret shared in the fire's glow. "Men in green jackets, moving crates at night. Horses coming from the canyon, not the town. Lena saw 'em loading dynamite near the old tracks." Lena nodded, her stump of a finger hidden in her sleeve, her eyes fierce despite her tears. "Miss Adams said to keep it secret, but to tell someone we trust if she was gone." Claire's heart clenched, Adams's courage echoing in these children's defiance. She closed the primer, her resolve hardening like steel in a forge. "You're brave, all of you," she said, her voice steady now, a teacher's command. "We'll rebuild that school, Tommy. A place where you can learn, not hide. I promise you that." Sarah's voice, small but clear, broke the silence. "Will it have books again, Miss Duvall?" Claire's smile was a flicker of light in the dark. "More than you can carry, Sarah. And a bell that rings for you." The children's eyes brightened, if only for a moment, their hope a fragile thing but alive. Claire tucked the primer into her bag, her mind racing. The coded messages could guide them to Polar's supply lines, a chance to strike before his trap closed. A rustle at the arroyo's rim snapped her attention. Jim Bristow slid down the slope, his face grim under the brim of his hat. "Tracks, Sheriff," he called to Rip. "Fresh ones, heading to Dead Man's Draw. 2 riders, maybe 3. Rip turned, his gray eyes sharp as flint in the moonlight. "Polar's scouts," he said softly, his hand brushing the Colt's grip. "They're circling, trying to pin us." Keene stood, his Winchester cradled like a child. "Draw's a death trap. Narrow walls, no cover. Perfect for an ambush." Claire rose, the primer's weight a quiet vow in her bag. "Then we move now," she said, her voice cutting through the night. "Before they box us in." Rip met her gaze, seeing the fire that Adams had kindled, now burning fierce. He nodded once, a silent accord. "Saddle up. We ride for the canyon." As the group broke camp, Tommy slipped his hand into Claire's, his touch small but steady. The fire died to embers, its last sparks drifting skyward like prayers. Beyond the arroyo, the Badlands waited, their shadows deep and unforgiving, but the orphan's secrets were a weapon now, sharp as any blade. Chapter 18. The Bar K's winter-lined shack clung precariously to a narrow shelf of rock just above the ominous mouth of Dead Man's Draw. It stood sentinel, yes, but like a weary, forgotten soldier left too long at a desolate post. Its weathered planks, bleached silver-gray by decades of relentless sun and sandblasted by scouring winds, groaned and popped under the increasing weight of the gathering storm clouds that pressed down from the north, heavy and dark as bruises. Snow hadn't begun to fall here yet, but the air was bitingly cold, carrying the iron tang of it, and the wind moaned through the draw's narrow opening with a sound like lost souls. This wasn't a place of refuge. It felt like the edge of the world, a gateway to oblivion. Rip Campbell swung down stiffly from his gelding, landing with a soft thud on the frozen rocky ground. Every muscle in his body ached with a weariness that went bone deep, a culmination of days without sleep, constant tension, and the lingering throb from his head wound. His breath plumed out in a thick white cloud in the pre-dawn chill, the air sharp enough to sting his lungs. Behind him, strung out along the narrow, winding game trail that had led them to this forsaken spot, the pitifully small column of survivors huddled together, seeking warmth and courage in proximity. It was a ragtag assembly, ghosts haunted by the fires of Tonka City and the horrors they had fled. Claire Duvall sat slumped slightly in her saddle, her face pale and drawn in the gray light, one arm held protectively against her bandaged side. Beside her, Tommy, the orphan boy, clung tightly to the saddle horn, his small frame dwarfed by the landscape, his dark eyes wide and watchful, taking in the forbidding entrance to the draw. Further back, the widow Hennessy, her face a mask of stoic grief, clutched the heavy brass telegraph key she had salvaged from her ruined office as if it were a holy relic, a tangible link to a world now lost. A dozen or so battered townsfolk, faces smudged with soot and etched with fear, huddled on weary horses or stood numbly beside them. And bringing up the rear were the Bristow brothers and the handful of Barkay cowhands who had survived Polar's brutal attacks, grim-faced men whose loyalty was now their only remaining currency. Keen Ralston dismounted beside Rip, his movements slow, deliberate. He scanned the desolate surroundings, his experienced eyes missing nothing: the lack of recent tracks, the undisturbed scree slopes, the silence that felt too deep, too absolute. He spat a stream of tobacco juice onto the frozen dirt, where it lay dark and stark against the pale ground. "Ain't been cattle worked through this draw in months, Rip," he observed, his voice a low growl that barely carried over the wind's sigh. His boot nudged dismissively at a sun-bleached longhorn skull lying half-buried in the loose rock near the shack's foundation, its empty sockets staring blindly towards the canyon mouth. "Place has been let go. Just like Polar's been lettin' his own South Range go barren." He shook his head, his gaze sweeping the forbidding landscape again. "He ain't been thinkin' 'bout ranchin'. He's been clearing this range steady, quiet-like. Pushing folks out, lettin' things go to seed. All part of his bigger plan, I reckon." Rip didn't reply immediately. His attention was fixed on the canyon's yawning mouth directly before them. Dead Man's Draw. The name itself was a warning. The walls rose sheer and high on either side, walls of dark stratified rock stained with mineral deposits that looked like old blood in the flat light. The entrance was narrow, barely wide enough for a wagon, promising claustrophobia and hidden dangers within. As his eyes traced the path leading into the draw, he noticed something that made his gut tighten. Fresh scrape marks, pale against the darker rock, marred the narrow canyon walls near the base, marks too wide, too regular for pack animals or riders. Wagon wheels. Heavy ones, judging by the depth of the gouges. And lots of them, overlaying each other. Something heavy, something cumbersome, had been moving secretly through this forgotten, aptly named draw. And recently. Just as the implications began to settle, Claire appeared silently at his elbow, startling him slightly. She moved with a quietness that belied the pain she must be feeling. Her breath came fast, frosting in the cold air, her eyes bright with urgency. She and Jim Bristow had volunteered to scout ahead while the main group rested, disappearing like wraiths into the gloom towards the canyon mouth minutes earlier. "Sheriff," she said, her voice low, urgent. "Jim found tracks inside. Wagon tracks, like you saw. But there's more." She paused, taking a breath, her good eye locking onto his. "About half a mile in, tucked back in an alcove almost hidden by a rock slide, there's a boxcar. A railroad boxcar." She saw the disbelief flicker in his eyes and pressed on. "And leading away from it, heading west deeper into the mountains, new tracks. Not old rusted ones like the spur line we followed. These are new. Freshly laid rails." Cliff Bristow, who had overheard, stepped forward, his bandaged hands held awkwardly before him, his expression incredulous. "Now hold on, Miss Duvall," he protested, his voice rough with disbelief. "That ain't possible. Railroad don't run through here. Never has. The Santa Fe survey died out miles east of here years ago." He gestured vaguely with a bandaged hand at the surrounding empty badlands, a wilderness of rock and scrub. "There's nothin' out here." "Not the main line, Cliff," Claire corrected patiently, though her eyes still held that gleam of urgent discovery. The gloom of the pre-dawn couldn't entirely dim the fire in her gaze. "This is something else. A spur line, yes, but hidden. Secret." She looked back towards the canyon mouth, then at Rip. "Someone built a railroad where no railroad should be." Tommy, who had crept closer to hear the hushed, intense conversation, tugged insistently at Rip's heavy coat sleeve, his small face tilted up, his eyes wide with dawning fearful comprehension. Like the train, Sheriff," he whispered, his voice trembling slightly. "The big black train that burned our town. Was it from here?" Rip exchanged a long, silent glance with Keen. The boy's innocent question struck home with chilling force. The heavily armored train that had appeared from nowhere, spitting fire and death, dealing the final blow to Tonka City. It hadn't been brought in on the known territorial lines. It had needed a hidden track, a secret origin point. Polar hadn't just planned an attack, he'd built the infrastructure for a private war, hidden deep in the wilderness for months, perhaps years. Just like he'd meticulously planned to erase Tonka City from the map, replacing it with his own polar station. The sheer scale of the conspiracy, the depth of the planning, the cold-blooded long-term strategy, it was staggering, terrifying. Rip forced his mind back to the present, to the immediate needs of the exhausted, frightened people depending on him. He turned to Jim Bristow, who had just returned from his scout with Claire, his face grim. "Jim," Rip ordered, his voice regaining its firm command, pushing aside the larger implications for now. "Take the townsfolk, the widow, up to the shack. It ain't much, but it's shelter from the wind. Get a fire going if you can find dry wood, but keep the smoke low." He glanced at Cliff. "Cliff, your hands are bad, but your eyes are good. Find a spot up high where you can watch our back trail and the canyon mouth. You're on lookout. Fire a warning shot if anything moves." He paused, his gaze sweeping over Keen, Claire, and Tommy. The ones who had seen the worst, the ones who understood the stakes. He nodded towards the dark maw of Dead Man's Draw. "Rest of you," he said grimly, his hand dropping instinctively to the reassuring weight of his Colt, "with me." Okay, here is the expanded final part of Chapter 10, focusing on the exploration of the secret canyon and the confrontation with Lena, written in a style reminiscent of Zane Grey, and adding over 500 words. Chapter 19. Moving into the narrow mouth of Dead Man's Draw felt like stepping into the barrel of a colossal rifle aimed at the heart of the mountains. The towering rock walls pressed in close, seeming to lean inwards, blotting out the already dim pre-dawn light and amplifying the mournful sigh of the wind into an eerie whisper that seemed to speak of old sorrows and impending doom. They were forced into single file, following the tracks of the heavy wagons along the frozen, rock-strewn creek bed that formed the canyon floor. Water seeped from cracks in the rock face, freezing into slick patches of black ice underfoot. Rip Campbell moved with the fluid silence of a hunting cat, his senses on high alert, his Colt riding loose and ready in its holster, its familiar weight, a small comfort against the crushing weight of the unknown ahead. Keen, Claire, Tommy, and the widow Hennessy followed close behind, their footsteps muffled on the gravel, their eyes scanning the oppressive cliffs above for any sign of movement. The tracks Claire had spotted from the canyon mouth were impossible to miss now, not the faint ruts of prospectors' carts, but the deep decisive grooves of heavy freight wagons. And running alongside them, almost incongruous in this wild, forgotten place, were the railroad tracks she'd described. Not the ancient, rusted remnants of the abandoned spur line they'd followed earlier, but expertly laid steel rails, gleaming dully even in the dim light. The ties were solid, the gravel ballast packed tight and level between them, the switches freshly greased. This was professional work, recent work, built with skill and purpose, hidden away from the world. The sheer audacity of it was breathtaking. After perhaps half a mile of tense, silent progress, the canyon walls abruptly fell away, opening unexpectedly into a wider, hidden valley, a vast, man-made bowl carved out of the surrounding rock, clearly widened and leveled with considerable effort. It felt like stepping into the jaws of a carefully constructed trap. Before them, the floor of the secret valley was crisscrossed with a network of gleaming rails, sidings, switches, loading spurs. It was a small, but functional rail yard, materialized like a mirage in the heart of the wilderness. 3 long, windowless boxcars sat inertly on a siding track, their heavy doors yawning open like dark mouths. Stenciled crudely on their sides were the words "Locomotive Parts, Santa Ferr Property." Beyond the silent boxcars, dominating the far end of the hidden valley, a wide tunnel mouth gaped blackly into the sheer face of the mountainside, its entrance newly dug, framed by massive timber supports that still looked raw, oozing sticky beads of pine sap that glistened faintly in the gloom. Keen Ralston let out a long, low whistle, the sound sharp in the confined space. He swept his hat off, running a hand through his thinning gray hair, his eyes wide with disbelief as he took in the impossible scene. "Well, I'll be hornswoggled," he breathed, his voice rough with astonishment. The dirty, cheating, murdering son of a bitch actually went and built his own private railroad right under the territory's nose. Claire, driven by an urgency Rip couldn't yet fathom, didn't pause to marvel. Her boots crunched softly on the gravel as she moved quickly towards the nearest open boxcar. Without hesitation, she drew the sturdy hunting knife she carried and jammed the blade into the lid of one of the topmost wooden crates stacked just inside the doorway, prying it open with a sharp crack of splintering wood. She peered inside, then looked back at Rip, her eyes blazing with cold fury. "Not locomotive parts, Sheriff," she stated grimly. "Weapons." Rip joined her quickly, his own pulse kicking into a higher gear. He looked into the opened crate. Packed tightly in thick protective grease lay a dozen brand-new Winchester .73 repeating rifles, the blued steel gleaming darkly. Another crate beside it, when pried open, revealed rows of nickel-plated Colt Peacemaker revolvers fresh from the factory, each wrapped individually in oilcloth. Crate after crate held the same deadly cargo, enough modern firepower to outfit a small army, enough to turn Polar's land grab into a full-scale slaughter. Widow Hennessy, who had followed them hesitantly towards the boxcar, peered over Rip's shoulder and gasped aloud, her hand flying to her mouth. Her years working the telegraph office, handling official shipments and manifests, had made her familiar with certain markings. "Sheriff," she exclaimed, her voice trembling, "look at the stenciling on the crates. Those are government ordnance markings. That's property of the U.S. Army." The implication was staggering. Polar wasn't just buying guns, he was stealing them, likely through corrupt quartermasters or diverted shipments. A faint rustle, the sound of cloth brushing against rock, came from the direction of the black tunnel mouth across the rail yard. Rip's hand instinctively dropped to his Colt, swinging around, expecting an attack. But it was only Tommy. The boy, driven by a child's curiosity perhaps, or some deeper intuition, had slipped ahead of the adults unnoticed. He stood frozen now, just inside the lip of the tunnel entrance, his small frame silhouetted starkly against the profound darkness within, looking like a small ghost haunting the threshold of some underworld. "Sheriff?" Tommy's voice echoed slightly from the tunnel, thin and trembling with awe or fear, maybe both. "Sheriff, you gotta come see this." Warily, Rip motioned for Keen and Claire to cover him, then moved quickly across the rail yard towards the tunnel, the Widow Hennessy scurrying behind him. The air grew colder as they approached the entrance, carrying the damp, earthy smell of newly excavated rock. Stepping inside, out of the gray pre-dawn light, took a moment for Rip's eyes to adjust. This wasn't just a mine tunnel driven into the mountainside for ore. It was a vault. A hidden treasury. Stacked floor to ceiling along both walls, stretching back into the gloom, were not crates of dynamite or mining equipment, but hundreds of sturdy yellow pine boxes, each neatly stenciled with the official territorial seal of records. Land deeds, county survey maps, tax rolls, the official paper lifeblood of counties and towns across the territory. And nestled beneath them, arranged in neat, disciplined rows like sleeping soldiers, were dozens upon dozens of heavy iron strongboxes, their formidable locks gleaming dully in the faint light filtering from the entrance. Keen, unable to resist, drew his heavy Bowie knife and expertly pried the lock off the nearest strongbox. The lid sprang open with a groan. Gold. Hundreds of gleaming gold coins spilled out onto the dirt floor. U.S. double eagles, heavy and bright, looking freshly minted, likely from the Denver Mint. "Bribes," Claire whispered beside Rip, her voice filled with disgusted comprehension as she stared at the glittering hoard. "Payment. For every crooked judge, legislator, marshal, and land office official between here and Santa Fe. Enough gold to buy silence, loyalty, and favorable rulings." Rip ignored the gold. His attention was caught by a rolled vellum map resting atop one of the pine boxes. He picked it up carefully, the stiff parchment crackling in the stillness as he unrolled it. It was a beautifully rendered surveyor's plat map of the entire region, showing proposed townships, rail lines, and water sources. But where Tonka City should have been marked, there was only empty space. And emblazoned boldly across the most strategic river junction, right where their town had stood, was a newly proposed settlement labeled simply, Polar Station. Proof. Irrefutable proof of Polar's audacious plan to literally wipe Tonka City off the map and replace it with his own empire. The sharp, unmistakable sound of a rifle hammer being cocked echoed suddenly from deeper within the tunnel, amplified by the confined space. "All right, hold it right there. Hands where I can see 'em. Slow and easy." The voice was female, crisp, steady, and held an unmistakable note of authority. Rip turned slowly, carefully, keeping his hands away from his Colt. Standing about 20 feet back in the tunnel, partially illuminated by a lantern held in her left hand, was a figure silhouetted against the deeper darkness. A woman, dressed not in range clothes or a dress, but in the practical, sturdy duster coat of a railroad engineer or surveyor. A Winchester rifle rested easily in the crook of her right arm, its muzzle pointed unwaveringly towards them. This was definitely not one of Polar's green jackets. This was someone else entirely, someone unexpected. Beside Rip, Claire's hunting knife clattered suddenly onto the dirt floor as her hands flew to her mouth. "Lena?" she gasped, her voice filled with shocked disbelief. The woman in the tunnel flinched at the name, her rifle stance wavering for just an instant. She squinted through the gloom towards Claire. "Claire. Claire Duvall. Hell's bells, is that really you? I heard. I thought you were dead." Claire finished for her, a bitter, humorless laugh escaping her lips. She gestured vaguely back towards the tunnel entrance, towards the world outside. "Polar's been busy, Lena. Very busy." The rifle lowered slightly, though not completely. The woman, Lena, stepped forward into the better light, allowing Rip to get a clearer look. Her face was lean, weather-beaten, as hard-bitten as any seasoned cowboy's, framed by short-cropped dark hair tucked under a worn hat. But her eyes, sharp and assessing, held the same striking shade of green as Claire's. Sisters. Cousins. The resemblance was uncanny. "He's busier than you know," Lena said grimly, her gaze sweeping over Rip, Keen, Tommy, and the widow, taking in their ragged appearance. "That armored train that hit your town. That was just the start. A field test." Rip kept his hands carefully visible, but didn't relax his stance. His mind raced. Who was this woman? "You're with the railroad," he asked, his voice level. "Against it," Lena corrected sharply. "Or at least, against the parts Polar and his syndicate friends control." She jerked her chin towards the strong boxes filled with gold and the crates of stolen records. "The real Santa Fe board hired me months ago. Special investigator. Tasked with finding out where millions in company funds and equipment were disappearing to." She gestured around the tunnel. "Looks like I found Polar's little side project." Her gaze flicked to Tommy, who huddled close to Claire now, and her expression softened fractionally. "I didn't know he was stealing children, too. That bastard." Suddenly, a steam whistle blew in the distance, carried faintly on the wind down the canyon. Not the shrill, terrifying scream of Polar's armored battle train, but the long, low, mournful call of a heavy work engine. Lena's face instantly went grim, alert. "Damn it. Right on schedule. That's the noon gravel train." She looked urgently at Rip and Claire, grabbing Claire's arm. "Polar's covering his tracks, literally. This whole canyon, this entire operation is set to disappear." She pointed towards the rear of the tunnel, where Rip now noticed carefully placed crates of dynamite tucked against the timber supports at intervals. "That train brings in the last load of gravel to finish the line west. Once it's unloaded and clear, charges are set to blow this entire tunnel, burying everything, the rails, the evidence, the gold." Her eyes were hard. If you've got folks back at the shack you need to evacuate, you do it now. This whole canyon becomes a landslide in about 15 minutes. Rip's blood ran cold. The hidden rails. The stolen weapons cache. The government ordnance. The missing territorial records. The bribes. The map erasing his town. Polar wasn't just stealing land. He was systematically rewriting history, creating his own facts on the ground, and planning to bury anyone and anything that remembered the truth. Keen, grasping the immediate danger, was already backing towards the tunnel entrance, trying to herd the stunned widow Hennessy and Tommy with him. "Time to get gone, Rip," he urged, his voice tight with alarm. But Rip stood frozen for a moment, his gaze locked on the crates of deeds, the survey maps, the tangible proof stacked all around them. Enough evidence to hang Polar and half the territory's officials 10 times over. Lena seemed to read his mind, her expression grimly understanding. "Take what you can carry, Sheriff," she advised curtly. The train whistle blew again, significantly closer now. "The rest," she shrugged, a gesture of harsh pragmatism, "won't matter much in about 15 minutes when this whole mountain comes down." The urgency finally broke through Rip's paralysis. Claire, reacting instantly, snatched one of the smaller, manageable strongboxes, likely filled with damning ledgers or specific deeds, and shoved it into Tommy's arms. "Run, Tommy. Run back to Jim and Cliff. Now." As the boy darted out of the tunnel, his small legs pumping, Rip grabbed the rolled vellum map showing Polar Station and scooped up a fistful of official-looking deeds from the nearest pine box. They fled the tunnel, bursting back out into the gray light of the hidden rail yard, just as Lena, lingering for a critical second behind them, kicked over the lantern she carried. It shattered near the tunnel entrance, spilling burning oil onto a thin trail of black powder Rip hadn't noticed before, a fuse leading back towards the stacked dynamite. "Polar wants an explosion to cover his tracks," Lena called after them, her voice carrying a note of fierce, reckless satisfaction as she sprinted to catch up. "Let's give him a real show." They hadn't reached the narrow canyon entrance when the first dynamite charges deep within the tunnel detonated with a terrifying, earth-shattering roar. The ground beneath their feet heaved like a spooked Mustang throwing its rider, sending Rip stumbling to his knees. Rocks and debris rained down from the canyon walls. Looking back, they saw the tunnel mouth collapsing inward with unbelievable violence, stone grinding against stone, swallowing Polar's stolen gold, his weapons, his secrets, burying them forever beneath a mountain of engineered destruction. Just as they scrambled back towards the relative safety of the main draw, a frantic waving from the ridge above caught Rip's eye. It was Jim Bristow, signaling urgently. "Riders coming," Jim shouted, his voice faint above the roar of the collapsing canyon. "Coming fast. Green jackets." Rip scrambled up the slope towards the line shack, the deeds and the damning map clutched tightly in his hand. They had found the heart of Polar's secret empire, this hidden canyon, this private railroad. And they had, perhaps inadvertently, helped cut it out, burying the bulk of his ill-gotten gains and evidence. But the snake wasn't dead yet. Now came the reckoning. As the canyon behind them finally fell silent, save for the settling dust and the mournful wind, Tommy tugged urgently at Rip's sleeve, his eyes wide with understanding. "The bad man," the boy whispered, looking back at the smoking ruin where the tunnel had been. "Mr. Polar, he's gonna be real mad now." Rip looked down at the documents clutched in his hand, the truth written in ink and surveyor's lines, saved from the destruction. He met Tommy's frightened gaze, a grim hardness settling in his own eyes. "Good," he said softly. Somewhere to the west, seemingly miles away yet carrying clearly on the wind, a train whistle screamed, a long, furious, frustrated blast. The game had indeed changed. Chapter 20. The Bar K Line shack's roof groaned under the weight of the gathering storm, its timbers creaking like the bones of a dying beast. Snow swirled through chinks in the walls, dusting the floor with frost that glittered in the dim lantern light. Beyond the shack, the high country lay shrouded in a howling white veil. The wind's wail, a banshee's lament that drowned the distant crack of gunfire. Red Rock Canyon's jagged walls loomed invisible but oppressive, their shadowed folds a trap closing tight. Rip Campbell spread the salvaged deeds across the rough-hewn table, anchoring each corner with a .45 cartridge, their brass glinting like sentinels. The lantern's glow revealed what they'd bled for: land grants bearing forged signatures, survey maps with boundaries redrawn in greedy ink, and a ledger, its pages a litany of betrayal, payments to judges, sheriffs, officials who'd sold their oaths for Polar's coin. Claire Duvall traced a finger down the ledger's entries, her touch steady despite the cold seeping into her bones. Whitcomb took 5,000 to rule against Sturgill's heirs. Her nails stopped at a name that twisted her gut. Marshall Benton was on the take too, before Polar killed him. Her voice was low, edged with the weight of Miss Adams's memory, the schoolhouse's ashes still clinging to her dreams. Keen Ralston poured whiskey into tin cups, his hands steady despite the gunfire echoing closer, a staccato promise of death. Polar's riders had chased them into this frozen hell, herding them toward Red Rock Canyon's chokehold, where escape was a fool's hope. "Drink up," Keen muttered, his gravelly drawl cutting through the wind's howl. "Might be our last." Jim Bristow burst through the door, snow swirling in like ghosts, his face flushed from the climb. "They've got the canyon mouth blocked. Green jackets on the ridges." His breath came in ragged gasps, his eyes wild. "And there's something else." A deep, mechanical growl tore through the storm. Not the shriek of a train, but something fouler, its rumble shaking the earth like a predator's pulse. Rip grabbed his rifle and stepped onto the porch, the wind's icy claws tearing at his coat. Through the swirling snow, a hulking shape emerged, a steam-powered wagon, its iron-plated sides bristling with gun ports, its cleated wheels grinding sagebrush to pulp. Black smoke belched from its stack, curling like a demon's breath against the moonless sky, the machine's weight scarring the trail with deep, unyielding ruts. "Armored wagon," Lena muttered, her voice calm but grim. The railroad investigator stood at Rip's shoulder, her engineer's eye dissecting the beast. "Custom job. See that reinforced boiler? Polar's been planning this for years, building a war machine to crush anyone in his path." Tommy pressed against Rip's leg, his small body trembling, his dark eyes wide as the canyon's maw. "They gonna shoot us like them cattle?" Claire scooped the boy up with her good arm, her grip fierce despite the ache in her shoulder. "Not today," she said, her voice a vow carved in stone. The wagon's forward gunport flashed, a cannon's roar splitting the night. A shell screamed over the shack's roof, its explosion showering them with splintered pine needles and scorched earth. The blast's heat singed Rip's face, a fleeting warmth in the freezing gale. Inside, Rip herded them back as another shell struck the corral, sending flaming debris raining down like hell's confetti. The line shack's thin walls shuddered, no match for the cannon's wrath. Keen slammed the door as a second explosion shook the foundation, the air thick with the acrid tang of burning pitch. "That ain't no ordinary cannon," he growled. "They're firing incendiary rounds." Lena dragged the table aside, revealing a trapdoor in the floorboards, its hinges rusted but intact. "Root cellar. Goes back 20 feet into the hillside, carved deep into the rock." Another impact. The west wall splintered, letting in a blast of freezing wind that stung like a lash. Rip grabbed the deeds and ledger, stuffing them into his coat, their weight a promise against his chest. "Claire, get Tommy and the widow underground. Jim, Keen, cover them." Claire didn't move, her green eyes locking onto his. "What about you?" He checked his Colt's cylinder. 5 rounds left, each a prayer. "Someone's got to slow that wagon down." Lena surprised them all by producing 2 sticks of dynamite from her duster, their fuses short and deadly. "I'll need a distraction," she said, her voice steady as the cliffs. The cannon fired again, the shell blasting the porch into kindling, the front wall caving inward. Rip dove aside as splinters peppered the room, sharp as shrapnel. Through the smoke, green jackets moved up the slope, Polar's men, their silhouettes predatory under the wagon's covering fire. Claire shoved Tommy toward the trapdoor, her voice cutting through the chaos. "Go. Now." Rip and Lena crawled to the shattered window, the wagon's bulk looming closer, its steam whistle shrieking like a damned soul. 50 yards. 40. The ground trembled under its weight, each thud a heartbeat of doom. "Distract them how?" Rip yelled over the din. Lena's grin was feral, her eyes glinting with reckless fire. She pointed to the shack's wood stove, its pipe glowing red-hot against the wall's charred planks. "Overload that boiler." Understanding flashed, quick as a spark. Rip turned to Keen. "Give me covering, fire." Keen didn't hesitate. He and Jim shouldered their Winchesters, pouring fire at the wagon's view slits. Bullets pinged off iron plating, a futile hail, but the distraction worked. The cannon swiveled away, its barrels seeking the muzzle flashes. Rip and Lena moved, bursting from the ruined doorway at a dead run, zigzagging through the gunfire's deadly weave. Lena's dynamite had a fuse too short for mercy. She lit it with a match struck against her boot heel, the flame hissing like a viper, and hurled it under the wagon's belly. The explosion lifted the armored monstrosity clean off its wheels, a thunderclap that shook the canyon's walls. Metal screamed as the boiler ruptured, sending a geyser of superheated steam into the gun ports, scalding flesh and shattering iron. Polar's men boiled out like ants from a kick mound, their green jackets smoldering, their screams lost in the storm's roar. Rip's Colt found 2 before they'd taken 3 steps, each shot a reckoning. Lena dropped another with her Derringer, the small gun's bark sharp and final. From the ridge above, Claire's voice rang out, clear as a bell through the tempest. She stood silhouetted against the storm clouds, Tommy's stolen rifle at her shoulder. Her shot wasn't at the gunman. It struck a stake high on the canyon wall, snapping the guide wire of a precariously balanced deadfall. Tons of rock and snow thundered down, a white tide that buried half of Polar's men and cut off the wagon's retreat. The sudden silence was deafening, broken only by the wind's fading moan and the wagon's dying hiss. Rip wiped blood from his eyes, the cut above his brow reopened by the blast. The armored wagon lay on its side, hissing like a slain dragon, its iron hide scarred and steaming. Of Polar's advance party, only 3 green jackets stood, their hands raised, rifles discarded in the snow. Lena grabbed the nearest prisoner by his scorched collar, her voice a low snarl. "Where's Polar?" The man's teeth chattered, his face pale as the frost. "P. Pomeroy. Meeting the railroad bosses at dawn." Claire joined them, her face grim under a mask of soot and snow. She held out the ledger, open to the last page, its ink stark against the firelight's flicker. "Final payment, land transfer, Polar Station minus $200,000 gold." Rip's hands clenched, the paper crackling in his grip. While they'd fought for their lives in this frozen canyon, Polar had been weaving his final betrayal, selling their homes to line his pockets with blood money. Keen spat into the snow, the act a curse. "We'll never make Pomeroy by dawn." Lena's eyes gleamed, undaunted by the wreckage. She pointed to the wagon's core, where the steam engine lay intact, its boiler scarred but whole. "Not on horseback," she said. "But I can have that running in an hour." Tommy, peeking from the trapdoor, his face streaked with dirt, whispered the thought on all their minds, "We gonna ride that monster?" Rip holstered his Colt and rolled up his sleeves, the storm breaking to reveal the first stars, cold and unyielding. By morning, they'd be in Pomeroy, carrying the weight of their dead and the fire of their cause. And Polar would learn what happened when you backed a cornered animal into its last stand. Chapter 21. Silence, deep and profound save for the mournful sigh of the wind sweeping down from the high peaks, had reclaimed Red Rock Canyon. The echoes of gunfire, explosions, and screams had faded, leaving behind only the chilling aftermath. Moonlight, cold and stark, spilled over the canyon rim, illuminating a scene of chaotic destruction. The armored wagon, Polar's mechanical beast of war, lay crippled on its side like a slain metal dragon, its thick iron plating scarred, buckled, and in places, torn away entirely by the force of Lena's well-placed dynamite and the subsequent boiler explosion. Twisted shards of that heavy plating littered the snow-dusted ground, amidst the dark forms of Polar's fallen men, half buried now by the rockslide Claire had triggered. The air, sharp with the bite of coming winter, carried the lingering stench of burnt powder, superheated steam, and scorched metal. 3 shaken, smoke-blackened green jackets, stripped of their weapons, huddled together under the watchful, unforgiving gaze of Jim Bristow, prisoners of a war they had likely joined only for pay, now facing a grim and uncertain future. Near the overturned wagon, amidst the wreckage, Lena worked with fierce, focused intensity that seemed to ignore the biting cold and the horrors they had just survived. The wagon's ruptured boiler, the source of its motive power and its catastrophic failure, hissed and spat steam intermittently, a sound unnervingly like the death throes of some gut-shot panther cornered in the rocks. With sparks showering occasionally from her heavy wrench, as it scraped against protesting metal, Lena wrestled with damaged valves and cracked pipes, her breath pluming white in the frigid air. Moonlight glinted off the makeshift repairs she'd already fashioned. Steam valves patched and reinforced with strips of tough harness leather scavenged from the wreckage, joints sealed with a combination of hope and sheer willpower. Grease stained her face and hands, smeared across the front of her sturdy engineer's duster, but her movements were economical, precise, born of long experience and an intimate understanding of steam and steel. She finally straightened up, tossing the heavy wrench onto the wagon bed with a clang that echoed in the stillness. She wiped a smear of black grease across her brow with the back of a gloved hand, leaving a dark streak, and surveyed her handiwork with a critical eye. "All right," she announced, her voice carrying clearly in the crisp night air, rough with fatigue but underscored with satisfaction. "She ain't pretty, but she'll hold pressure. She'll hold for 20 miles, I reckon." She glanced towards the dark horizon, towards the distant lights of Pomeroy where Polar was likely finalizing his treacherous deals. "Maybe 30, if we stick to the flats and don't hit any real rough terrain." A pause, then a grim smile touched her lips. "Long enough, maybe." Rip Campbell stood apart for a moment, studying the resurrected monstrosity they were about to entrust their lives to. Without its heavy protective iron plating, the steam-powered wagon looked bizarre, almost comical, yet undeniably menacing in the stark moonlight. It resembled some strange, drunken hybrid beast from a fever dream, the powerful steam engine and boiler heart of a locomotive fused crudely onto the reinforced frame and drive wheels of a massive freight wagon. A metal centaur, Rip thought again, half train, half buckboard, born of Polar's ambition, and resurrected by Lena's desperate ingenuity. Its raw power was undeniable. The reinforced boiler, despite its scars, still held pressure, hissing impatiently, and the huge cleated drive wheels looked capable of chewing through anything short of solid bedrock. It was ugly, it was wounded, but it was potent. A captured weapon, now aimed back at its creator. Slowly, methodically, the exhausted survivors began to load themselves and their meager salvaged supplies onto the open bed of the strange machine. Claire Duval, moving stiffly but refusing aid, climbed aboard first. Rip watched her settle onto a makeshift seat Jim had fashioned from discarded crates, her face pale under the moonlight, the lines of pain etched around her eyes visible even in the gloom. Yet her gaze was clear, resolute, her spirit seemingly untouched by the ordeal. She gently helped Tommy clamber up beside her, the boy's earlier terror now replaced by a wide-eyed, almost fearful fascination with the machine that was to be their chariot. Keen Ralston, ever practical, had already claimed the engineer's perch beside Lena, examining the controls, the levers, the pressure gauges with a knowledgeable eye, ready to assist or take over if needed. Tommy reached out a small, grimy finger, tracing the needle on one of the dimly lit gauges. "Wow," the boy whispered, his voice filled with awe, looking up at Keen. "It's like David's chariot in Sunday school, Mr. Ralston. The one with the fire." Keen just grunted noncommittally, his focus on the hissing boiler. Jim Bristow worked tirelessly, securing the last of their salvaged arsenal to the sturdy wagon bed. The dozen or so Winchester rifles liberated from Polar's dead gunmen, extra boxes of ammunition, and crucially, the remaining sticks of dynamite they'd managed to recover from Polar's hidden canyon vault before the collapse. Every weapon, every stick of dynamite, might be needed before this night was over. His brother, Cliff, stood silent guard at the perimeter of their small camp, leaning heavily on a stolen Henry rifle, his bandaged hands a stark white against the dark weapon in the moonlight. He scanned the moon-shadowed rocks and the dark mouth of the canyon, his posture radiating weary vigilance. He wouldn't be much use in a close fight with those hands, but his eyes were sharp, and his presence at the edge of the light offered a measure of security. Rip took one last look around the silent, moonlit canyon, the scene of their desperate fight, the resting place of Lena's attackers, now marked only by stillness and shadow. He checked the cylinder of his Colt Peacemaker one final time, the familiar weight reassuring in his hand, before sliding it back into its worn holster. The captured deeds and Polar's incriminating ledger were tucked securely inside his coat, the stiff papers pressing against his ribs like a shield, a heavy burden of proof he carried for the dead and the dispossessed. With a nod to Cliff, he swung himself up onto the wagon bed, taking a position near Claire and Tommy. Lena, now perched firmly in the driver's seat, her hand steady on the main drive lever, reached up and gave a sharp tug on the steam whistle cord. A high-pitched, piercing shriek tore through the canyon's profound silence, echoing shrilly off the high rock walls, startling unseen coyotes from their dens, sending them yelping into the night. It was a sound both triumphant and defiant, an announcement of their improbable departure, a challenge hurled into the teeth of the wilderness and the men who thought they owned it. Lena glanced back at the small, determined group huddled behind her on the wagon bed, her eyes meeting Rip's for a brief moment in the gloom. A grim understanding passed between them. "All aboard for justice," she said, her voice tight, devoid of humor now, filled only with grim purpose. And with a surge of escaping steam and a groan of protesting metal, she threw the drive lever forward. Okay, here is the expanded final part of Chapter 12, focusing on the journey to Pomeroy and the planning of the infiltration, written in a style reminiscent of Zane Grey and adding over 750 words. Chapter 22. With a teeth-jarring lurch and a deafening blast of steam, the resurrected wagon clawed its way out of the moon-shadowed depths of Red Rock Canyon. The massive, cleated drive wheels bit deep into the rocky trail, spitting gravel and spitting defiance, the powerful steam engine settling into a rhythmic, pounding cadence, chuff, 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 that echoed strangely in the vast cold silence of the high country night. Once clear of the canyon's confining walls, Lena skillfully guided the strange machine, keeping to the shadows where possible, following dry washes and barely discernible game trails that snaked across the broken land. The wagon ate up the miles with a terrifying, lumbering speed that no horse or conventional wagon could match, its heavy piston rods flashing like polished silver in the moonlight, the entire frame groaning and shuddering with the barely contained power of the steam boiler Lena tended with constant vigilance. The ride was punishing. They bounced and jolted over rocks, splashed through shallow ice-rimmed creeks, and crashed through thickets of brittle sagebrush, the chassis groaning in protest. Yet, huddled together on the vibrating wagon bed, a shared sense of desperate purpose bound the small group. Twice, they startled herds of half-wild range cattle, the longhorns exploding from shadowed coulees in panic, scattering like leaves before the roaring, hissing metal monster that had invaded their nocturnal domain. The beasts thundered away into the darkness, their fear a wild contagion on the wind. Rip watched them go, a grim reminder of the Bar K herd Polar had tried to destroy, another casualty in this widening war. Hours passed, marked only by the relentless pounding of the engine and the slow crawl of the moon across the star-dusted sky. The cold deepened, biting through their worn clothes, numbing fingers and faces. Tommy eventually succumbed to exhaustion, falling asleep curled against Claire's side, his small face peaceful for the first time in days. Claire held him close, her own eyes heavy, yet she remained alert, scanning the darkness, her hand never far from the rifle resting beside her. Keen kept watch beside Lena, occasionally feeding precious scavenged wood into the firebox, his weathered face grimly focused, while Jim and the remaining bar K-man huddled near the back, checking and rechecking the salvaged weapons. Finally, as the moon began its descent towards the western peaks, and the first faint hint of gray light touched the eastern horizon, Lena eased back on the steam feet, letting the roaring engine quiet to a low guttural rumble. The wagon slowed, rolling almost silently down a long, gentle slope. Ahead, nestled in the valley below, a scattering of lights glittered like fallen stars against the dark earth. Pomeroy. But there were too many lights, burning far too brightly for this hour just before dawn. Windows glowed yellow in houses that should have been dark. Lanterns hung outside the saloon and the livery, and a distinct, brighter cluster of illumination marked the location of the territorial land office on the town's main square. "Something's wrong," Keen observed quietly, his voice a low growl beside Lena. He chewed his tobacco with slow deliberation, his eyes narrowed, scanning the unnaturally bright town below. "Pomeroy's mostly farmers and merchants. Ain't natural for folks like that to be burnin' oil all through the night. Not unless there's trouble or something big going on." Claire, instantly awake and alert despite her weariness and pain, shifted carefully, peering towards the lights. Her mind, sharp and analytical, pieced together the clues: Polar's destination, the timing, the unusual activity. "It's the meeting," she said, her voice tight with certainty. "The land transfer meeting Polar's men mentioned back at the line shack. Polar's finalizing his deal tonight, signing the papers with the railroad men and the governor." She looked towards the cluster of lights around the land office. "He's probably got half the town council there too, awake to witness his grand triumph, bought and paid for with promises or threats." Lena cut the steam feed entirely now, letting the heavy wagon roll silently down the last 100 yards of the slope under its own momentum, bringing it to a halt in the deep shadow of a thick pinon grove overlooking the edge of town. From here, they had a clear view of the land office and the surrounding buildings. Keen was right. The town felt wrong, charged with an unnatural energy. A dozen fine-looking horses stood hitched to the rail outside the land office, their coats gleaming even in the pre-dawn gloom, their tack expensive. These weren't the sturdy cowponies or farm nags usually seen in Pomeroy. These belonged to men of means, men who traveled in comfort. Railroad executives. Politicians. "We need a way inside," Lena muttered, her eyes scanning the layout, already thinking like an engineer assessing a problem. But those horses mean guards. Polar wouldn't leave his big meeting unprotected. Suddenly, Tommy, who had roused himself and was peering intently alongside Claire, let out a small, sharp gasp, pointing a trembling finger towards the alleyway behind the land office. "Look. Miss Claire, look." Rip followed the boy's gesture, his heart sinking with a cold, sickening lurch. Parked deep in the shadows of the alley, almost hidden between the land office and the adjacent building, stood a familiar, high-wheeled wagon with a distinctive canvas cover. Even in the dim light, the shape was unmistakable. It was the Tonka City school wagon, the one Claire had used, the one the orphans had been taken from. But the simple canvas cover wasn't plain anymore. Painted crudely but clearly across its side was the circular logo of the Santa Fe Railroad. And as they watched, faint shadows moved restlessly inside the covered wagon. "Children." Claire's breath hitched in her throat, a sound of pure anguish. "Oh God, no," she whispered, her hand flying to her mouth. "The missing orphans. He brought them here." Understanding dawned with brutal clarity. Polar hadn't just stolen land, murdered rivals, and corrupted officials. He'd brought the terrified, traumatized orphans, children who had witnessed his men's brutality, perhaps even the murder of Miss Adams, and intended to use them as coerced witnesses, as leverage, as pitiable props to somehow legitimize his fraudulent claims in the eyes of the Eastern Railroad men. The depth of his depravity seemed boundless. Keen spat violently over the side of the wagon bed, his face a mask of utter fury. "That low-down snake-bellied child-stealing son of a bitch," he snarled, his hand clenching into a fist. "If I get my hands on him." Rip cut him off with a sharp, low command. "Easy, Keen. Losing our heads won't help them." He raised his field glasses, scanning the front of the land office again. As he watched, a figure emerged, stepping out onto the porch, bathed in the lantern light. Tall, impeccably dressed in a dark suit, radiating an aura of smug confidence. A gold watch chain glinted across his vest. Even from this distance, there was no mistaking the arrogant stride, the self-satisfied posture of Benjamin Polar himself. He paused on the porch, lighting a cigar, surveying the town square as if he already owned it. Claire's fingers dug into Rip's arm, her touch conveying the urgency and danger of the situation. "We can't just shoot our way in, Rip," she said, her voice low and strained. "Not with the children right there. He's using them as shields." Lena, ever practical, was already checking the loads in her small, reliable Derringer pistol. "Then we can't go in loud," she agreed grimly. "Has to be quiet. Surgical." Rip lowered the glasses, his mind racing, assessing the layout, the timing, the disposition of forces. Polar inside the land office with the railroad men, and likely the governor, finalizing the deal. Guards presumably watching the front, and perhaps the horses. The children held hostage in the wagon behind the building. The deeds and ledger, the irrefutable proof of Polar's crimes, pressed heavy against Rip's ribs. Getting that proof before Polar, exposing him in front of the very men he was trying to impress and defraud, that was the key. Legal proof, presented dramatically, might not be enough against Polar's web of corruption, not in a formal court miles away. But public exposure, humiliation in front of his powerful partners, that might break him. They needed spectacle, as much as evidence. They needed to turn Polar's carefully staged triumph into his public damnation. He turned quickly to the small, determined group gathered around him on the battered steam wagon, his voice low but charged with authority. "All right, here's the play." His eyes met Keen's, then Jim's. "Keen, Jim, circle around wide. 'Cause a ruckus down by the livery stables. A fight, a runaway horse, anything loud. Draw as many guards away from the land office as you can." Cliff shifted, his bandaged hands tightening on his Henry rifle. "What about the kids, Rip?" "I'll cover the school wagon, Cliff," Rip assigned. "Keep anyone from getting near those children, until Claire and Lena can move them. Stay hidden, stay sharp." He then met Claire's determined gaze, seeing the fire there despite her pain. "Claire, Lena, soon as the distraction starts, you move fast. Get those children out of that wagon, get them somewhere safe. The church cellar, maybe. Don't engage unless you absolutely have to." Tommy tugged anxiously at Rip's sleeve again. "Sheriff. What about you? Where are you going?" Rip looked towards the brightly lit windows of the land office, towards the silhouette of Ben Polar visible inside, gesturing expansively as he spoke to the railroad men. Rip adjusted his hat, settling it firmly, his eyes never leaving Polar. A cold, hard resolve settled over him. "Me?" he said softly, a grim smile briefly touching his lips. "I'm going inside. I believe it's time I gave Mr. Polar a speech. Right in front of his important friends. The reckoning was finally at hand." Chapter 23. The land office's back window, obscured by grime and the deep pre-dawn shadows, offered little resistance. The warped wooden frame groaned in protest, but yielded with a soft splintering sound under the steady pressure of Lena's heavy pry bar. Cool, damp air carrying the scent of imminent rain rushed into the stuffy confines of the building as the window swung inward. Rip Campbell slipped through the opening like a phantom, landing silently on the dusty floorboards of the records room, his Colt already drawn, sweeping the shadows. Lena followed just as quietly, her own small Derringer held ready. The records room was a cramped, neglected space, smelling strongly of old paper, dust, and mice. Tall, rough-built shelves lined the walls, crammed haphazardly with thick leather-bound deed books and stacks of territorial paperwork. Even in the dim light filtering from the main office under the connecting doorway, Rip could see signs of recent tampering, ledger books left slightly askew, smudges of fresh ink on pages that should have been years old, the subtle but undeniable signs of records being hastily altered or replaced. Polar hadn't just stolen land. He'd tried to erase the very memory of legitimate ownership from the official record. The air here felt stale, thick with the residue of deceit. From the front office beyond the closed connecting door, voices carried clearly, muffled slightly but distinct enough to understand. Rich voices, confident voices, accustomed to power and privilege, discussing the final details of their nefarious bargain. "And the mineral rights are included in the transfer, naturally," Ben Polar was saying, his tone smooth, expansive, radiating bonhomie. "My geological surveys confirm unprecedented coal deposits all along the Rake River corridor. Easily accessible, high-grade anthracite. Enough to power the Santa Fe line, clear to the Pacific and back again, gentlemen." A blatant lie, Rip knew. The Rake Basin held shale and sandstone, not coal. A different voice replied, higher-pitched, carrying a distinct nasally Eastern accent. "Our own geologists' preliminary reports indicated primarily sedimentary formations, Mr. Polar, unsuitable for—" "My geologists," Polar interrupted smoothly, a hint of steel entering his voice, dismissing the objection with casual arrogance, "hold doctoral degrees from Heidelberg University, sir. Their findings are indisputable." He laughed, a self-satisfied sound. "Perhaps your men need better spectacles." Rip moved silently to the connecting door, pressing his ear close to the wood, then risking a glance through the narrow crack near the hinges. The main office was a stark contrast to the dusty records room. Richly paneled walls, a thick carpet muffling footsteps, comfortable leather chairs, and a large oak table dominating the center, spread generously with rolled maps and official-looking documents held down by heavy glass inkwells. Polar stood at the head of the table, gesturing expansively towards one of the maps, playing the role of visionary land baron to perfection. Flanking him, listening intently, were three men in expensive tailored dark suits, the railroad executives, their faces impassive but their eyes sharp, assessing. Standing nervously behind them, shifting his weight from foot to foot, and chewing furiously on an unlit cigar, was Territorial Governor Marks, his face pale and sweaty in the lamplight, clearly uncomfortable but thoroughly bought. And there, sitting innocently on a small side table near Polar, easily accessible, was a heavy iron strongbox, the twin to those Rip and the others had discovered, filled with bribe money, in Polar's hidden canyon vault. This one sat slightly ajar, its lid unlocked. Already waiting for the final payment, or perhaps already delivered. The final piece of the sordid transaction. Rip took a deep, steadying breath. The image of Sturgill, Lena, Miss Adams, the terrified orphans burning cold and hard in his gut. He exchanged a brief, grim nod with Lena beside him. Then, he kicked the connecting door open with explosive force. It flew inward, slamming hard against the paneled wall with a crash that shattered the room's atmosphere of corrupt civility. Every head in the room swiveled instantly towards the doorway, faces registering shock, disbelief, then dawning alarm. Polar's hand made an instinctive, lightning-fast twitch towards the inner pocket of his coat, where Rip knew a small, deadly derringer likely waited. But the movement froze halfway, as Polar recognized the grim, dust-covered figure standing framed in the ruined doorway. Colt Peacemaker held steady, aimed not at Polar, but encompassing the entire room. "Gentlemen," Rip Campbell said, his voice dangerously calm, level, cutting through the stunned silence. "Evening. I believe you've all been sold a pig in a poke." Governor Marks lurched clumsily to his feet, knocking over his chair in his haste, his face paling further, turning a sickly gray. "Parnell," he gasped, pointing a trembling finger. "Sheriff Parnell. You're a fugitive. You're wanted for arson. Murder. I have warrants." "Arson. Murder," Rip echoed, taking a deliberate step into the room, his worn boots loud on the polished hardwood floor, a stark contrast to the carpeted elegance. Lena moved silently behind him, covering the room with her small pistol. "Funny," Rip continued, his voice taking on a hard, grating edge, "how those warrants only seem to exist after Mr. Polar here started spreading railroad gold around to compliant judges and officials." He reached inside his dusty coat and pulled out the captured ledger, tossing it unceremoniously onto the center of the table amidst the expensive maps. It landed with a heavy thud. "Page 43 details your particular payment, Governor Marks. $5,000 in gold coin, delivered last month, specifically to vacate Tonka City's territorial charter and ignore any inconvenient claims from its citizens." Polar, recovering quickly, forced a cold smile, though his eyes glittered with fury. "Stolen documents prove absolutely nothing, Sheriff," he sneered. "Hearsay and fabrication from a desperate man." Just then, as if on cue, a commotion erupted from the street outside, loud shouts, the distinct sound of splintering wood, followed by the sharp crack of gunfire. Keen and Jim. The diversion had begun. Hope surged briefly in Rip's chest. His men were in position, executing the plan. He ignored Polar's dismissal, keeping his attention moving between Polar, the governor, and the now deeply unsettled railroad men. He advanced another step towards the table. "These aren't stolen, Polar," Rip stated firmly. He reached into his coat again, pulling out the fistful of original Tonka City deeds he'd salvaged from the canyon tunnel, including Sturgill's. He spread them carefully across Polar's fraudulent maps, the faded ink and legitimate signatures stark against the crisp new lines drawn by Polar's bought surveyors. Each deed bore the clear, looping notary seal of Judge Horace Whitcomb, applied before Polar's gold had apparently changed the judge's perspective. "These are the originals," Rip declared. "Unlike the clumsy forgeries you filed with the governor's office just yesterday." One of the railroad executives, a man with sharp features and skeptical eyes, hesitantly picked up Sturgill's deed, his brow furrowing as he compared it to the map lying beneath it. "Just a moment," the executive muttered, tracing a line on the deed with his finger, then looking at Polar with dawning suspicion. "This deed clearly shows the Rake River, flowing through the northern edge of the Barkay Ranch property. Your maps, Mr. Polar, have the river diverted 10 miles south, conveniently running through the land designated as Polar Station." A loud crash suddenly sounded from the rear of the building, followed by the faint but distinct sound of children's voices, hushed but urgent, then fading rapidly. Claire and Lena. They were freeing the children. Time was running out. Polar's hand edged subtly again towards his coat pocket, his mask of composure beginning to crack under the pressure. "These are merely desperate lies. Fabrications from a wanted criminal, trying to save his own skin," he blustered, his voice rising slightly. Rip didn't hesitate. His Colt Peacemaker came up in one smooth, practiced motion, the hammer clicking back with deadly finality, the muzzle now trained squarely on Polar's chest. "The only criminal in this room, Polar," Rip said, his voice dropping low, cold as river stone, "is the man who murdered an innocent schoolteacher because she dared to teach orphan children how to read and write." The governor actually gasped, stumbling back another step, his eyes wide with horror. Is that true, Ben?" he stammered, looking wildly at Polar. "Did you?" Before Polar could formulate a denial, the large front window of the land office exploded inward in a shower of shattered glass and splintered wood. Cliff Bristow's heavy Henry rifle barrel protruded menacingly through the broken opening, rock steady despite his bandaged hands, its sights aligned unerringly on Ben Polar's heart. "Game's up, Polar." Cliff's voice boomed from the street. "The children are safe. And they're talking. This whole town's heard by now how you starved them, threatened them into lying for you." Indeed, the sounds from the street were escalating. Not just the staged commotion from Keen and Jim now, but a growing roar of genuine outrage from assembling townsfolk, drawn by the gunfire and the sight of the rescued, weeping orphans telling their stories. The good, decent citizens of Pomeroy might turn a blind eye to land fraud or political maneuvering, but harming children, using them as pawns, that crossed a fundamental line. Polar's eyes darted frantically now, towards the damning evidence spread on the table, towards the unlocked strongbox holding his payoff, towards the door, towards Cliff's rifle barrel. Trapped. Rip cocked the hammer of his Colt further, the sound loud in the suddenly silent room. "Try it, Ben," he invited softly. For the first time since Rip had known the man, raw, naked fear flickered across Ben Polar's carefully composed face. The arrogance vanished, replaced by the desperate calculation of a cornered animal. He'd gambled everything on this meeting, on finalizing the deal, on securing the governor's pardon, on making his vast theft legal and binding before the sun fully rose. And now, it was all unraveling before his eyes. Outside, adding to the pressure, Claire Duval's voice suddenly rose above the growing crowd noise, clear and strong, reciting a litany of the dead like a judgment bell tolling. Elias Sturgill. Murdered. Miss Abigail Adams. Murdered. Deputy Walsh. Murdered. Frank Miller and his family. Driven out. The railroad executives instinctively edged further away from Polar, distancing themselves from the suddenly toxic landowner. Governor Marks, seeing his own complicity exposed, made a desperate lunge towards the side table, his hand reaching greedily for the open strongbox, perhaps hoping to salvage his bribe money before fleeing. Rip's finger tightened on the trigger, his focus entirely on Polar. "Ben Polar," he declared, his voice ringing with righteous authority, "by the authority vested in me by the territory, you are under arrest for murder, fraud, kidnapping, and treason against the territory." The sudden, violent crash of the school wagon overturning in the street outside, likely a final desperate act by fleeing guards or part of Keene's plan, covered Polar's last desperate move. His hand finally completed its journey to his pocket, flashing out holding the small, gleaming derringer. Just as the main office door, the one leading directly to the street, burst open violently behind Rip. Polar fired wildly, the derringer's small pop almost lost in the chaos. The shot went wide, splintering the corner of the governor's desk. Rip instinctively started to turn, ready to return fire, but stopped. He didn't need to. Because standing framed in the open doorway, unharmed, her face smudged with dirt, but her green eyes blazing with an avenging fury that seemed to light the room, was Claire Duval. And clutched tightly in her hands, leveled squarely at Ben Polar's chest, was the heavy rifle she must have taken from one of the guards or salvaged earlier, Tommy's stolen rifle, now an instrument of righteous retribution. "You forgot the children, Mr. Polar," Claire said, her voice trembling slightly but clear and strong. And she fired. Chapter 24. The gunshot's echo lingered in the land office air, a ghostly wail trapped in the sagging rafters. Smoke curled from Claire Duval's rifle as it clattered to the warped floorboards, its barrel hot as a branding iron. Ben Polar staggered back, his tailored suit darkening at the shoulder, blood seeping like ink across fine wool. His derringer slipped from trembling fingers, discharging with a futile crack into the splintered pine, the bullet burrowing deep into the earth's forgotten secrets. Beyond the grimy windows, Pomeroy's streets churned with chaos, the night alive with shouts and the thunder of boots on frozen mud, as if the town itself roared against its betrayal. Governor Marks dove behind his desk, a quivering shadow in the lantern's flicker, his gold watch chain glinting like a traitor's promise. The railroad men flattened against the wall, their faces pale as startled quail, eyes darting to the door where salvation might yet flee. Only Sheriff Rip Campbell stood unmoved, his Colt a steady extension of his will, now trained on Polar's heart, its muzzle a cold eye in the smoky haze. The air was thick with the acrid tang of gunpowder and fear, the walls groaning under the weight of truths too heavy to bear. "You're hit," Rip said to Claire, his voice low, not turning from Polar's crumpling form. She pressed a hand to her side where Polar's wild shot had grazed her, blood welling warm beneath her fingers, staining her dress like a rose blooming in frost. "Just a scratch," she said, her green eyes fierce despite the pain, her stance unyielding as the canyon cliffs. Outside, the clamor grew, a tide of rage and desperation. Keen Ralston's voice cut through. They got Polar cornered, followed by the pounding of feet, a drumbeat of reckoning in the moonless dark. The wind howled through Pomeroy's alleys, carrying the scent of coal smoke and burning dreams, as if the land itself mourned the treachery unfolding. Polar clutched his bleeding shoulder, his face a mask of disbelief twisted by pain, his once proud features carved harsh by the lantern's glow. "You'll hang for this," he hissed at Claire, his voice venomous. "Assaulting a congressional delegate." "Delegate." Rip stepped forward, his boot kicking the derringer aside, its clatter swallowed by the room's tension. "Last I checked, murderers don't get seats in Washington." He yanked Polar's coat open, revealing not just the wound, but a sheaf of documents stuffed in the inner pocket, their edges curled like guilty secrets. Railroad contracts, land transfers, and a single sheet of vellum that froze Rip's blood. A pardon signed by Governor Marks, dated tomorrow, its ink a promise of absolution for sins yet to be judged. Rip held it up to the trembling governor, his voice a low growl. "This why you sold out your territory?" Mark's lips quivered, his eyes darting like a trapped animal's, but before he could answer, the office door burst open, hinges screaming. Lena stood framed in the doorway, her face ashen as the snow-dusted hills, her breath ragged. "Rip?" A gunshot cracked from behind her, sharp as a whip in the night. Lena jerked forward, a red blossom spreading across her back, vivid against her duster's worn leather. She crumpled at Rip's feet, her eyes wide with shock, revealing Hank Garrett in the doorway, his smoking Colt leveled at Rip's chest, its barrel gleaming like a predator's fang. "Drop the iron, Sheriff," Garrett said, his voice calm, almost conversational, a snake's whisper in the chaos. Behind him, a dozen railroad guards fanned out, their rifles trained on the room, their faces hard as the canyon stone. Claire lunged for her fallen rifle, her movements swift despite the blood seeping from her side. Garrett fired again. The bullet sparked off the floor, inches from her fingers, splintering wood like brittle bones. "I won't miss next time," he warned, his scarred face unreadable, his eyes cold as the frost rimming the windows. Rip let his Colt thud onto the carpet, its weight a betrayal. The game had changed, the board swept clean by treachery's hand. Garrett stepped over Lena's body, his boots leaving bloody prints on the polished wood, each step a desecration. He plucked the pardon from Rip's hand, his grin a slash of cruelty. "Governor Marks was just leaving. Aren't you, Horace?" Marks scrambled for the door, his coat flapping like a coward's flag, the railroad men trailing him, their faces blank as gravestones. Polar straightened, wiping blood from his fingers onto his ruined coat, his composure a fragile mask. "Tie them up," he ordered Garrett. "I want them alive, to watch Tonka City burn." Rip's hands were bound with telegraph wire, the metal cutting into his wrists, each twist a reminder of the stakes. Claire fought, her defiance of fire unquenched, until a rifle butt to her ribs left her gasping, her breath a ragged prayer. Through the window, Rip saw Jim Bristow and Keene herded into the street, their hands raised under the muzzles of Polar's men, the snow falling like ash on their defeat. Garrett leaned close, his breath reeking of cloves and gunpowder, a sickly sweetness that turned Rip's stomach. "You should have taken the deal, in the canyon." Polar picked up his derringer, reloading it with deliberate slowness, each bullet a promise of pain. "Where's the boy?" A commotion at the door answered. Two guards dragged in Tommy, his face streaked with tears but his jaw set, a spark of defiance in his dark eyes. Behind them came Cliff Bristow, lashed to a wooden chair, blood seeping through his bandages, his face pale as the moonlight. Polar smiled, a predator's glee. "Ah, the last witness." Claire strained against her bonds, her voice raw. "You touch him, and I'll—" "You'll what?" Polar backhanded her, the blow snapping her head back, blood welling at her lip. "You're nothing but a failed schoolmarm with a dead brother." Rip tested the wires, the pain sharpening his focus, his mind racing for an edge. "Why the children, Ben? Why involve orphans?" Polar tucked the derringer into his vest, his movements deliberate. Progress requires sacrifice. The railroad needs workers, small hands for tight spaces. He patted Tommy's head, a farmer inspecting livestock, his touch a violation. These brats will earn their keep in the coal tunnels. Claire made a sound like a wounded animal, her eyes burning with a mother's fury. Garrett checked his pocket watch, its tick loud in the tense silence. Train's due in 20 minutes. We should load them. Polar nodded toward Lena's body, his voice cold. Throw that one in the river. Tommy twisted free, lunging for the desk, not at Polar but the telegraph key. His small fingers tapped a staccato burst before Garrett yanked him back by the hair, snarling, "What was that, you little?" The telegraph sprang to life, its brass arm clattering, acknowledged. The window exploded inward, glass shattering like a storm's wrath. The first bullet took Garrett in the throat, blood spraying like a grim fountain. The second struck Polar's good shoulder, spinning him into the wall. Through the smoke and flying shards, Rip saw Keen Ralston in the street, rifle at his shoulder, his mouth moving in a prayer or curse, his eyes alight with vengeance. Chaos erupted. The railroad guards spun, firing wildly into the dark. Cliff toppled his chair, crashing into a guard, both hitting the floor in a tangle of limbs. Rip threw himself onto Polar, driving the wounded man into the desk, the impact loosening the wire on his wrists. One sharp twist and his hands broke free, blood slicking his fingers. Claire snatched Lena's derringer, firing twice, each shot finding a green jacket's heart. Tommy scrambled to Rip, clutching a key from the telegraph man's pocket, his voice a gasp. For the wires. Rip freed Cliff, then Claire, the return fire outside growing fiercer, Keen's rifle joined by Jim Bristow's Colt, its bark a defiant hymn. Polar groaned, his suit ruined by blood and spilled ink, his voice weak. You'll never prove anything. The records are gone. The witnesses. Not all of them. Rip hauled him up, his grip iron. The orphans can read. They kept diaries. Claire pressed the derringer to Polar's temple, her voice ablade. And, Lena, did you think a railroad investigator wouldn't file reports? Garrett choked, blood bubbling from his throat. Bend the train. Polar's eyes widened. No. A whistle pierced the night, a banshee's wail that shook the earth. Not the local freight, nor the armored terror, but a Santa Fe Express, its roar a juggernaut's cry, running brakeless at full speed. Rip grabbed Tommy and Claire. Out. Now. They hit the street as the world exploded, the train plowing through the land office's rear, reducing Polar's evidence and Garrett to splinters and dust. The air was thick with smoke, and the stench of burning iron, the town's heart torn open by the crash. Keen emerged through the haze, leading two lathered horses, their flanks steaming in the cold. Jim's rounding up the kids. We gotta move. Rip glanced at the wreckage. Polar was gone, swallowed by the ruin or fled into the night, the answer lost in the flames. Claire pressed a hand to her bleeding side, her voice steady. He's not finished. No, Rip agreed, lifting Tommy onto a horse, its mane tangled with snow. But neither are we. As fire consumed Pomeroy's business district, they rode for the hills, not as fugitives but as bearers of a dangerous truth. Dawn broke over the smoldering ruins, its light cold and unyielding, a witness to their flight. Truth, Rip reflected, was a heavy companion, forged in blood and carried through a land that wept for its own. Chapter 25. The acrid stench of burning timber clung to Rip Campbell's clothes, a bitter shroud woven from the ashes of Pomeroy's ruin. Dawn painted the eastern slopes gold, its light filtering through the aspen grove's quivering leaves, but no warmth pierced the chill in his bones. Behind him, the smoldering wreckage of the land office sent greasy black tendrils into the sky, curling like specters over a land scarred by betrayal. The air was heavy with the reek of charred dreams and the faint metallic promise of rain, the wind's mournful howl a dirge for the truth they carried. Claire Duval swayed in her saddle ahead, her makeshift bandage blooming crimson against her pale dress, each drop a silent vow to endure. Tommy rode double with Keen Ralston, the boy's small hands clutching the old cowboy's vest, as if the morning's gusts might tear him from the world's fragile hold. "We need to stop," Jim Bristow called from the rear, his voice rough with urgency. "Claire's bleeding through." Rip scanned the tree line, where aspens stood like sentinels, their white bark gleaming ghostly in the half-light. No pursuit yet, but Polar's men were hounds on a blood trail. That train hadn't been an accident. It was a weapon, aimed to bury evidence and souls alike beneath splintered iron and flame. "There's a line shack near the creek," Rip said, his voice steady as the granite cliffs. "We'll rest there." The shack's roof sagged like a tired old mare, its shingles moss-crusted and groaning under the weight of gathering clouds. Its walls stood solid, though, weathered pine defiant against the year's scouring winds. Rip kicked open the door, his Colt clearing leather before the echo faded, its barrel sweeping the shadows. Empty. Just dust motes dancing in slanted light, and the lingering ghost of wood smoke curling like a memory of forgotten winters. Claire collapsed onto a bunk, her face the color of old parchment, her breath shallow as the creek outside. Rip knelt, his knife slicing through the blood-soaked cloth, the fabric parting to reveal an angry wound, red tendrils radiating like poison veins. "Powder burn," Keen muttered, rummaging for the medical kit, his fingers deft despite the tremor of exhaustion. "Leads to blood poisoning, if—" A rifle cocked outside, sharp as a whip crack in the dawn's hush. Rip was at the window in 2 strides, his eyes narrowing at Jim, frozen in the yard, hands raised. Beyond, a dozen armed men emerged from the aspens, not Polar's green jackets, but hard-eyed ranchers in range clothes, their faces carved by sun and sorrow. At their head stood Marshal Cole Thornton, his silver star gleaming like a cold promise in the new light, his duster flapping in the wind's restless grasp. "Parnell," Thornton called, his voice cutting through the pine's whisper. "Come out peaceful." Rip's fingers tightened on his Colt, the metal warm from his grip. Thornton was territorial law, supposedly neutral. But after Governor Mark's betrayal, trust was a luxury buried in Pomeroy's rubble. Claire struggled upright, her gasp a blade of pain. "Don't. It's what Polar wants." Tommy pressed against Rip's leg, trembling, his dark eyes wide as the sky spruce. "The marshal helped Miss Adams once," he whispered, his voice a thread of hope. Keen spat out the window, the splatter marking the frost-rimmed earth. "That a fact?" Thornton stepped closer, his boots crunching pine needles. "I've got warrants for you all. But I'd rather talk." Rip made his choice, unbuckling his gun belt and hanging it on the bedpost, its weight a silent vow. "Stay with Claire," he told Keen. To Tommy, "Watch the back window." The morning air was sharp with pine and the iron tang of coming rain, the grove's shadows trembling as clouds swallowed the dawn's gold. Rip kept his hands visible, stepping onto the porch, its boards creaking like a gallows. Thornton's men fanned out, rifles trained, their breaths clouding in the chill, eyes hard as the flint beneath their feet. "Where's Polar?" Rip asked, his voice low, a challenge wrapped in calm. Thornton's jaw worked under salt and pepper stubble, his face weathered by years of chasing justice through a lawless land. "Gone to ground. Governor's screaming for your heads." He jerked his chin toward the shack. "Heard you had children with you." "Orphans," Rip corrected, the word heavy with Sturgill's blood and Adams's grave. "Polar's been using them as slave labor." Gus Hendricks from the Circle T lowered his rifle slightly, his weathered face creasing. "That true, Cole?" Thornton didn't answer. He reached into his saddlebag, producing a whiskey bottle, its contents sloshing thick and dark, not liquor but something fouler. "Found this in Polar's private car," he said, tossing it to Rip. "Along with ledgers listing payments to half the territory's officials. Coal oil. And floating within, a human finger, pale and shriveled, a tarnished ring clinging to the bone like a lover's vow." Claire's voice came from the doorway, raw with fever. "Lena's." She leaned against the frame, sweat slicking her face, her eyes burning with grief's fire. "She always wore her mother's wedding ring." Thornton removed his hat, revealing hair streaked with gray. "Railroad investigator, wasn't she?" Rip studied the marshal's face, searching for deceit in the lines carved by duty. This was no ambush. You turning on your own governor. Didn't sign on to protect child killers. Thornton spat, the act a curse on the wind. Or men who cut up women. A murmur rippled through the ranchers, their faces darkening with shared rage. Hendricks crossed himself, his calloused hands trembling. Keene emerged, Tommy peering around his legs, the boy's eyes haunted but unbowed. So what's the play, Marshal? Thornton's gaze swept the ragged group, Claire bleeding, Rip's temple wound weeping red, Tommy's small frame a testament to survival. Polar's got friends in Cheyenne. You walk in there, you'll hang before sundown. And the children? Claire demanded, her voice ablaze despite her fever. Safe passage. Thornton produced a folded paper from his vest, its wax seal glinting. Judge Wainwright in Laramie's clean. He'll protect them. Rip studied the document, a court order untainted by Mark's forgery. What aren't you saying? Thornton's eyes hardened, sharp as the cliff's edge. There's a price. Polar's got hostages, families from 3 spreads who refuse to sell. He's holed up at the old mission with them, where the well runs dry. Tommy whispered, the one with the well, his voice a ghost of fear. Claire's breath hitched, her hand clutching the bunk's edge. He's using them as human shields. Hendricks stepped forward, his voice rough with loss. We tried a rescue last night. Lost 2 good men. His hands clenched, knuckles white as bone. But a lawman like Parnell, he might get close enough. Rip met Claire's gaze, the truth a silent thunder between them. This was a suicide mission, a path paved with blood and shadow. Thornton leaned in, his star gleaming in the growing light. Do this, and I'll escort these children to safety. My word. Rip had known Thornton 10 years, a man whose word was iron. Claire limped to Rip's side, her fingers fever-hot against his arm. We'll need a diversion. Keene rubbed his jaw, his eyes glinting. And explosives. Tommy tugged Rip's sleeve, his voice small but steady. And a doctor. For Claire. Rip looked at the circle of hardened faces, ranchers ready to die for strangers, a marshal staking his honor, a wounded schoolteacher unyielding as the land itself. Polar counted on fear to fracture them, but fear was a weak chain against their rage. He buckled on his gun belt, its weight a familiar oath. Let's show him what real terror looks like. Thornton nodded, his face grim as the gathering storm. Mission's 20 miles northeast. We ride at noon. As the men dispersed, their shadows long in the aspen's dappled light, Claire caught Rip's arm, her touch burning through his sleeve. He'll have the high ground. Rip pressed the bottle with Lena's finger into her hand, its weight a vow of vengeance. But we've got the rage. The wind shifted, carrying the metallic tang of rain, a storm brewing over the hills where Polar counted his hostages and his bullets. Rip checked his Colt's cylinder. 6 rounds, each a promise. For justice. For Lena. For all of them. Chapter 26. The sun bled its last fiery colors across the western sky, painting the bruised and turbulent clouds in magnificent, fleeting shades of crimson, purple, and molten gold. Below this dramatic canvas, the abandoned mission of San Gabriel lay decaying in the long shadows, a crumbling monument to forgotten faith and failed ambition. Its thick adobe walls, once symbols of sanctuary, were cracked and eroded, surrendering slowly back to the earth from which they came. The skeletal framework of the bell tower clawed at the twilight sky like the fingers of a dying man, its heavy bronze bell long since looted, its wooden cross tilted at a drunken, precarious angle, silhouetted starkly against the dying light. The place felt haunted, not by spirits perhaps, but by the weight of history, neglect, and now, by the tangible presence of violence and fear. From his concealed vantage point, amongst a dense thicket of thorny scrub oaks on the ridge overlooking the mission complex, Sheriff Rip Campbell meticulously scanned the scene below. He lay prone, the rough fabric of his coat blending with the dry earth and rock, motionless save for the slow sweep of his eyes. The chill of the evening was settling fast, carrying the scent of dust, dry grass, and the faint metallic tang of the coming frost. Below, the mission courtyard lay quiet, but not empty. He counted them again, methodically. 6 men, clad in the familiar, hated green jackets of Polar's hired guns, patrolled the perimeter of the crumbling mission walls. They moved with a casual arrogance, rifles held loosely, confident in their numbers and the fortification the old mission provided. Fresh tracks, visible even in the fading light, led from the main gate towards the heavy boarded-up double doors of the chapel itself, the largest, most defensible structure in the compound. Hostages. The kidnapped ranch families Thornton had spoken of, held within those thick adobe walls. Rip caught the occasional flicker of movement past the broken, boarded-over stained glass windows, a fleeting shadow, indistinct, but enough to confirm life and likely fear huddled within. Polar had turned a house of God into a fortress and a prison. Beside Rip, Marshal Cole Thornton lay similarly concealed, adjusting the focus on his brass field glasses, his breathing slow and steady. Thornton was a man carved from the same rugged stone as the territory he served, his face weathered, his eyes holding the weary patience of a lawman who had seen too much. "Damn," Thornton muttered, lowering the glasses briefly, rubbing his eyes. "He's thorough, I'll give him that." Polar's got lookouts posted high on all 4 ridges surrounding the mission. He raised the glasses again, panning slowly across the darkening landscape. "Sharp eyes up there. Good rifles, likely. We won't get within 200 yards of those walls, not even in this light, without being spotted and challenged. He's got this place locked down tight as a drum." On Rip's other side, shielded partially by his body from the cold wind, lay Claire Duvall. She rested against a saddle blanket Thornton's medic had provided, her breathing shallow but blessedly steady. The fever that had raged earlier still painted bright, unnatural spots of color high on her cheeks, stark against the pallor of her skin, and her eyes held the slightly unfocused glaze of lingering pain and exhaustion. The wound in her side, stitched and bandaged by the medic back at the line shack where Thornton's posse had rendezvoused with them, undoubtedly throbbed with every breath. Yet her mind remained sharp, her gaze alert as she studied the mission layout below. She lifted a slightly trembling hand, pointing towards the center of the mission courtyard, near the chapel entrance. A circular stone structure stood there, instantly recognizable even from this distance. The mission well. The same dry well where, guided by Mercer's terrified confession, Rip and Keene had unearthed the shallow, desecrated grave of Miss Abigail Adams. "The well," Claire whispered, her voice thin but clear, carrying a freight of bitter memory. "That's where they'll have the dynamite cached, Sheriff. Close to the chapel, close to the hostages. Polar's predictable in his cruelty. He'll have it wired, ready to blow if things go wrong for him. A final act of spite." Her prediction hung heavy in the air, adding another layer of horrific danger to the already desperate situation. Keene Ralston, crouched nearby, meticulously shaved a sliver of tobacco from his plug with a worn pocket knife, tucked it into his cheek, and began to chew slowly, thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on the mission layout, assessing the tactical problem with a veteran's eye. He spat deliberately onto a rock. "Need to pull them guards off the east wall," he opined, his voice a low, gravelly drawl. "Draw 'em away from the chapel side. See that deep gully running down from the northeast ridge?" He pointed with his knife tip. "Brush is thick down there. Could hide a dozen men easy. Make enough noise coming up that gully. Make 'em think the main assault's coming from that direction." Tommy, the orphan boy who had been lying silent between Rip and Claire, absorbing everything with his wide, dark eyes, suddenly squirmed forward, pointing excitedly towards the skeletal bell tower. Despite his ordeal, or perhaps because of it, the boy's eyes often caught details the adults, burdened by strategy and fear, overlooked. "Sheriff." "Look," he whispered urgently. "The bell rope. It's still hanging there. From the tower." Rip's gaze snapped towards the tower, following the boy's pointing finger. Sure enough, dangling from the high crossbeam where the bell had once hung, swaying gently in the evening breeze, was the thick frayed end of the original hemp bell rope. It snaked down the crumbling adobe wall of the tower, passing directly beside one of the high, narrow windows of the adjacent chapel, likely the choir loft or sacristy, Rip guessed. A window boarded up less thoroughly than the main doors below. It was an impossibly risky path, exposed, relying on decaying rope and crumbling adobe, but it was also audacious. Unconventional. It was likely the only approach Polar's men wouldn't be actively watching, wouldn't expect. A faint glimmer of a desperate plan began to form in Rip's mind. Thornton lowered his field glasses again, having followed Tommy's pointing finger as well. He let out a low whistle. Well, I'll be, the kid's right. He looked at Rip, understanding dawning in his eyes, along with deep concern. That's risky, Rip. Damn risky. One slip. It's the only way in without a bloodbath, Cole, Rip stated quietly, his decision made. He turned to the marshal. I need that diversion Keene talked about. Something loud, something convincing from the East Gully. Draw as many of those wall guards away as possible. Thornton met Rip's gaze, reading the unshakable resolve there. He nodded slowly, accepting the plan, accepting the risk Rip was taking. All right, Rip. I'll take Hendricks and the Barquet boys, circle around, come up that gully hard and fast. We'll make enough noise to convince Polar the devil himself is comin' for him from the east. He hesitated, his weathered face etched with concern. But you goin' in there alone, against who knows how many guns, with hostages in the mix, you sure about this? Rip didn't answer immediately. He methodically ejected the spent casings from his Colt, replacing them with fresh cartridges from his gun belt. The familiar clicks loud in the twilight stillness. 6 rounds. He counted the guards on the walls again in his mind. 6. Plus Polar, and likely others inside the chapel. The odds were long, deadly. But Claire was right. Polar was predictable in his patterns of violence. He wouldn't expect a single man to try an assault, especially not from such an improbable angle. He looked back at Thornton, his face grim but resolute in the fading light. They won't expect one man, he said simply. Just get me that distraction, Cole. Give me 5 minutes of chaos. The setting sun dipped below the horizon, plunging the canyon into deep shadow, painting the underbellies of the clouds overhead a final bloody red. The time for planning was over. Chapter 27. Precisely as the last sliver of the blood-red sun dipped below the jagged western horizon, plunging the canyon into deep twilight, Marshal Thornton's diversion erupted with calculated fury. A sudden, ragged chorus of rifle fire exploded from the eastern gully, the shots echoing like angry thunderclaps between the stone walls. Men shouted, their voices amplified by the terrain, sounding like a much larger force charging recklessly up the slope. An instant later, the ground trembled slightly as the first dynamite charge went off. A sharp, violent blast that sent rocks skittering and echoed the earlier destruction in Polar's hidden canyon. The effect was immediate, chaotic, precisely as planned. As Rip watched from the shadows near the mission's north wall, 3 of the green-jacketed guards patrolling the eastern ramparts abandoned their posts without hesitation, spinning towards the source of the commotion, rifles held ready, drawn towards the perceived threat like moths to a deadly flame. Their departure left the north side, near the bell tower, dangerously exposed, if only for a few crucial minutes. This was Rip's chance. He broke cover, moving low and incredibly fast through the lengthening shadows that now carpeted the mission grounds. The air was cold and still, the earlier wind having died down, leaving only the distant echoes of Thornton's manufactured battle, and the frantic pounding of Rip's own heart against his ribs. He kept close to the base of the mission's crumbling north wall, its ancient adobe bricks cool and damp beneath his touch. Sections of the wall had partially collapsed here over the years, creating convenient pools of deeper shadow and piles of rubble that offered just enough cover for his silent approach towards the skeletal bell tower and the adjacent chapel wall. He could hear voices now, filtering faintly through the thick chapel walls. Polar's distinctive arrogant drawl, sharp with anger or command, punctuated horribly by the thin, terrified whimpering of children. The sound fueled the cold fire of resolve burning in Rip's gut. He was less than 20 yards from the base of the bell tower when a lone sentry rounded the corner of the chapel, abruptly, almost colliding with him. The guard, likely pulled from another section by the commotion or simply making his rounds, hadn't expected anyone to approach from this direction. His eyes widened in brief, startled surprise, his mouth opening to shout a warning. The man never had the chance. Before the sound could form, before the guard could even fully register the threat, Rip lunged forward. His heavy Bowie knife, drawn silently during his approach, flashed once in the deep gloom, a swift, brutal upward thrust finding the soft spot beneath the man's jaw. A choked gurgle, a brief convulsive shudder, and the guard crumpled silently to the ground, his rifle clattering onto the stones. Rip caught the body before it fell completely, dragging it swiftly into the deep shadow of a crumbling buttress, concealing it amongst the weeds and rubble. No time for remorse, no time for hesitation. One less gun. 5 bullets left in his Colt for the men inside. He reached the base of the tower. Above him, hanging like a serpent from the dark opening where the bell once resided, was the thick hemp rope Tommy had spotted. It swayed gently in the slight breeze, its frayed end dangling perhaps 3 feet away from the high, narrow chapel window. The window itself was dark, crudely boarded over from the inside, but Rip could see gaps between the planks. He gauged the distance, the height, the condition of the ancient rope. It looked thick, sturdy enough, but decades of exposure to sun, rain, and frost could have weakened the fibers. A dangerous gamble. One leap across the void, one solid grab on that swinging rope, and then a controlled slide down to the window ledge. If the rope held, if his grip held, if he wasn't spotted. A child's sudden, piercing scream of terror from within the chapel decided him. There was no more time for calculation. He backed up a few steps, took a deep breath, and launched himself across the gap, leaping into the shadowed space between the tower and the chapel wall. His gloved hands closed around the thick, rough hemp of the rope, the impact jarring his shoulders. The rope held. Instantly, he began to slide, the rough fibers burning hot against his gloves even through the thick leather, breaking his descent with his boots scraping frantically against the crumbling adobe bricks of the wall. Dust and loose plaster rained down around him. He reached the level of the narrow window ledge, his boots finding a momentary purchase. With a final, desperate surge of strength, he kicked off hard from the wall, swinging his body like a pendulum straight towards the boarded-up window. He crashed through the rotted wooden shutter with the force of a battering ram, splintering the dry wood, tumbling through the opening into the unexpected darkness of the chapel beyond, landing hard on the stone floor in a shower of wood fragments and dust. Chaos erupted instantly within the dimly lit space. The air was thick with the smell of stale incense, candle wax, dust, and the sharp, acrid odor of human fear. A few flickering tallow candles on the distant altar cast long, dancing shadows, barely illuminating the large, high-ceilinged room. Directly ahead, near the altar, stood Ben Polar, instantly recognizable even in the gloom. His arm was clamped brutally around the neck of a small, sobbing girl, using her body as a shield. Her face was buried against his coat, her shoulders shaking. 5 other children, Rip recognized Tommy's small form among them, huddled together in a terrified knot at Polar's feet, their faces streaked with dirt and tears, eyes wide with horror. Flanking Polar, caught completely by surprise by Rip's explosive entrance, were 3 green-jacketed gunmen. They spun towards the source of the noise, surprise momentarily paralyzing them before their instincts took over, their Winchester rifles swinging up, levers working frantically to chamber rounds. They weren't fast enough. Rip had rolled as he hit the floor, coming up into a low crouch, his Colt Peacemaker already barking fire before the echoes of his crash landing had faded. 3 shots, fired with blinding speed and deadly accuracy honed by years of frontier survival. Crack. 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 Each shot found its mark. The three gunmen staggered, grunted, and collapsed amongst the dusty wooden pews like discarded puppets whose strings had been cut, their rifles clattering uselessly onto the stone flags. Silence, shocking and abrupt, fell after the roar of the Colt, broken only by the little girl's terrified sobbing and the distant fading sounds of Thornton's diversionary battle outside. Polar reacted instantly, his earlier arrogance replaced by panicked fury. He yanked the sobbing girl tighter against his body, shielding himself effectively, while simultaneously pressing the short, ugly barrel of his Derringer pistol hard against her small temple. The child screamed again, a thin sound of pure terror. "Drop the gun, Parnell!" Polar shrieked, his voice high-pitched, cracking with desperation. "Drop it now, or little Mary here joins her sainted mama in hell. I swear I'll do it." Rip froze, his Colt still leveled, smoke curling from its muzzle. 3 rounds left. Not enough. Not with the girl held hostage, blocking any clear shot. He saw the desperation in Polar's eyes, the cornered rat viciousness, and knew the man was capable of carrying out his threat. Outside, the diversionary gunfire seemed to have stopped completely. Thornton's men would be closing in now, perhaps surrounding the mission, unaware of the deadly standoff unfolding within the chapel walls. Time was running out. "It's finished, Ben," Rip said, his voice deliberately low, calm, trying to de-escalate, trying to buy time, taking a slow, cautious step forward into the chapel. "Let the girl go. It's over. Thornton's outside. The governor's turned on you. The railroad is cutting all ties. They know about the murders, the stolen land, everything." He took another, careful step. "All you've got left now is murdering innocent children. Is that how you want this to end?" Polar's eyes darted frantically towards the main chapel doors, then back to Rip, then to the terrified child in his grasp. His face was slick with sweat, his composure utterly shattered. "Nobody walks out," he snarled. "I walk out of here free and clear, Parnell. Or the brat dies right here." Suddenly, above them, the bell rope hanging down near the broken window swayed violently, though there was no wind within the chapel. A small, dark figure slid down the thick hemp with surprising agility, moving like a spider descending its silk thread, landing almost silently on the stone floor directly behind the focused, desperate Polar. Tommy. His face was grim, determined, his eyes burning with a courage far beyond his years. And clutched tightly in his small hands, held like a weapon, was a heavy, rusted horseshoe he must have found near the tower base. Rip saw the movement, saw the boy, saw the desperate chance. He had to keep Polar's attention fixed on him. "Remember what you told me back in Pomeroy, Ben?" Rip continued, his voice steady, conversational, taking another deliberate step forward, forcing Polar to keep his eyes locked on Rip's Colt. "You said progress requires sacrifice." He allowed a grim smile to touch his lips. "Well, how's this for progress?" As Rip spoke the last word, Tommy surged forward and struck. With all his small might, he swung the heavy, rusted horseshoe hard against Polar's elbow, the arm holding the Derringer to the little girl's head. The blow landed with a sickening crunch of bone. The Derringer discharged harmlessly into the high, vaulted ceiling, as Polar howled in agony and surprise, his arm going numb. In that instant of shocked pain, the little girl twisted violently free from his weakened grasp, scrambling away on hands and knees towards the other terrified children huddled near the altar steps. Rip didn't hesitate. His fourth bullet slammed into Polar's thigh, dropping the man like a felled tree. Polar collapsed in a heap against the steps of the stone altar, his fine tailored suit instantly soaking up dark blood, staining the white altar cloth where he fell against it. He writhed on the floor, clutching his shattered leg, his face contorted in agony. You can't. Kill me," he gasped, choking on pain and disbelief. "The law, there are laws." Rip stepped closer, moving past the huddle of rescued children, until he stood over the writhing form of Ben Polar. He lowered the muzzle of his Colt until it was inches from the man's sweating forehead. Who, Rip asked softly, his voice cold as the grave, said anything about the law? Just then, the heavy main chapel doors burst open with a crash. Marshal Thornton and a half-dozen of his posse men poured into the room, their rifles up, sweeping the scene, ready for a fight. Gus Hendricks, the rancher whose family was among the hostages, immediately moved to gather the crying, terrified children, murmuring soothing words. Thornton took in the tableau in a single swift glance. The 3 dead gunmen sprawled in the pews, Polar wounded and groaning on the altar steps, Rip standing over him with his Colt leveled, and young Tommy standing nearby, still clutching the heavy horseshoe, looking small but fiercely triumphant. Thornton slowly, visibly relaxed, lowering his rifle slightly and holstering his own revolver. He nodded towards Rip, a look of grim respect in his eyes. "Looks like you've got things well in hand here, Sheriff." As if summoned by the marshal's words, a new sound arose from outside, growing rapidly louder, the rhythmic pounding thud of dozens of galloping horses approaching the mission at speed. Lots of them. Claire limped through the now open chapel doorway, leaning heavily on Keen for support, her face pale but alight with fierce joy. "Rip. It's the ranchers," she called out, her voice ringing with relief. "Word must have spread. They're coming. All of them." Rip kept his eyes and his Colt fixed firmly on Polar. He nudged the wounded man slightly with his boot. "Seems your neighbors want a word with you, Ben." The last vestiges of Polar's bravado finally cracked completely. Seeing the implacable faces of Thornton and Rip, hearing the thunder of approaching hooves belonging to men whose lives he had ruined, terror finally claimed him. "No. You can't," he hissed, trying to crawl away despite his shattered leg. "You'll never make it to trial." "My men, Thornton." "Your men are dead, fled, or captured," Thornton interrupted calmly, stepping forward and producing a heavy set of iron manacles from his coat pocket. He jingled them slightly. "And these?" He looked down at Polar with undisguised contempt. "These are mostly for show, Ben. Doubt you'll be needing them for long once Hendricks and his friends get here." Tommy, seeing the fallen derringer near the altar steps, carefully picked it up. He walked over to Rip and solemnly handed it to him, but first. "For Lena," the boy said quietly, his dark eyes filled with a sorrowful understanding. "And Miss Adams." Rip looked down at the small, deadly weapon in his hand, then at Polar writhing on the floor, then at the hopeful, trusting face of the boy. He thought of the long, bloody trail that had led them here. He thought of the temptation he'd felt back in the jailhouse with Mercer. He shook his head slowly, decisively. He tucked the derringer safely into his own pocket. "No, Tommy," he said gently but firmly. "Not like this. For the law." Just as the first enraged ranchers began to dismount outside the chapel doors, their shouts raw with demands for vengeance and grief, Rip reached down and hauled the groaning, bleeding Ben Polar roughly to his feet. The outlaw would face justice. Proper justice. The slow, grinding, methodical justice of the courts he had so thoroughly corrupted, but which perhaps could still be redeemed. The kind of justice that lasted longer than a single gunshot in a dusty chapel. The kind of justice, Rip hoped, that might allow them all to build something better, something lasting, from the ashes of Tonka City and the ruins of their lives. He shoved the terrified, whimpering Polar towards the open chapel doors, towards the waiting arms of his victims, crowding the courtyard outside. "Time to meet your public, Ben," Rip said grimly. The sunset had faded, leaving only a bruised purple glow in the sky behind the mission's tilted cross. Somewhere out in the vast, darkening wilderness, a coyote howled again, or maybe, just maybe, it was the sound of a man finally beginning to face the terrible consequences of his sins. Chapter 28. Dawn broke over Tonka City's ruins like a hesitant visitor, its pale light revealing the scorched skeletons of buildings and the blackened stumps of porch posts. Sheriff Rip Campbell stood at the edge of what had once been Main Street, his boots crunching on broken glass and spent cartridge casings. The air still carried the acrid tang of last night's fires, not from battle this time, but from celebration. Behind him, the makeshift gallows stood empty. They took him at first light, Claire Duval said, joining him with a steaming tin cup in each hand. She moved easier now, the wound in her side healing clean. Judge Wainwright's circuit riders escorted the wagon. Rip accepted the coffee, real coffee, brought by the ranchers who'd arrived yesterday with supplies and fresh horses. The bitter brew scalded his tongue, a welcome anchor after the whirlwind week. Cheyenne will drag this out, he said. Polar's got money and connections. Claire's smile didn't reach her eyes. Not enough to buy his way out, 27 counts of murder. Not with Lena's reports circulating through the railroad offices. She nodded toward the school wagon, where Tommy and the other orphans sat eating fresh biscuits under Widow Hennessy's watchful eye. And not with those children's testimony. A commotion at the edge of camp drew their attention. Marshal Thornton and a dozen riders approached, their horses lathered from hard travel. At their center rode a man in a tailored suit. Not a prisoner, but not quite welcome either. Rip's hand drifted toward his Colt. Railroad man. Claire recognized him first. That's Latimer, Santa Fe's chief counsel. The party reined up before the gallows. Latimer dismounted with the careful grace of a man used to boardrooms rather than battlefields. His gaze took in the ruins, the orphans, the grim-faced townsfolk already gathering. Sheriff Parnell. He removed his hat. I come with authority to make restitution. Keen Ralston spat a stream of tobacco near the lawyer's polished boots. Ain't money enough? Latimer didn't flinch. No, there isn't. But there's land. He produced a rolled parchment from his saddlebag. The Santa Fe Railroad hereby relinquishes all claim to the Tonka City junction. Furthermore, he unrolled the document, revealing an official survey map. We're prepared to deed 5,000 acres along the Rake River to the survivors and victims' families. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Hendricks stepped forward, squinting at the map. That's prime grazing. Why give it up? Because, Latimer said quietly, some lines shouldn't be crossed. His gaze flicked to the children. And some debts can't be repaid with money. Rip studied the document. The offered land included the hidden canyon where Polar had stored his stolen gold, now buried under tons of rock. But more importantly, it held the headwaters of the Rake. Control the water, control the future. Claire's fingers brushed the parchment. The school could be rebuilt here. With dormitories. For the children. Tommy wriggled through the crowd, his face smeared with biscuit crumbs. Can we put the swings where Polar's line shack was? A laugh broke the tension. Then another. Soon the whole crowd was chuckling, not with joy but with the first tentative breaths of healing. Thornton clapped Rip on the shoulder. There's more. Territorial governor's been impeached. Judge Wainwright's taking depositions from every survivor. He lowered his voice. They want you to testify first. Rip looked around at the scorched earth that had been his town, at the people who'd lost everything but their resolve. No, he said. Let the children speak first. Let Cheyenne hear their voices before mine. Latimer cleared his throat. There's one other matter. He signaled to one of his riders, who brought forward a long, cloth-wrapped bundle. From the Santa Fe board. Rip unwrapped the parcel. A new Winchester rifle gleamed in the morning light. Engraved along the stock were the names of the fallen. Sturgill. Lena. Miss Adams. Deputy Walsh. Dozens more. Claire traced the engraving with trembling fingers. They'll be remembered. The crowd stirred as Hendricks stepped forward with a shovel. Without a word, he drove it into the earth near the gallows base. One by one others joined him, ranchers, orphans, widows, turning the soil where Tonka City's new foundation would be laid. Rip slipped the rifle into his saddle scabbard. There would be time for rebuilding. For healing. For justice. But not today. Today was for breaking ground. For beginnings. For the long, hard road ahead. He took up a shovel and joined the line. The steel bit deep, turning the scorched earth toward the sun. Somewhere behind him, Tommy's laughter rang out, clear and bright as the morning bell that would one day call them home again. Want more wild Western adventure? Get your free copy of Wrangler today. Check out Saddle Up, a massive box set of action-packed Westerns.